everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Rick and Morty. My grandfather is actually Rick. Synopsis. Morty transmigrates to the United States and finds himself living with his parents and older sister. His dad is a pushover, but every now and then, he has his moments. His mom admires strength, yet still feels sorry for his dad. His older sister has a sharp tongue, but she often stands up for him. With these memories in his head, Morty lies in bed, ready to sleep and face another day. Then an old man appears. His grandpa. Hey, Morty, I need you. And that's when Morty finally realizes. He's transmigrated into Rick and Morty. Fan translation of Bye, if you can, please support the original author. Chapter 001-42, I am Morty. 1,371 words. So, out of every 100 billion people, only one actually manages to transmigrate, and I did it. But I only ended up in a parallel universe. Or maybe I just swapped bodies in my original world. Still, it looks like I ended up in the US. Standing in a living room completely different from the Chinese-style layout he was used to, Morty, who still had not fully adjusted to having crossed over, left the lights off. By the glow from outside the window, he stared at the family portrait hanging on the wall and fell into a brief silence. There were 4 people in the photo. Dad, Mom, his older sister, and himself. That, along with the Banana 12 smartphone in his hand, told Morty one thing very clearly. He had not even traveled back by a single year. Morty was a little disappointed. Since he had transmigrated, he had thought he might use the little knowledge in his head to rewrite his life. Who would have thought? Even transmigration had different tiers. Some people really did get the most half-baked version possible. Forget it. It's already midnight. I should go to sleep. I'll think about everything else tomorrow. With that thought in mind, and with his head aching slightly from what might have been an after-effect of transmigration, Morty quietly slipped back into his room and went straight to bed. By the next morning, while eating breakfast and looking at the 3 faces around the table, Morty gradually realized something was wrong. Why did these 3 look so much like the people from the cartoon Rick and Morty? Wait, wasn't his name Morty? Morty. Did it have to be this much of a coincidence? The instant a very likely possibility crossed his mind, Morty's face went deathly pale. Eyes wide, he carefully studied all 3 of them. His dad, Jerry, had short hair, a polo shirt, an honest-looking face, and a timid air about him. His mom, Beth, had long hair over her shoulders, a pretty face, and a reserved temperament. His older sister, Summer, was basically the standard American high school mean girl. Feeling that disgusting, sleazy little brother staring at her, Summer lifted her eyes from her phone, glared at Morty, and made a throat-slitting gesture. I'm screwed. With that much disgust toward me, there's no doubt about it. I crossed over into Rick and Morty. Otherwise, these details couldn't possibly line up this perfectly. At that moment, Morty wanted nothing more than to shoot himself in the head. Or buy a ticket to some unfamiliar city and spend the rest of his life living under a fake name. Because in the title Rick and Morty, the first name, Rick, belonged to his grandpa. And if he had to describe Rick, most things a system could do, Rick could do. Even things a system could not do, Rick could still do. Traveling across distant universes, souls, time, space. Even the terrifying Schrodinger's cat, enough to directly draw out 4th-dimensional beings, was something he could play around with. In the truest sense, he was at the peak the moment he appeared. Any person who crossed over and had a grandpa like that would not need any bullshit cheat or system at all. All they would need to do was sweetly call him grandpa and act cute. He could grant every wish at the limits of your imagination. Provided he was willing. And given grandpa's personality, he should currently be in a state of complete nihilism. Thinking of that, Morty asked his mom where grandpa was. At the mention of her father, who had been missing for 20 years, his mom, who had still been smiling and getting ready to head to work, instantly went cold. Why are you bringing him up? He's been missing for 20 years. As far as I'm concerned, he's dead. Hearing that grandpa had already been missing for 20 years, Morty immediately relaxed. After all, he knew that infinite universes meant infinite grandpas, and naturally, infinite Mortys and infinite versions of this family of three. In the universe he was in, Grandpa had been missing for 20 years. Either he had gone off to work in the Citadel of Ricks, or he was already dead, or he had simply run off to another universe. In short, if he had not come back in 20 years, then he definitely was not coming back. With his mind at ease, Morty happily turned his attention back to the breakfast in front of him. His family might not be especially rich, and his sister might be incredibly annoying, but as long as Grandpa was not around, his life would stay perfectly peaceful. Because staying around Grandpa meant testing the limits of his heart every single day. After breakfast, Morty, who was currently a freshman in high school, picked up his backpack and got ready to take the school bus with his sister. But his sister, who had always found him irritating and even got physical with him from time to time, had no intention of going to school with a little brother who dragged down her cool factor. So the moment they stepped out of the house, his own sister said, "You can walk to school by yourself." Morty was instantly furious. Schools in the US were not the kind of places you could reach after walking a few steps or taking the subway. The low-density residential area meant there was no subway here at all. And because of that low density, going anywhere even slightly far away basically required either taking the bus or driving. So, less than 24 hours after crossing over, he was already being bullied by his own sister. But Morty, who had already fully integrated the original Morty's memories into his own mind, was not going to choose the former Morty's timid, submissive approach. "You dare make me walk? Then let's fight." Morty, who was half a head shorter than his older sister, said with impressive backbone, "Walk? Why don't you walk? I'm taking the school bus today. If you've got a problem with that, then let's fight." Seeing that her younger brother, who usually did not dare make a sound when she yelled at him, had the nerve to defy her today, and even directly challenge her to a fight, Summer exploded in anger. She reached out to grab Morty. Seeing that this woman really had a hair-trigger temper, Morty cursed inwardly, then met her head-on. Since Grandpa in this world had been missing for 20 years, and might never come back, then he had to live with some backbone. The two of them wrestled right in front of the house, punching, kicking, and swearing at each other. Only after they alarmed their mom and dad inside the house were Morty and his older sister finally pulled apart. "What are you doing? It's bad enough that you fight at home, but now you have to start something the moment you leave for school too? Summer, you're Morty's older sister. Can't you rein it in once in a while? Morty, you're Summer's younger brother. Why do you always have to embarrass your sister?" As the backbone of the family, their mom scolded them both for their stupidity, until she noticed Morty's face growing paler and paler. "Are you sick? Are you feeling unwell? Your face doesn't look right." Seeing that her son's complexion was off, his mom immediately stopped scolding him and turned her concern toward his health. As a horse surgeon, she reached out and checked Morty's eyes and mouth. She was used to hearing her husband mock her for being just an animal doctor, so after examining Morty today, she found it strange that she did not hear that familiar taunt. Why was her husband, who usually loved making sarcastic remarks, silent? Then she saw him staring straight behind her. Could it be? She turned around. A thin, frail old man was standing behind her. He had silver hair, a knee-length coat worn over a crewneck t-shirt tucked into his pants, and a pair of khaki trousers. And finally, there was that familiar face, though it had already grown old. Dad. Dad. Chapter 2, Chapter 002, I've Got My Eye on You. 1,375 words. Morty watched his mom, who just moments ago had been yelling that Rick was already dead, rush up to him, throw her arms around him, and sob her heart out. His dad looked wary. His sister looked extremely curious. Only Morty tried to make himself as invisible as possible. He quietly pulled out his phone, ready to spend what little allowance he had on a ticket online and get the hell out of there. Because even though Morty had only watched the first season of Rick and Morty, he knew this house was about to become unlivable. Rick had actually come back at a time like this. And judging from the look on his face, he was clearly here for Morty. After all, every Rick needed a Morty. The two of them were an inseparable package deal. Sure enough, after his mom said she was taking the day off and the two of them spent a good while chatting in the living room, Rick set his sights on him. "Morty, my grandson, look at you. Scrawny as hell, just like your dad. And that timid little look. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Tonight, we're going out for some fun. Grandpa's gonna show you the world." Morty. Rick had been in front of him for less than an hour, and he was already saying he wanted to show him the world. Morty had always treated Rick and Morty as nothing more than an adventure story, but now a question popped into his head. He knew the Citadel existed. Naturally, he also knew that if a Rick wanted a Morty, it was basically no different from going grocery shopping. He could just place an order in the Citadel and buy a Morty to use. So why had this grandpa, who had been missing for 20 years, suddenly come back now and immediately offered to take him out to see the world? Morty definitely couldn't ask that so bluntly. Otherwise, Rick would skin him alive. He had been gone for 20 years and had only just come back. Morty had not leaked a damn thing yet, and then he would just straight up say he knew about the Citadel? No matter how hard he tried to act like some big-shot prophet, it would be completely useless. Rick's combat power was already maxed out. Who knew how many gods he had killed? His mindset was pure not giving a shit. Trying to bluff him by playing prophet. Portal plus time travel plus precision dissection equals you're screwed. So after Rick said he wanted to show him the world, Morty forced on an innocent expression and asked what kind of world they were going to see. Rick did not answer right away. He only gave Morty a smile that left way too much room for imagination, then went back to chatting with the precious daughter he had not seen in 20 years. At that moment, Jerry secretly pulled Morty into a corner. "Morty, stay away from that grandpa of yours. He abandoned Beth without a second thought and disappeared for 20 years. Now he suddenly shows up again? Something's definitely wrong." Facing this dad, who in the anime had always been timid and constantly butting heads with Rick, Morty opened his mouth, but honestly had no idea what to say. Because Rick was obviously here for him. So how exactly was Jerry planning to go up against a genius-level cheat like Rick? Wasn't he just going to get beaten every single time? So after nodding in agreement, Morty looked at his mom, who had already gone into the kitchen to busy herself, and his dad, who had already sidled over to talk with Rick. Given Rick's abilities, Morty figured he might have already discovered the secret of his transmigration. Otherwise, why would he suddenly come back? So should I run or not? If I tip him off? With his mind in complete chaos, Morty barely made it through lunch. Afterward, he went to the garage with Rick. At this point, the garage was not yet the secret base it would later be renovated into. Standing in front of the family's 5-seat sedan, Rick suddenly dropped the nostalgic look he had worn inside the house. His expression turned much colder. That abnormal shift made Morty's heart start pounding. Because it meant what came next would be. "Morty, you're definitely wondering why Grandpa suddenly came back after 20 years, right?" "Yeah. Actually, Rick suddenly paused, a somewhat nostalgic look crossing his face. "I've been drifting through the endless universe for 20 years. Now I want to come back to my family, but my heart hasn't fully come back with me. So, are you interested in going on adventures to other worlds? There's money to make, girls to pick up, and luxury cars to drive." Morty, what the fuck? For the first time, Morty felt like Rick might not be omnipotent after all. At the very least, his sales pitch still needed work. A perfectly good recruitment pitch for endless adventures across the multiverse had been mangled into this by his busted-ass wording. Still, deep down, Morty was not against it. Because during the time he had been in the garage, he had already figured out one key point. If Rick wanted a Morty, he could have found another Morty in the Citadel. But he had specifically come for him, which clearly meant Rick needed him for something. No matter what, Rick definitely would not be willing to let him slip away. So hiding was not going to work. But every time he went to another world on an adventure, he might be able to find something incredible to strengthen himself. He was not doing it to kill Rick. He could not kill him anyway. It was for the day he got tired of adventuring, or the day he wanted to run. At the very least, he would have a way to reach another world and live the rest of his life under a hidden name. So this could work. Seeing that Morty seemed tempted, Rick wasted no time. He pulled out a pistol-sized portal gun and fired it straight ahead. The glossy green liquid touched the air, and in less than 0.1 seconds, it formed an oval liquid wall as tall as a person. This was the most absurd thing in Rick and Morty. As long as there was enough energy, it could open as many portals as anyone wanted. And it could lead to all kinds of bizarre worlds. With a trace of anticipation, Morty excitedly approached the portal. First, he tested it with one finger to feel what touching the portal was like. When it felt like touching water, Morty closed his eyes and stepped inside. The next second, Morty opened his eyes and found himself standing in a massive upside-down city. Where the sky should have been, there was an ocean. What is this place? This never showed up in the animation at all. Just as Morty started feeling like he had gotten way too cocky, Rick walked out of the portal. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and took out a small flask he carried with him. He took a sip of what was absolutely liquor over 50 degrees, then let out a burp. His whole body seemed to relax. Morty, who had completely forgotten that Rick drank, watched him walk toward a store. Morty had only just followed him over. Rick kicked the store's glass door to pieces. The chairpersons inside. Holy shit. What the hell are those things? Inside the modern human-style store, a group of chairpersons with facial features stared at Rick in terror. And most of the merchandise in the store was actually cell phones. In their strange hands, which barely deserved to be called hands, they were holding people about the size of cell phones. Chairpersons. Cell phones for sale. Phone people. Morty felt like his entire worldview had just been punched in the face. He reached up and rubbed his eyes. Once he confirmed he really was not dreaming, Rick had already pulled out a gun and fired a shot into the ceiling. Robbery. Hand over your money. Chapter 3, Chapter 003, I plan to blow this world up. 1,512 words. I've never been this speechless in my entire life. Can someone tell me what the hell kind of adventure this is? Take me to a world I actually know, like One Piece, Naruto, hell, even Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. I know those plots inside and out. But no, you drag me to a chairperson world, and the first thing we do is rob them of their cookies. Money. What the hell are we even doing? Morty was being chased like crazy by 3 police cars that looked more or less normal, running behind Rick with a burlap sack in his hands, stuffed full of cookie money. His face was one giant question mark. He had no idea what he was doing. What confused him even more was how the hell those chair people, whose actual bodies were literally chairs with faces, could even drive police cars. And the most ridiculous part was, weren't their cars way too damn slow? He could run faster than their cars. Of course, Morty had the distinct feeling that if he stopped, he was absolutely screwed, so he still didn't dare slow down just to talk trash. But he had only just started his freshman year of high school, and thanks to that lousy genetic contribution from his dear old dad, Morty, who was at most 1/4 Rick, started getting tired fast. Rick, who was leading the way, glanced back at Morty as he began panting. He curled his lip in mild disgust, reached out, and grabbed him by the arm. A portal opened immediately, and the two of them rushed straight through it. They ended up back in the garage. Morty lay on the floor, gasping for air, and began seriously wondering whether Rick was trying to get him killed on purpose. Otherwise, what the hell did seeing the world mean? Going to the damn chairperson world to see the world. And then robbing a pile of cookies on the way out? Under Morty's wide-eyed, questioning stare, Rick picked up the bag, got to his feet with a casual flourish, and walked into the house. Beth, I brought you a bunch of fresh cookies. All $100, cough, cough. All 100% delicious. Morty. In that moment, Morty felt cold inside. He finally understood. Taking him out to broaden his horizons was one thing. Bringing his precious daughter some snacks was another. But if those two things could be done at the same time, then, hell, why not? So I'd never been to another universe before, and you just dragged me straight through one without giving a single thought to whether I could handle it. Or is shock therapy just Rick-style therapy? Morty was completely lost. He had no idea what he was supposed to do next or how to even process any of this. As someone who had read over 100 web novels, Even he had no solution for ending up in the world of Rick and Morty. Under his mom's surprisingly penetrating urging, Morty caught his breath, then calmly walked into the living room, sat down, and ate cookies with everyone else. Until, in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and it was now some evening 6 months later. Over the past 6 months, Morty had spent fewer than 8 days at school in total. Just today, he and Rick had gone to an alien planet and gotten involved in a war between two species. After fighting one battle, helping the losing side turn things around, and then wiping out that same side with Rick because they looked way too ugly after taking off their helmets, Morty returned to his home on Earth and took a shower. He had just lain down in bed. He couldn't help thinking that these past 6 months really had flown by. Who would have thought that, under Rick's watch, he would actually make it through a full 6 months so peacefully? Sometimes, he had even shown flashes of bravery that completely broke the Morty character setting. Not only had Rick not gotten suspicious, he had praised him for it. On top of his combat ability skyrocketing, Morty had also stashed quite a few good things under his bed. For example, Mr. Meeseeks, who had appeared in the animation, the animal translation helmet, and NASA's commemorative badge for first contact with aliens. Such a full 6 months made Morty feel that not buying a ticket and running away back then had probably been a pretty damn smart choice. He had once suspected Rick of having ulterior motives toward him. Who knew Rick was more like a kindly grandpa trying to make up for lost family affection, spending every day either taking him out, taking him and his sister out together, or sometimes even taking the whole family of 5 across the universe for fun. Yeah, as long as you ignored all the people they had killed over the past 6 months. This would definitely be a family-friendly comedy. Not an 18-plus multiverse massacre. To all the guys who became the boring parts of the adventure story. Sorry. Looking forward to tomorrow's new adventure, Morty closed his eyes and fell asleep. But not long after he drifted off, Rick burst into his room. The stink of booze rolling off him, along with his drunken rambling, made Morty frown hard. Rick taking them out to have fun all the time was one thing. But his drinking problem had gradually turned into bottomless alcoholism. Sometimes, there was barely anywhere to put your feet inside Rick's little car-like space cruiser, because the whole thing was packed with empty bottles. Morty had spent about a week calculating how much Rick drank. On average, he drank 40 kilograms of alcohol a day. 40 kilograms. A skinny girl might not even weigh 110 pounds. Rick drank that much in alcohol every single day. Morty didn't really want the Rick who took him around the multiverse to show off, mess around, and have fun to die like this, so he had tried telling him to drink less before. But it didn't do jack shit. Rick drank until the world spun and lived like he was trying to drown himself in alcohol. He didn't care about any of that. And now, drunk Rick had come looking for him. Morty sat up, but he didn't get out of bed. Instead, he glared at him, visibly annoyed. Morty, I need you. I need you to help me with something. Morty glanced at the time on his phone and saw that it was already around 2 in the morning. He couldn't help sighing inwardly. The past 6 months of adventures had been fun and exciting. He had even talked with several women who, before he transmigrated, would have been completely out of his league, about topics like the physiological structures of primates and humanoid creatures. But his sleep quality these days, it had seriously gone straight to hell. If they went out at a set time during the day, Morty could live with that. But every now and then, Rick would drag him out late at night, especially in the dead of night, to some world or another to secretly do something sketchy. Rick called it, a dark and windy night is perfect for doing bad shit. Or, don't you think the wind and booze at 3 in the morning really make a guy feel hopeful about the future? Except Morty really didn't want to go tonight. He was just too tired. He even felt like his 14-year-old body had less energy than Rick. But what kind of person was Rick? Seeing that Morty didn't want to move, Rick, drunk as he clearly was, still got up at once, stepped forward, grabbed Morty by the foot, and dragged him out. That terrifying strength could no longer be described as peak human. It was more like some ancient beast wearing human skin. After 6 months of training, Morty's physical condition had improved a lot, but against strength like that, he still had no power to resist. Dead inside, he was dragged all the way to the garage. Looking at the space cruiser, still piled with empty bottles, Morty wanted nothing more than to light a cigarette and chase away the smell coming off the seats, which had practically been marinated in alcohol. Watching Rick drive the space cruiser like it was a regular car, Morty, long since used to it, asked flatly, "Rick, where are we going tonight?" Rick had just taken a drink. In a voice even calmer than Morty's, he said something that made Morty's scalp go numb. "I plan to blow up this world. Morty." In that moment, Morty's face twisted so badly it nearly changed shape. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. "We've been together for half a year, and now, on some totally ordinary night, you suddenly call me up and say you're going to blow up this world. What the hell are you doing?" Chapter 4, Chapter 004, Almost Blew Up the World. 1,639 words. Calm down. I am calm. I'm just sick, tired of it. The people in this world are too damn annoying. The FBI and all that crap. If I hadn't stormed into that White House and chewed out their president, they'd be up my ass every single day. But don't worry. Before I, throw this bomb away, I'll pull out your dream girl, Jessica. Then you and Jessica can be Adam and Eve. Then the two of you can live like one of those, bullshit stories and repopulate the human race. Morty. Even after spending half a year with Rick, Morty's blood pressure still shot up every time he heard Rick say something insane without thinking it through. "You're a grown-ass old man. So why is your head still full of ideas that are But I've only been at school for a few days total. I haven't even had a chance to talk to her, okay? Besides, you won't even take me on one proper money heist. If I had tens of millions of dollars in cash, I'd buy a mansion and a luxury car and use money to sweep that girl, whose worldview hasn't even fully formed yet, right off her feet. And then there's us." After ranting in his head for a while, Morty suddenly remembered the actual problem in front of him. "God, I'm pathetic. He mentioned Jessica once, and I actually forgot he was about to blow up this planet. If I look at Jessica one more time after this, I'm a total simp." Even though Morty knew Rick had never been the type to talk big for no reason, he still didn't want to believe Rick seriously planned to blow up the world. But he definitely couldn't just sit there and do nothing. What if he didn't stop him, acted all go ahead and blow up the planet if you've got the balls, and then this guy actually got drunk enough to do it? So Morty immediately straightened his arms and his back, trying to grab the steering wheel. Rick, who had the wheel firmly under control, obviously wasn't letting that happen. The two of them fought over the wheel while cursing each other out. "You spineless little piece of shit who wants it but doesn't have the balls. I'm blowing up this world so you can spend the rest of your life with Jessica, and you're still not happy. You senile old bastard with explosives in your brain and shit spraying out of your mouth. Stop being such a narcissist and making decisions for other people. Not everyone wants your goddamn arrangements. Do you believe I'll kick you out of this thing from 8,000 meters up? Oh yeah. Do it. I'd love to see how you plan to lay hands on your favorite grandson." Grandfather and grandson traded insults so hard they dragged the whole family tree into it. After they had finished cursing every ancestor they had, Morty saw that Rick was still pulling the ship higher toward outer space. Morty, who had originally planned to stop short of going too far, instantly panicked. He leaned back, ready to kick Rick in the face. But Rick, who should have been completely wasted, showed terrifying reaction speed at that moment and blocked it with one hand. Enough. For someone who's usually such a coward, you suddenly going full tough guy makes you look like you took the wrong pills. Morty, I'm a coward because I play it safe. The path of playing it safe. The path of playing it safe. Do you get it? With a god-tier fighter like you around, why the hell would I try that hard? Seemingly unable to resist his grandson's intense demands, Rick finally steered the ship back down toward the ground. After they landed, he pushed the door open, and empty bottles rolled out from the seats one after another. Rick himself rolled outside along with the empty liquor bottles. Morty had already been exhausted after a full day, and now, at night, he had to wrestle a busted steering wheel away from Rick, whose strength was basically inhuman and who had almost decided the fate of the entire planet with it. Drenched in sweat, Morty leaned back in his seat, looking completely drained. Right then, Rick suddenly laughed and said, "This was just a test. Just a test to make you more decisive and confident. Like tossing a match onto gasoline, Morty shot up from his seat and roared at Rick, "Test my ass. Fuck that. My grandpa's dead." After cursing the bastard a few more times, Morty suddenly froze. He stared blankly at Rick lying on the ground, and in that instant, something clicked. Half a year ago, Rick had suddenly appeared. From that day on, Morty had been following him all over the universe to mess around, or rather, kill people. They had been through a massive pile of bizarre crap. And today, when Rick said this was a test, Morty finally got a definite answer from him. Rick was training him. Otherwise, for someone like Rick, who was basically lazy in certain ways, why would he be willing to take Morty out adventuring every single day? Sure, this world didn't have any clear power level system. But Morty felt that, as long as he had a weapon nearby, he was now basically capable of wiping out an entire team of America's strongest special forces by himself. So that raised the question. Why train his combat ability? What could Rick not handle himself, yet somehow need Morty, a guy with only average intelligence, to deal with? With that bit of confusion lingering in his mind, Morty went home and barely slept all night. By morning, he ended up face-planting into his breakfast, making the three people around him frown. Oh my god, his face is about to start breaking out, and now it's buried in his food. That is seriously making me want to puke, his sister said, looking disgusted. Beth shot her teenage daughter a glare, then asked with concern, "Morty, are you sick?" Morty lifted his head from his plate, looking exhausted as he made up a lie. "I'm not sick. I just didn't sleep well last night. Maybe my dream took too much out of me." His sister, sitting across from him, exposed the lie without mercy. "Or maybe you went out with Rick all night again." "What? Dad?" Rick, who had been playing invisible until now, saw everyone's eyes turn toward him and asked back like he couldn't care less, "What? Is everyone required to sleep every night now? You people do realize sleep wastes most of your lives, right? You spend 1/3 of your life sleeping. That's just slow-motion murder of your own existence." As for Jerry, he had been unhappy for a long time with this father-in-law who had suddenly come back half a year ago and refused to leave. He had even been secretly pushing his wife every day to send Rick to a nursing home. Now Jerry seized the chance and directly accused Rick of taking his son out on adventures every day, making Morty's grades nosedive without end. Even the idiot son from the neighbor's house could get better scores with his feet than Jerry's son did. No matter how much he believed in happy education, Jerry could no longer tolerate his father-in-law ruining his son like this when Morty ranked dead last in the entire school on every single test. "Starting today, Morty is not going on adventures with you anymore. You've completely corrupted my precious son. When he should be studying, you drag him off on a bunch of so-called stupid tech adventures. How is he supposed to make it in society after this? Are you trying to turn me into someone like you, someone who has kids and then abandons them for 20 years without giving a damn? And besides, this is my home. I'm not letting someone who disappeared for 20 years come back and start ordering everyone around the second he walks in." Rick gave this son-in-law, whom he had never been willing to acknowledge as his son-in-law, a long look. Then he mocked him with a jab about dictators before continuing to needle him. "Wow, you really are the family edition Julius Caesar. Honestly, HBO, Netflix, and Fox not hiring you for a preschool cartoon is a tragic waste of talent. But you're right. This is your house. Your family. It's just that my personal view of school is that it's a waste of time. They take a bunch of people and ignore differences in aptitude, special talent, emotional intelligence, everything, then toss them all into one big arena. The only standard they use to judge ability is modularized worksheets and exams. 90% of what they learn is stuff they'll basically never use again once they enter society. Then when lunch rolls around, they feed you food they would never eat themselves. And they hand you a piece of paper that says, you can go take a shit. Besides, your own personal history already told me plenty. You hooked up with my daughter while you were in school, then had summer before you even graduated. When the father is this much of a loser, why the hell would anyone expect the kid to turn out great? Chapter 5, Chapter 005. Is this finally the first episode? 1,709 words. Even though Morty desperately wanted to faceplant onto the table and sleep right then and there, watching Rick roast someone had always been one of his favorite shows. Because when Rick opened his mouth to tear into somebody, it cut deep. The guy was basically the king of emotional damage. Morty watched his dad get so pissed he looked ready to roll up his sleeves and throw down on the spot. But that was all Jerry could do, puff himself up and make empty threats, trying to force Rick to shut up in the most useless way possible. Then Morty glanced at Rick, who had zero interest in fighting his son-in-law, while Beth stood between them trying to smooth things over. And just like that, it was over. Seeing that no fight was going to happen and there would be no exciting little drama afterward, Morty immediately lost interest. He went to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, then came back out. He picked up his backpack and headed for the door like he didn't give a damn. But his unbearably annoying sister just had to say in that sarcastic tone of hers, "Morty, your backpack looks kinda flat. Are you sure there are books in there? Or did you pack one of Grandpa Rick's little inventions?" Summer, you bitch. No. Screw you. You know damn well Jerry is pissed right now, and is too much of a coward to actually fight Rick, so you're stabbing me in the back instead? Keep running your mouth, and Mom, who's been trying to play peacemaker this whole time, is gonna ban me from going on adventures with Rick. After cursing her out in his head, Morty felt that prickling stare on his back. He turned around and saw the terrifying look Jerry was giving him. Stiffening his neck, he defended himself, insisting he wasn't taking an empty backpack to school. Most of his books were at school. He had only brought home a few books and some homework notebooks. Using that barely passable excuse, Morty managed to fool Jerry and Beth. Then he walked outside. While he was waiting for the school bus, Summer, who also had to go to school, came out too. Looking at her empty hands, she seemed even less serious about class than Morty. Seriously? Seriously? And she had the nerve to stab him in the back just now? Summer, if you pull that crap again, then next time you're drooling over some guy you like, I'm gonna take a little knife, cut a slit in your shirt, and let you embarrass yourself right in front of her. I'll show you what a cruel-ass society looks like. Threatened like that, Summer didn't back down at all. In fact, having apparently picked up at least 30% of Rick's true teachings, she fired back with a sarcastic jab, followed by a threat that would have worked on the original Morty but barely did anything to the current one. Oh. Really? Which guy are you talking about? Oh, and if you dare do that, I'll pull your underwear off while you're asleep, take pictures with your phone, and send them to Jessica so she knows what kind of little freak you really are. In truth, Morty only admired Jessica's looks. He didn't actually care all that much about completely losing any chance of dating her. After all, with Rick in his corner, he was living the dream. One day it was a night princess from some fantasy world, the next a cyberpunk android, and the day after that, she might not even be human. With benefits like that, why should he care about one Jessica? Wasn't she just a little prettier than average? That said, this war between siblings, full of mutual resentment, still had Rick at its core. Over the past 6 months, Rick had shown the whole family more than once just how insanely powerful he was. He had even taken the entire family on adventures a few times. But from beginning to end, Morty's goal had been to rely on Rick and eventually get his hands on some super advanced technology, most importantly the manufacturing method for the portal gun, along with several ways to recharge its energy. That way, if things ever went bad, he would at least have a way to escape far, far away instead of staying here and waiting to die. As for Summer, she was just fighting for attention. Sometimes, deep down, Morty actually felt sorry for his sister. She looked strong-willed, but in reality, at home and even at school, she was alone. Morty didn't have many friends at school, not because he was being excluded, but because he barely spent any time at school in the first place. Think about it. If some not very cool classmate showed up fewer than 8 times in an entire semester, who the hell would be friends with him? Summer, on the other hand, didn't often go out with Rick and Morty. So most of the time, she was still at school. But in almost every American school, the walls between little cliques were seriously high. Summer wasn't exactly stunning, her figure was pretty average, and on top of that, she had the same ponytail she always wore, plus ordinary clothes that didn't really catch guys' attention. So at school, She was basically a background character. Only 2 ranks above Morty. And right then, when Summer saw Morty suddenly stop arguing and look at her with pity, anger flared up inside her. This little loser who hid at home watching dirty movies all the time. What gave him the right to have Rick all to himself? Morty, come here for a second. Let's talk. The storm that had been brewing all over again was cut off completely by Beth's sudden words. Morty recognized her voice and knew she was calling him. He glared at Summer, mouthed something at her, then followed his mom off to the side. But the first thing Beth said was, "Morty, your dad is right about some things and wrong about some things. Rick is right about some things too, and wrong about others." "Mom," Morty said, "are we having a philosophy discussion right now? What I mean is, you still have to go to school. You still have to attend class. Because I keep feeling like he's going to leave again, and I really don't want the most important years of your life ruined like this." Hearing the love in Beth's words, Morty dropped the joking attitude. Even as a transmigrator who had replaced the original Morty, and even though he had never personally experienced those emotional moments between mother and son and could only recall them through memories that were fading more and more, Morty could still feel the sincerity of that maternal love. She genuinely wanted what was best for him. 100%. Because she had once been ruthlessly abandoned by Rick for nearly 20 years. On top of that, her mother had died very early. You could say she was the only person in this family who, after both her parents were gone, had made it step by step to where she was today entirely on her own. She had long since passed the age where she could rely on her father. So when she saw Morty growing closer and closer to Rick, she began to worry that the same fate might fall on him. That kind of thing you had. That pain and torment of waking up one day only to find it had completely disappeared. Thinking of that, Morty, who hadn't slept well last night, forced himself to look alert and solemnly promised his mom that what she was worried about would not happen. "That's good. Go keep waiting for the school bus." Beth didn't say anything else. She walked toward the car parked in front of the garage, since she had to go to work too. An hour later. In math class, Morty propped his chin in both hands, looking like he was about to fall asleep. After finally managing to sleep all the way until lunch break and recover some energy, Morty stood by his locker in the hallway, ready to put his books away and then go eat lunch. He had just pulled the locker door open when a guy 2 heads taller than him suddenly appeared and shoved him in the back. "Well, look who it is. If it isn't Lord Morty himself. Never see you around. Where have you been making all that money? How about lending me some cash today?" Morty felt like this scene was weirdly familiar. Without saying a word, he hid his right hand from the guy and reached into his locker for a hammer, ready to smash it into him the second he tried anything again. He wasn't actually the timid original host. After traveling with Rick through countless multiverse, killing and looting all over the place, he had long since gotten ruthless. Some school thug wanted to bully him, then beat the crap out of him. But Rick arrived just in time, successfully saving the bully from his fate of ending up in the ICU. Now he could go straight into the ground instead. A freeze ray flashed, and a huge ice sculpture appeared in front of Morty. The layer of ice looked at least 3 centimeters thick. Yeah, this dude was basically done for. "Morty, come here for a second. I need your help picking a few mega seeds." After half a year of being bombarded by an endless flood of information, Morty finally remembered what day it was. Today was the first episode of Season 1 of Rick and Morty, the mega fruit, the one where a single seed, even a little bit of pulp, could grant the user intelligence no weaker than Rick's, was about to appear. His first chance to defy fate was finally here. As Rick led Morty toward the portal, just before stepping through, Morty couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something very important. What the hell did I forget? I keep feeling like it has something to do with the mega fruit. Chapter 6, Chapter 006. What the hell have you done? 1,358 words. Even after using that portal countless times over the past 6 months, every trip through its oily green surface revealed a world that somehow surpassed the limits of Morty's imagination. The world Rick had brought him to this time would easily rank among the top 3 weirdest places Morty had visited in the past 6 months. It was almost on par with the chairperson world from their very first trip. Deep purple grass covered the ground, beneath which lay reddish-brown soil so intensely red it looked downright unsettling. Donut-shaped trees grew everywhere. In the distance stood a futuristic metropolis built almost entirely from metal. Yet out here in the suburbs, there were no roads connecting them to the city. There were not even any dirt paths. All kinds of airships filled the sky, proving that this planet's civilization had moved beyond roads and fully embraced the age of flight. Other planets hung in the sky behind them, incredibly close to this one. Morty did not know anything about astronomy, but even he could tell that the planets were closer together than Earth and the Moon. They're that close, and nobody's worried about them smashing into each other. After witnessing countless bizarre things across the multiverse, Morty's heart had long since gone numb. He made a couple of remarks to himself, then turned his attention back to the mega fruit. But after looking around, he saw no sign of the mega tree that resembled an upside-down jellyfish. Rick seemed to have come here on a whim. He was busy tipping a bottle into his mouth and showed no urgency whatsoever about finding the mega fruit. Eager to find it, Morty hurriedly asked which way they were supposed to go. Then Rick's next move left him completely dumbfounded. After discovering that his bottle was empty and that he had not brought a spare, the old man opened a portal and went to get more booze. By the time he returned, the portal fluid in the portal gun had run completely dry. A cold breeze swept past them. Grandfather and grandson stared at the empty portal fluid vial on top of the portal gun. Morty was so furious he wanted to tackle Rick and grind his face into the dirt. It was bad enough that Rick's constant drinking caused endless trouble. Their family still owed the US president a massive pile of unpaid bills because of him. But now he could not even keep track of how much portal fluid was left in his own gun. Still, this had obviously been deliberate. When Morty connected it to the plot of the anime's first episode and what Rick had said last night, he gradually calmed down. Rick's evaluation of him was probably over. Morty had felt that something was off ever since Rick returned. After all, if Rick simply needed a Morty, he could have gone to the Citadel and picked one. The fact that Rick had clearly been trying to train him was what had kept Morty hopeful all this time. And now, it looked like Rick was finally getting serious. A real adventure was about to begin. So, seeing his precious grandson's expression shift back and forth, Rick crouched down and tried to reassure him. Morty, relax. I've seen plenty of crazy shit. Even in some strange new world, I can keep you safe. If anything dangerous shows up, you just run. I'll hold it off. Morty's mouth twitched. Rick did always protect him eventually. The problem was that Morty usually got mauled first. Thinking about it now, Rick might have been doing that on purpose too. Like the time he let a 12-winged, bird-headed angel brand Morty an evil heretic, tie him to a stake, and burn half his body to a crisp. Or the time an octopus more than a dozen times larger than 20 blue whales combined chased him through a deep-sea world. And then there was. What the hell kind of training was this? Just thinking about that giant octopus made Morty want to cry. After 6 months of this nightmare, he had finally encountered a world he recognized, the Chulhu universe. But Rick insisted on dragging him along to cut off one of Chulhu's hands, or rather, one of his squid tentacles, just to find out whether it would taste good grilled with cumin. Chulhu was understandably furious. Rick somehow escaped without a scratch, while Morty ended up cursed for 2 full days. That bastard did not lift the old god's curse until Morty was about to die. Just as Morty was about to respond, Rick spun around at lightning speed and bolted. Morty had seen this exact scene far too many times over the past 6 months. Something incredibly dangerous had definitely appeared behind him. Either that, or Rick was screwing with him again. Morty, run. I'm not messing with you this time. Whatever the hell is behind you, I've seriously never seen anything like it. That made Morty panic. Rick never bragged about this kind of thing. Which meant, damn it, one of these days, I'm going to tackle this rotten old bastard and grind his face into the dirt. Before running, though, Morty still had to see what was behind him. He turned around. Holy shit. Towering straight through the planet's atmosphere was one gigantic octopus-looking bastard. The Chulhu Morty had just been thinking about was actually standing right behind him. This was a disaster. Chulhu had learned how to travel into another universe. Something strange must have happened to his energy or body while crossing between universes. Previously, Chulhu had only been 300 meters tall, roughly the height of a skyscraper. Now he was as tall as Mount Everest. Behind him were his 2 children and his cousin, Hasta. The entire family of 4 had shown up. There was no need to think about who was responsible. This was definitely Rick's fault. Before Rick appeared, the monsters of the Chulhu universe had always believed that their world was the only one in existence. It was not until this completely out-of-place lunatic showed up that they discovered other worlds existed. Completely exhausted by the whole situation, Morty sprinted forward with all his strength. Unfortunately, Chulhu, whom Morty and Rick had carved a strip of squid meat from during their last encounter, was clearly here for them. So, question: how do you outrun a monster as tall as Mount Everest? Answer: curse Rick. Morty ran as hard as he could, caught up with Rick, and immediately started shouting. Rick, tell me what the hell is going on? Why is that giant squid chasing us? How the fuck should I know? I came to this planet to find the mega seed. How the hell would I know why he's after me? After answering, Rick seemed to remember something and quietly picked up his pace. Morty noticed immediately. Rick had definitely figured out the truth. Otherwise, he would not suddenly be running this fast. Rick, what the hell did you do? We only cut off one strip of squid. There's no way he'd travel all the way from another universe just to hunt us down over that. And how the hell did they learn inter-universal tracking technology? Traveling between universes was relatively simple, in a sense. But locating one specific person in another universe from your own was far more complicated and terrifying than inter-universal travel itself. Morty was certain that Rick had done more behind his back than steal a single piece of squid meat. Fortunately, good old Chulhu decided to clear up the mystery himself. Rick Sanchez, you piece of shit. You got Cthulhu pregnant. Stop right there. Morty turned and looked at Chulhu's daughter, Cthulhu. He sucked in a sharp breath. Morty had followed Rick on adventures all across the multiverse and had never scored even once. Yet this rotten old bastard had somehow managed to pull something like that while they were busy slicing off a strip of Chulhu. No wonder he was the strongest grandpa on Earth. That was fucking ruthless. He had even gone after a giant octopus. Chapter 7, Chapter 007, do you want to go back? 1,460 words. Rick, hurry up and think of something. We have to get out of here. If we stay on this planet, we're completely screwed. No. We have to find the mega fruit before we leave. Otherwise, tracking it down again won't be nearly this easy. Do you have any idea how rare the mega fruit is? Thanks to Rick's painfully well-practiced escape skills, honed through at least several decades of experience and elevated to an almost godlike level, the two of them fled deep into the planet by digging tunnels, crossing underground rivers, blowing up oil reservoirs, and detonating natural gas deposits. Unfortunately, the Chulhu family of 4, now enlarged n times over, clearly weren't the kind of NPCs who would stand around like idiots the moment their target escaped their attack range. Rick had run underground right in front of them. What were they supposed to do? Wasn't it obvious? Hollow out the whole damn planet. And so, 4 legendary beings from the Chulhu universe became a team of miserable miners, creating a scene so absurdly out of character that the civilization living on the planet had only one thing to say. Fuck this. What the hell had they done to deserve a disaster like this? Their planet had spent countless years developing from ancient times to the present day. An untold number of people had bled and wept to unite everyone under a single banner. They had finally left the age of the Earth behind and begun advancing toward the age of the sky and space. Then 4 things, each 8,846 meters tall, suddenly showed up. Were they trying to bring about the apocalypse? Someone get out there and blast those bastards. They still had a massive stockpile of weapons left over from before global unification, and they had never gotten the chance to use them. This was the perfect opportunity to clear out the inventory and prepare a space cruiser. We senior officials need to relocate somewhere safe so we can command the operation. That's right. Our command will only be effective from a secure location, but whether they used energy weapons or gunpowder weapons, they only managed to fire 2 or 3 volleys before Chulhu's maddening gibberish brought the attacks to a stop. After searching through their memories, the 4 discovered that this planet had an enormous population. It also had technology. What the hell was technology? As the very embodiment of the unnameable realm, Chulhu was far from stupid. After spending a little time figuring out what all those things were used for, he immediately turned them against Rick. Countless ground-based sensors were activated. Satellites in space began scanning the planet's surface. Meanwhile, the people across the planet who had been converted into Chulhu's followers spread out in every direction like swarming ants. Morty and Rick weren't sitting around waiting to die either. Rick was absolutely determined to leave with a mega fruit seed. If he couldn't, he would rather stay and have a proper fight with those 4 giants. Morty, on the other hand, he had only seen 10 episodes of the show, yet the very first episode had already been twisted by Chulhu into an adventure so insane it barely made sense. It was like living inside an online game and finally reaching your character's first job advancement, only for a boss meant for players on their 3rd job advancement to suddenly drop in front of you and start attacking. And if you died, you wouldn't even get the chance to delete your character and start over. The whole situation was so ridiculous that Morty had no intention of letting Rick off easy. He spent the entire trip bitching at him. Finally, while the 2 of them were making their way through an underground river, Rick snapped. "Fuck. Morty, you shit-brained little bastard. One of the unwritten rules of the Chulhu universe is that you never say their names out loud. I've told you that before. I already gave you a chance to drop it, but you worthless piece of garbage with a brain the size of a fly, have been whining in my ear this whole time. Do you seriously think none of this is your fault? Why don't I remember that?" Morty searched his memory, only to realize that everything related to that warning was completely gone. No, that wasn't right. He didn't forget things that easily. But Rick clearly had no intention of giving him more time to think about it. Using a laser drill to tunnel through the ground, the 2 of them had already traveled roughly 7 or 8 kilometers. Once Rick figured they had reached a safe area, he had no reason to keep crawling around underground. The 2 of them returned to the surface. In the distance, a group of people spotted them. They had human faces, horns growing from their heads, and bodies that made each of them look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Of course, he wasn't abandoning Rick. In a world with such an advanced civilization, even civilians were bound to carry a few common personal devices. Communication was essential to any civilization. Once a society entered the technological age, communication technology would inevitably develop along with it. Morty ran over to one of the bodies and, sure enough, found something that looked like a cell phone. The problem was that it was cylindrical, and he had no idea how to use it. But with Rick around, that wasn't worth worrying about. Morty brought the object back, took the gun from Rick, and continued shooting the enemies who had been turned into Chulhu's followers. Meanwhile, the ever-resourceful Rick began studying the cylinder. Morty picked them off one shot at a time. As he watched Rick focus intently on the device, he sighed inwardly. Honestly, if he weren't deliberately training me, he could handle all the thinking and problem-solving. Then I could figure out how to turn my adventures into nothing but eating, drinking, partying, and screwing around across the universe. Now that would be a damn good life. Morty fired several more shots and dropped a few burly men. He was in a fairly decent mood until Rick unleashed another torrent of profanity and ruined it. "Morty, you primitive life form who's worth less than dog shit. What the hell have I been teaching you this whole time? Alien stuff is different from ours. Different. Buying a pair of Hueli canvas shoes doesn't mean you can walk around telling everyone they're Converse sneakers. You picked up this crappy thermos and handed it straight to me without even checking it. What? Were you expecting me to connect to this planet's network with a thermos?" Morty said. Rick had already unscrewed the lid, revealing the warm water still steaming inside. After spending half a year getting verbally destroyed by Rick, Morty thought his face had become immune to embarrassment. Yet this time, he actually flushed. He had traveled through countless worlds and fought alongside Rick. And he had still made such a rookie mistake. It would be humiliating if anyone ever found out. Looks like once this is over, we're going back to Planet Grant 4 in Dimension C-167. The moment Rick mentioned Planet Grant 4, a shiver ran down Morty's spine. If he ranked every world he had visited during the past 6 months by how terrifying it was, Planet Grant 4 would take first place without question. The planet produced the most powerful warriors and assassins in Dimension C-167. To improve Morty's combat ability, Rick had claimed they were going there to discuss business, then kicked him straight into training. Morty had no problem with becoming stronger. But Planet Grant 4? What the fuck kind of place was that? It trained both the body and the soul. He fought on the battlefield during the day and fought in his dreams at night. It never stopped. Day and night, without a single break. Morty could have endured it if it had only been non-stop fighting. After all, no matter how bizarre his opponents were, he just had to face them head-on. But there were warrior training courses. And assassin training courses. And through the worst stroke of luck imaginable, Rick had signed him up for a counter-assassination course. Every day, 300 assassins came at him from every possible direction, covering all 365 degrees without a single blind spot. So the moment Rick said he was sending him back to Planet Grant 4 after this, Morty immediately panicked. Chapter 8, Chapter 008, Eating the Mega Fruit. 1,223 words. The situation was urgent, sure. But escaping wasn't something they could accomplish by yelling a few times. They still had to put one foot in front of the other and run. And the 4 members of the Chulhu family were no pushovers. In the stories, anyone who saw them or heard their voices inevitably went insane. But this was Rick. After subjecting the phenomenon to a full course of scientific analysis, he had definitively classified Chulhu's non-physical attacks as mental attacks. More importantly, those attacks had an upper limit. Otherwise, how the hell had Chulhu managed to have a son and daughter? Obviously, both parents' bodies could fully withstand each other's mental attacks, which made those attacks practically useless against one another. So Rick's solution to the noise was actually pretty simple. A universal language translator that covered the entire range of hearing, combined with a jamming function, took care of the voices. If the sound carried a weak energy component, he could add the multi-frequency signal jammer he used to evade the Galactic Federation, preventing it from locking onto a target. And if it still managed to lock on, the energy dissolver would deal with the energy. Physical attacks, though. Those were the reason Rick and Morty were running. Going from 300 meters tall to 8,000 meters was an n-fold increase in size. In a sense, their combat power had also skyrocketed by a factor of n. Fortunately, Chulhu's absurd arrival had triggered an apocalypse on a civilized planet. As the Galactic Steward, the Galactic Federation obviously couldn't stay out of it. The Gromflamites might have looked pretty pathetic in the show, but their opponent had been Rick. Even the Citadel had been built partly to hide from the Galactic Federation and Rick's other enemies. The Gromflamites were actually terrifyingly powerful. The production team just hadn't had the budget to show it. That was why the Galactic Federation looked like nothing more than a bunch of Gromflamites backed by a pathetic fleet of a few dozen ships. But when this emergency broke out, they casually deployed 500 warships, each 10,000 kilometers long. And another 200 warships, each 100,000 kilometers long. Energy turrets covered the ships so densely that the sight alone could trigger trypophobia. They poured endless blasts into the 4 Chulhu beings as though ammunition cost nothing. The entire planet began trembling beneath the impossibly rapid bombardment. Chulhu's gibberish and horrifying appearance were practically useless against the Gromflamites. Their technology had already advanced to the point of manipulating consciousness. There was no way they would have neglected defenses against mental attacks. That left the Chulhu family with only one option: a physical fight. Alright, they're here. Let's keep looking for the mega fruits. Rick had finally found a communication device on one of the corpses. He glanced up at the warships filling the sky, then took off in another direction. Morty had already dealt with the Galactic Federation several times. He stared at the massive black and red warships with naked envy. They might not have been as powerful as Rick's little rust bucket. But in the interstellar age, Who didn't worship at the Church of More Guns? Morty tore his gaze away and followed Rick. The two of them killed their way through the planet's creatures and inhabitants until they finally reached a valley. The mega trees grew so densely that they formed an entire forest. Morty and Rick both stared, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The mega trees had only played a major supporting role in the Season 1 pilot, with just a few brief appearances afterward. But they were actually cultivated on a massive scale throughout the Citadel. There was only one reason for that. Even for Rick's, whose intelligence was already absurdly high, these things could push it another huge step forward. They were among the rarest items ever shown in the entire Rick and Morty universe, but they absolutely deserved to be called legendary. Rick had no desire to visit the Citadel, so naturally, the only way to obtain mega fruits was to gather them in the wild. Or rather, off-planet. Morty rushed forward. Faced with a trunk nearly 2 meters tall, he grabbed on with both hands and scrambled up. Climbing. What are you, a caveman? Rick watched Morty clamber up the tree and sneered in disgust. Then he pulled a pair of shoes from somewhere. He activated their adhesion function and simply walked up the trunk as though it were flat ground. But the moment he saw Morty bite straight into the flesh of a mega fruit, his face twisted in horror. Rick had realized long ago that Morty desperately wanted to become stronger. That was why he had been deliberately training him. But this stuff. Even Rick wouldn't dare eat it unprocessed. Morty was practically begging to die. By then, however, Morty had already entered an extraordinary state. He had never experienced anything like it in his life. It was as though a single-core CPU had suddenly been upgraded to 30,000 cores. In that instant, his mind and consciousness became godlike. Everything he saw was stripped down from its most superficial appearance. His thoughts plunged deeper and deeper, producing complete, systematic, and critical analyses. With nothing more than a grain of sand, the wind blowing past him, the condition of the soil, the periodic table, and countless other factors, Morty could reconstruct how it had looked 10 years ago, 100 years ago, even 1,000 years ago. The Galactic Federation warships in the sky were dismantled by his terrifying processing power. Their unified structures broke apart in his mind, each functional section becoming an individual component. Even without ever seeing the interior, Morty used pure logic to reconstruct an entire warship 100,000 kilometers long. From its gun turrets to a crew member's cup of coffee, even the internal water recycling system, every last detail was calculated inside his mind. Nuclear fusion. The Meeseeks box. Technology capable of unlocking animal intelligence. One invention after another unfolded from its most basic principles. After a single second, Morty understood how to create nuclear fusion. By the second, enhancing animal intelligence had become easy. So this is what it feels like to be Rick. Nothing can stop me. Then Morty realized the portal gun was what he should really be thinking about. And his mind came to a dead stop. Even Rick had paid an enormous price to develop that technology. Morty felt like a scientist standing before the problem of nuclear fusion, tearing his hair out with no idea where to begin. Because in a way, the portal gun was a complete glitch in reality. How much energy would it take, and how unusual and stable would that energy need to be, to create a portal that wouldn't kill its user? How could anyone locate the coordinates of another universe? If universes had coordinates, did that mean distant universes were actually located side by side? And if universes were packed neatly together like cigarettes in a pack, what lay beyond the multiverse? The deeper Morty thought, the paler his face became. He was finally beginning to understand why Rick had become a nihilist. Just then, a tremendous force slammed into Morty's stomach. Chapter 9, Chapter 009, Mega Fruit Acquired. 1,220 words. Once this stuff starts dissolving, it has to be removed. With your body, your intelligence and physical strength will drop by 70% for at least 72 hours, and you still had the balls to eat it raw. What the hell were you thinking? If it isn't removed, you little shit, you'll be dead within 24 hours. Rick's punch forced the fruit pulp out of Morty's stomach. Before Morty could even get angry or ask what the hell was going on, Rick's explanation finally reminded him of the one thing he had been unable to recall before stepping through the portal. Mega fruits and mega seeds couldn't be eaten raw. They had to be thoroughly processed first. I'm screwed. I forgot about that. Only moments ago, Morty had been at the absolute peak of his life, using that boundless intelligence to work out technologies like nuclear fusion and the Meeseeks box from scratch. Now the world before him was becoming ordinary again. The fine analytical ability that came with his heightened intelligence was plummeting. Then the physical weakness hit. His legs began to shake, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Rick looked down at him in disgust. You've been running around with me for 6 months. Do you seriously still not know what you can eat and what you can't? Do you think Chulhu's squid strips are edible? Morty asked weakly. Rick turned to look at the Chulhu family of 4 in the distance, currently being bombarded by the Galactic Federation. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Well, don't you think they'd be nice and chewy? Morty said. The portal gun was completely out of portal fluid, so Rick wasn't in any hurry to take Morty away. He planned to wait until the Galactic Federation finished driving those 4 monsters off, then find a chance to hitch a ride on a ship to interdimensional customs. The 2 of them sat down against a tree. Rick wasn't the type who could sit quietly for long. As he watched Chulhu getting the shit beaten out of him, he began telling Morty things he would never normally say. Morty, this has already gone way beyond what I expected or planned. You know that, right? You're too hungry for it. Too desperate to make yourself stronger. That isn't necessarily a bad thing, but arrogance is one trait I really don't want you developing. So while your IQ is temporarily in the toilet, I want you to remember one thing. Once a Morty gets arrogant, he inevitably causes an endless chain of horrible consequences. Morty's IQ had temporarily been cut by about 70%, but those words immediately triggered a memory. Rick had said the same thing after Evil Rick and Evil Morty appeared. Looking back, those words clearly carried a deeper meaning. Morty remembered Evil Rick restraining Rick and searching his memories, only to find images of Morty as a child. His heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the answer to a long-standing mystery finally became clear. Morty and even his own mother hadn't seen Rick in 20 years. So who was the young Morty in Rick's memories? The answer was practically staring him in the face. Could the evil Morty who appears later be the one Rick personally raised? Is he training me so I can fight evil Morty? Morty sucked in a sharp breath. Being treated like a tool felt like shit. But he also knew that every gift came with a price. If Rick hadn't chosen him, Morty would either have lived out an ordinary, uneventful life or been picked up by some unreliable Rick. Instead, he had ended up with the man who was unquestionably the Rickiest Rick. He had already come out way ahead. But now that he understood the situation, Morty also began thinking about leaving Rick. He didn't want to spend his entire life living in Rick's shadow. He deserved a life of his own. Morty would not remain Rick's lackey. For the first time in 6 months, Morty made up his mind to run away again. While Rick wasn't looking, he quietly picked up a mega fruit that had fallen to the ground, peeled it, removed its flesh, and stuffed some of the pulp into the small plastic water bottle in his pocket. He would rather die than shove that thing deep inside himself. Absolutely not. The battle in the distance continued for another half-hour before Chulhu and the others were finally blasted away, bringing the conflict to a temporary end. Those monsters might have been overwhelmingly powerful in their own stories, but that was only because the humans in those stories didn't have enough firepower. Rick had said it before. When something started acting mysterious, spouting cryptic bullshit, and pretending to be some unknowable horror, the trick was not to play by its rules. Just blow the fucker up. Even if the enemy was made entirely of spirit, finding the right way to attack it meant you could still kill it. Afterward, Morty followed Rick as they slipped aboard one of the planet's ships and traveled to interdimensional customs. Once they made it safely home, Rick dumped Morty onto his bed. Using the 30% of his intelligence and physical strength he still had left, Morty reached under the bed and pulled out the Meeseeks box. He pressed the button on top. A little blue man about 5 feet 10 inches tall appeared out of thin air. "I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Do me a favor. Put this bottle in the freezer." After giving him the simple task, Morty watched Mr. Meeseeks leave the room. Morty had always believed Rick's little invention had plenty of room for improvement. In the show, Mr. Meeseeks had failed to teach Morty's dad how to play golf, yet another one had managed to help his mom become a more complete woman. The problems in his parents' marriage had already gone far beyond what ordinary humans could handle. Yet Mr. Meeseeks had managed to offer his mother a little motivational advice and help her feel more whole inside. So Morty decided to use all the fruit pulp he had brought back to upgrade the Meeseeks box. Once Mr. Meeseeks became capable of scientific research, Morty wouldn't have to rack his own brain over all that headache-inducing R&D. I'll call it Meeseeks 2.0. With that thought, Morty fell into a deep sleep. Downstairs, Rick had just stepped out of the garage when he saw Mr. Meeseeks placing a plastic water bottle packed with fruit pulp into the freezer. With Rick's intelligence, he immediately figured out what Morty was planning. Trying to hide it from him while searching for a way to make the human body absorb mega fruit pulp. Still, Rick didn't interfere. Infinite Mortys meant infinite possibilities. And this Morty was different from 99.999% of all the others in many ways. He was starting to look one of a kind. That was exactly what Rick wanted. He had no interest in an incompetent Morty, but he didn't want one who was completely impossible to control either. Morty's current behavior proved that the last 6 months Rick had spent educating him and drilling ideas into his head hadn't gone to waste. I can't wait to see what he eventually becomes. Chapter 10, Chapter 010, Journey to the Chulhu Dimension. 1,312 words. Morty had never realized that the Rick he'd encountered had a bit of a Pokémon master streak. After spending 3 full days lying in bed like a vegetable, he finally recovered from the mega fruit side effects. Just as he was preparing for another adventure, his mom and dad called him and Rick into the living room, both wearing grave expressions. "Dad, you're always taking Morty out on adventures. His grades have already." Hearing the same tired argument again, Rick covered his face in exasperation. He had about 10,000 ways to tell his son-in-law to go fuck himself. He didn't even need to think to know Jerry had been stirring this shit up behind the scenes. Rick just couldn't understand it. Jerry was already a complete moron, yet he insisted on making his son follow the same idiotic path and live some so-called normal life. Unless Rick remembered wrong, Jerry had been unemployed for quite a while. He was a jobless middle-aged man who couldn't find work, lived entirely off his wife, and spent every day lost in stupid fantasies. Yet he still wanted to kick Rick out. If Rick's own daughter hadn't kept protecting him, Jerry would have learned what a Rick-style iron fist felt like a long time ago. Yeah. Rock fucking solid. The guy couldn't even afford to have a key copied, and he thought he had the right to accuse Rick of holding his son back? Rick wasn't the type to swallow his anger when someone pulled this kind of crap. Jerry wanted a fight. Fine. Bring it. They could see whose skull cracked first. But when Rick saw the serious expression on his daughter's face, he opened his mouth, then glanced sideways at Morty, who was pretending to be part of the furniture. Rick proposed that if he could get Morty an A on one exam within a week, without cheating, they would stop interfering with his business. Jerry, who didn't want Morty going on any more adventures at all, immediately refused. Absolutely not. His never going again. Rick couldn't have cared less what Jerry thought. He looked at his daughter. Beth had always been the one who actually made the decisions in this family, not Jerry. If he gets an A, he can go out 3 times a week at most. 10. 4. 9. As Morty listened to them haggle over how many adventures he would be allowed to go on each week, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Honestly, he wanted to drop out of school and travel around having fun with Rick. But if he said that out loud, his mom would definitely. For now, he would have to put up with it. Once he found a way to upgrade the Meeseeks box, he could climb the tech tree one step at a time until he was able to build his own portal gun. Only then would he truly be free. In the end, they settled on 5 adventures a week. But Morty also had to earn an A on an exam within that same week. All right, Morty. Let's go to the garage and figure out how studying works. Rick led Morty into the garage. The instant the door closed behind them, his expression changed. They had to make another trip to the Chulhu dimension. He didn't mention a single word about helping Morty get an A. Morty had no fondness for those giant octopuses. What are we going back for? That whole family tried to kill us last time. Going back now is basically delivering ourselves right to their doorstep. Morty, do you have any idea how superior my DNA is? Morty silently glanced at the closed door, almost able to see his mom sitting on the couch and already arguing with her husband. Yeah, it was pretty superior. At least outside of combat, those two had reached the absolute pinnacle of humanity when it came to tearing each other apart. Rick lightly smacked Morty on the head. Then he spoke with unusual gravity. My DNA is so exceptional that no matter how many gardens I've wandered through, I've never left a seed behind. But this time, one slipped through. It's a little awkward, Morty said. And this happened in the Chulhu dimension. Do you have any idea what kind of horrifying child an elder god combined with my DNA could produce? So I'm getting a Chulhu uncle or aunt, Rick said. He fell silent for a second or two, fighting the urge to kick Morty straight into the Chulhu dimension and make him solve the problem alone. Then Rick opened a portal. Old people first, Morty said. He had no intention of being the first one back into the Chulhu dimension. For fuck's sake, Morty. A few octopus-faced freaks with human bodies scared you this badly? Rick strode through the portal. Only then did Morty follow him. The moment they entered the Chulhu dimension, the perpetually grey and hazy sky pressed down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Even more alarming were the enormous octopuses in the distant ocean. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and all four of them were staring directly at Rick and Morty. They had run into the entire Chulhu family the second they arrived. Morty could only silently marvel at how Rick's teleportation had become more precise than ever before. Then he listened as the two sides started arguing. The gist of it was simple. The child had to be terminated. Rick's reasoning was that these creatures spent all their time either sleeping or putting on creepy, mystical bullshit, so they had no idea how exceptional old Rick's genes really were. After the beating they had taken from the Galactic Federation, Chulhu's family had also realized that the wider universe contained countless beings even more vicious than they were. Compared to that, Rick merely cutting off a tentacle while they slept last time had actually been pretty considerate. So the two sides stood politely on the shore and negotiated. Morty, of course, behaved exactly as he always did. Whenever Rick wasn't paying attention, he slipped away to explore the area and see whether there was any loot worth bringing home. This time, though, he would be more careful. The little statue he had taken home last time had cursed him for several days and nearly killed him. Morty quietly followed the coastline. Before long, he came across a large wooden house the size of a villa. It had 2 floors, a 200-square-meter garden in front, and a swimming pool behind it filled with dead leaves. He pushed open the dilapidated wooden door. The interior was dark, and the rotten floorboards looked ready to collapse under a single heavy step. Fortunately, Morty was still a kid and weighed far less than an adult. By deliberately stepping lightly, he managed to reach the living room safely. The moment he entered and saw the family portrait hanging on the wall, his face twisted in horror. That was impossible. Chulhu Rick, Chulhu Morty, Chulhu Beth, Chulhu Jerry, and Chulhu Summer. All 5 of them were together in the family portrait. Goosebumps spread across Morty's entire body. There was a Rick in this world. Only then did Morty realize that the room's layout was almost identical to his own house. Which raised an obvious question. Where were this world's Rick and Morty? Since the layout was practically the same as his home, the garage entrance should be beside the dining room. Morty walked over, grabbed the doorknob, and pushed the door open. The sight before him left him completely stunned. Fuck. This is nowhere near as simple as it looks. We never told them our names last time. How the hell did they know Rick's full name? Because this world's Rick was planning the exact same thing. Chapter 11, Chapter 011, The Chulhu Dimension. 1,125 words. The revolting, lightless flesh cocoons. The sight was so graphic that every website on the internet would have banned it in a second. Every moment Morty looked at them tested the limits of what he could stomach. But he didn't retreat or go back to ask Rick for help. Instead, he forced his body forward, suppressing his fear of the unknown and pressing on without hesitation. He had already decided to use the intelligence boost from the Mega Fruit to upgrade the Meeseeks box and eventually break free from Rick. How could he back down now just because of a few disgusting sights? Of course, Morty wasn't reckless enough to charge in completely unprepared. After he was cursed during their last trip to the Chulhu dimension, Rick had implanted an omnidirectional defense device beneath his skin. It did not protect him from Chulhu. The instant Morty encountered danger, nanobots would surge from his body and form a protective wall in the air. Then they would send Rick a distress signal. With that in mind, Morty gathered his courage and stepped closer. What he found was completely unexpected. The flesh cocoon was empty. No. All 5 of them were empty. Then where had the people who were supposed to be inside gone? Morty didn't believe their flesh cocoon plan had failed. On the contrary, the smooth inner walls showed that whatever had been gestating inside had successfully emerged. Which meant, maybe Chulhu Rick and the others already left. Or maybe they're still somewhere in this world. Or maybe they've been right in front of us this whole time. The Chulhu family of 4? The possibility made Morty restless. During the 3 days he had spent bedridden, he had gritted his teeth and studied the Chulhu mythos all over again. Chulhu was the most iconic figure in the Chulhu dimension. With the female Great Old One Idyer alone, he had fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter. He also had several other children with other Great Old Ones. Chulhu was practically the leading advocate of population growth in this world. How could he possibly have only 2 children? Could it be Morty only wanted to get away from Rick? He had never intended to get him killed. He immediately hurried out of the house and ran back the way he had come. Rick was leaning against the shoreline with Chulhu himself. Each of them had a bottle of beer in hand as they gazed up at the bright moon. Or rather, up at Azathoth. The 2 looked so friendly that all they were missing was a barbecue. Seeing that things seemed to be going well, Morty slowed down and tried not to look too anxious. This is the first time I've ever seen Rick make friends. I never would have guessed that someone who makes enemies everywhere would be so good at getting along with his father-in-law. The thought that Chulhu might actually become Rick's father-in-law made Morty deeply uncomfortable. Then he considered what it would mean if the pregnant one was Chulhu Summer, or, what the fuck? If I ever got another chance at life, I'd rather go to the Warhammer universe and fight greenskins bare-chested than end up in a world like Rick and Morty again. This place is way too violent and horny. Morty shook those increasingly Rick-like thoughts out of his head and quickened his pace. When he reached Rick, he gestured for them to step aside and talk privately. Rick was clearly drunk. He swept one hand through the air with drunken bravado. What could you possibly have to say that you can't say in front of my bro Chulhu? Don't treat the guy like an outsider, but he is an outsider. Morty muttered. He looked up at the 300-meter-tall Chulhu beside Rick, who was holding a 50-meter-tall barrel of alcohol. His octopus face and curious stare made Morty decide that once this was over, he should burn his copy of the Chulhu mythos. Even the author who wrote it probably never imagined a scene like this. Rick and Chulhu drinking together like old friends. Since Rick was obviously too drunk to cooperate, Morty lowered his head, leaned close to his ear, and quickly whispered what he had discovered. Rick's eyes went wide the instant he heard it. He looked like he had never even considered the possibility that this world might have its own Rick. Rick normally wore the same blank, indifferent expression no matter what disaster he faced. Seeing that expression suddenly change made Morty's heart lurch. Had he guessed correctly? The next second, Rick set down his beer, made up an excuse, and scraped some skin from Chulhu's body. He placed it inside the analyzer he carried with him to examine the creature's true composition. Morty could only give Rick a silent thumbs up. A 300-meter-tall Chulhu was standing right beside them, watching. And Rick was analyzing his tissue right in front of him. Morty glanced up, but Chulhu didn't appear particularly bothered. The analyzer processed the sample almost instantly and confirmed that the creature before them really was Chulhu himself. Morty had barely begun to relax when Rick smacked him squarely on top of the head. "Don't scare me with shit like that again. I almost dropped dead from high blood pressure, Rick snapped. How is that my fault? Morty immediately defended himself. The last time we came here, we were in the deep sea, cutting. He felt Chulhu's eyes lock onto him and immediately abandoned that line of thought. The point is, we never saw that cabin last time. I was just wandering around, found the place, then saw the family portrait. How was I not supposed to freak out? More importantly, whatever had been inside those flesh cocoons might already have hatched. What? You're only telling me something that important now? Rick bolted toward the cabin. Morty followed close behind, and Chulhu came running with them. As Morty ran, he glanced at the 300-meter-tall giant and complained silently. Why the hell are you tagging along? He soon found out why Chulhu had joined them after accidentally overhearing their conversation. This cabin. Rick Sanchez. It was him. There's no mistake. Chulhu was clearly agitated. Morty leaned toward Rick and whispered, "What the hell did you two talk about while I was gone?" "What did we talk about?" "Our alibis, obviously. I've been through more women than you can count, never used protection, and I still only ended up with one daughter. Morty, if you used even half your goddamn brain, you'd realize it's already extremely difficult for me to have any more children. And after talking to him, I found out that I went to see Cthulhu twice that day." Chapter 12, Chapter 012, Hatching the Cocoon. 1,186 words. Well, shit. Last time Morty and Rick came to the Chulhu dimension to slice off some Chulhu squid strips and grill them, Rick had disappeared for a while. He had actually gone after Cthulhu. After Rick left, this world's Chulhu Rick approached Cthulhu while disguised as a normal Rick and took a second turn. As a result, Cthulhu had dragged the entire Chulhu dimension down from the lofty realm of the unnameable into a story about an enraged father chasing a deadbeat across universes. And now Rick refused to let that stand. Someone had used the name of the Rickiest Rick to pull some sneaky underhanded bullshit. Rick had screwed his way across countless universes, but he had always openly admitted to everything he had done. This had to be dealt with. Even if Azathoth woke up, old Rick would blast that bastard apart, then help his bro Chulhu claim the #1 spot on the Chulhu power ranking. "I never said that. Quit making shit up," Chulhu protested. "My loyalty to the supreme god Azathoth is absolute. Heaven and earth are my witnesses," Morty said. Their conversation had somehow gone from finding Chulhu Rick to helping a guy Rick had just met kill his boss and become the top dog in the universe. Morty couldn't take it anymore. Every extra second they spent in the Chulhu dimension made the situation more dangerous. Couldn't they just find Chulhu Rick as fast as possible, figure out what the hell was going on, then decide whether to kill him or let him live? Why did Rick have to drag Chulhu into all this? Just listen to the shit he was saying. Chulhu kept insisting he didn't want any part of it, but the giant wings on his back were flapping like crazy with excitement. At this rate, the ever-loyal Chulhu might take Rick straight to Azathoth in the next second. But Rick was clearly having too much fun talking. Morty decided to search the cabin again. If he remembered correctly, nearly every Rick in every universe liked building a secret base beneath the garage. Earlier, Morty had been worried that Chulhu Rick might suddenly jump him, so he hadn't searched the area carefully. Now that Rick was right outside the cabin, it should be safe to take a look underground. Morty returned to the cabin and headed toward the garage. He pulled a small metal cylinder from his pocket and pressed its button, causing a red laser blade to extend from the tip. Rick had built the little Star Wars knockoff out of boredom. It had mysteriously disappeared 2 months ago because Morty had secretly taken it. Morty had stashed plenty of Rick's little inventions under his bed and buried several more in the backyard. He poked one of the flesh cocoons with the lightsaber. After confirming that the lifeless object no longer had much defensive strength, Morty followed his memory and cleared a path to the underground base's entrance. He didn't bother with anything elaborate. The moment he found the right section of wooden floor, he drove the lightsaber straight through it. Black mist erupted from below. Protected by the defense system Rick had personally built for him, Morty didn't panic. He calmly took a step back. The black mist slowly took shape before his eyes. Eventually, it formed a Chulhu Rick. This Chulhu version of Rick differed from the normal Rick in only two ways. He had octopus tentacles covering his face and a pair of hairless wings on his back. He was clearly the magical equivalent of AI Rick. The moment he appeared and saw a Morty without facial tentacles, he froze for several seconds. After thinking it over, he asked, "Morty from another world, have you come here because you crave power?" The line sounded strangely familiar. Morty answered without thinking. "And what will it cost me, Gull?" "Ahem. Rick." This world had no World of Warcraft, so AI Chulhu Rick naturally missed the Gul'dan reference. Instead, he got straight to the point. "If you crave power, I will grant you power. But you must release me and give me a physical body." Morty fell silent for a second, then readily agreed. "No problem. And if he was lying, then may a Morty drop dead. In that case, I will show you the power this world's Rick sealed beneath the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden floorboards in front of Morty silently shifted aside. A wooden staircase leading underground appeared. It was pitch black down there. If Morty fell, he could forget about ever climbing back out. Suspecting a trap, Morty said, could you light the place up?" "Don't you have night vision?" AI Chulhu Rick asked. "If I had night vision, why the hell would I ask you for a light?" "Fine." AI Chulhu Rick produced an oil lamp from nowhere and lit it. A song lyric suddenly flashed through Morty's mind. "The ape lights the lamp, illuminating my home." With the oil lamp burning, Morty stood at the entrance to the underground base and caught a glimpse of Chulhu Rick's collection. It was both thrilling and terrifying. Once he decided there probably wasn't any immediate danger below, Morty descended the stairs. Weapon after weapon, tool after tool, along with all kinds of potions and specimens, appeared before him. Nearly everything followed the same twisted fantasy Chulhu aesthetic. Morty was immediately disappointed. "Don't you have anything that doesn't look horrifying? Look at that sword. If I pulled that thing out while trying to save somebody, the dying victim would probably grab the killer's gun and shoot me instead. And don't you people have guns? Forget the bows and crossbows for a second. They've got strings made out of flesh that could trigger trypophobia just by looking at them. Unless those things can fire magic arrows, what the hell would I even do with them?" After Morty spent several minutes trashing everything in sight, AI Chulhu Rick finally lost his temper. "You entitled little shit." He hadn't even introduced any of these items yet, and Morty was already picking them apart, acting like some rich kid visiting a miserable backwater. "Fine." Morty thought this stuff was beneath him. Then AI Chulhu Rick would bring out the good shit. He swept his right hand through the air, and the stone wall beside him began shifting under the control of some unseen energy. The section covered in grotesque weapons slowly rotated. Then a long sword blazing with golden light appeared before Morty. "The Godslayer sword. What do you think? Badass enough for you? If you stab that giant octopus outside with this sword, it is 100% guaranteed to die." Chapter 13, Chapter 013, Sword of Silence. 1245 words. The blade can grow longer or shorter according to the wielder's will, and its sharpness can be adjusted as well. But no matter how sharp a weapon is, it still needs something special to be useful in this world. Even if it can pierce any defense, the monsters here are often several meters, dozens of meters, or even hundreds of meters tall. What good does merely breaking their skin do? That's why Chulhu Rick created this weapon. And what truly makes it effective is, of course, its silence effect. As AI Chulhu Rick explained everything at length, Morty stood beside him with stars in his eyes and a look of pure admiration. That adoration gave AI Chulhu Rick a taste of the praise normally reserved for a real Rick. It was a feeling only a Morty could provide. Caught up in it, he gradually revealed details he had originally intended to keep hidden. As for Morty, he kept wearing the same worshipful expression, but inwardly, he carefully memorized everything AI Chulhu Rick said while mocking him at the same time. Sure enough, every Rick in every universe falls for the same trick. Without someone validating you and making you feel like your existence matters, you either kill yourselves or sink even deeper into nihilism. Watching the show had been one thing. After spending 6 months with Rick in person, Morty had figured out a few ways to manipulate him. One of them was simple. Rick was a pitiful man trapped in a cold universe. Unless he joined the other Ricks at the Citadel for warmth, the only comfort he could find came from his family. He needed validation. That was right. Rick was incredibly vulnerable to it. The old man's need for control was overwhelming. Losing the people he loved had caused him so much pain that he now despised seeing anything slip beyond his control. And once something did escape his control, Rick would eliminate the threat without mercy before it had the chance to become dangerous. Even if that threat was Morty himself. That was why Morty had spent the past 6 months acting almost entirely as Rick's perfect tool. Getting away from Rick was never going to be easy. By the time AI Chulhu Rick finished his explanation, Morty finally understood how the Golden Godslayer sword could kill the Elder Gods. Put simply, the Chulhu dimension had 3 major factions: the Great Old Ones, the Elder Gods, and the Outer Gods. Within this dimension, they were practically invincible. Under the laws of this world, they were extremely difficult to kill. Most of them did not even possess a true physical form. To create a single weapon capable of dealing with all 3 factions, this world's Chulhu Rick had attacked the problem at its source. The result was the Sword of Silence. Against life forms from outside the Chulhu dimension, it would do little more than inflict ordinary sword wounds. But most monsters in the Chulhu dimension were incapable of shutting up. Even while asleep, they constantly babbled inside their minds and affected the creatures around them. That uncontrollable, maddening speech contained enormous amounts of energy. If the voices were silenced, the energy would continue accumulating inside them until they eventually exploded. So how long do I have to leave this thing stuck inside them? Now that Morty understood how it worked, he also noticed that Chulhu Rick had not taken the sword with him. The weapon suddenly seemed a lot less useful. A day. A year. Or maybe. Forget it. You're not getting a physical body. Morty turned around and walked away. He felt as though AI Chulhu Rick had just wasted a huge chunk of his time. Sure, the sword sounded impressive. But Chulhu Rick had not even taken it with him, and AI Chulhu Rick could not estimate how long it needed to work. Wasn't that just screwing people over? When AI Chulhu Rick saw Morty leaving, his expression darkened. Being looked down on by anyone was bad enough. Being looked down on by a little punk like Morty was something else entirely. You little bastard. You dare look down on your grandpa's magical AI. Morty had only taken a few steps when the staircase ahead of him began to shrink. The opening above it narrowed along with it. The light vanished. Darkness swallowed the entire space. First came the whisper of a single man. Then countless mouths began whispering at once. Those voices could have driven a sane person mad within seconds, but they had no effect on Morty whatsoever. He had already fallen into that trap once. He wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Besides, this thing was not Chulhu Rick. It was only his magical AI, yet it still had the nerve to act this cocky. It was getting way too full of itself. Unable to see even a trace of light, Morty casually tapped the skin of his left arm several times. The protective device implanted beneath it began transmitting a signal to Rick. Outside, Rick was still bullshitting with Chulhu when he sensed the message. He turned toward the cabin's storage area. After hesitating for several seconds, he stayed where he was and replied through the communication channel. Morty, you know how many defensive systems I installed in our house, right? Yeah. Morty answered with obvious resignation. As expected, Rick continued, this is another version of my base. If I charge in without thinking, it'll inevitably cause even more unpredictable consequences, so figure out how to get out by yourself. Unpredictable consequences. You're sounding so damn Chulhu right now that I'm starting to wonder if the giant octopus out there really has become your brother. Rick refused to make any reckless moves outside the cabin. That meant Morty would have to escape on his own. But Morty had no interest in fighting AI Chulhu Rick while it held the home field advantage. So he immediately backed down. After all, every Rick enjoyed the feeling of crushing a Morty. Sure enough, the moment Morty apologized, the black mist surrounding him vanished. Ha! Morty. AI Chulhu Rick took physical form again. Morty, who had only just surrendered, immediately stated his terms. He wanted the sword and the truth about what had happened here. In exchange, he would have Rick outside find a way to give AI Chulhu Rick a physical body. Kid, I'm not stupid. The guy outside won't come in because he's afraid I'll attack him. And I refuse to appear in front of him because I'm afraid he'll kill me. So here's the plan. First, I'll teach you how to build an incubation cocoon. Then I'll enter the cocoon, and once that's done, we can talk business. Morty stared seriously at AI Chulhu Rick for several seconds, suppressing the urge to laugh, then agreed. But Morty was far too stupid to figure this out on his own. AI Chulhu Rick would have to explain every detail of constructing the incubation cocoon without leaving out a single thing. Don't worry, I don't want anything going wrong with my own incubation either. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Okay. With a faint smile, Morty followed AI Chulhu Rick's instructions and began gathering materials from around the underground base. He started preparing to build the incubation cocoon. Rick's version of Chulhu knowledge, plus the technology for building an incubation cocoon. I've hit the jackpot this time. Chapter 14, Chapter 014, From Apprentice to Master, The Crash Course. 1,170 words. First, you know we're in the Chulhu dimension, right? The most terrifying thing in this world is getting closer to the truth. The closer you get, the more incomprehensible things you discover, until your entire understanding of reality collapses and drives you insane. Hey, I'm teaching you here. Why'd your hands stop? Hurry up. That potion has to reach 500 degrees before you pour it in. Beside a brown wooden table, Morty was taking the incubation cocoon, From Apprentice to Master, 1-hour crash course, holding several potion bottles in his bare hands. He frantically processed the ingredients while listening to AI Chulhu Rick show off everything he knew. Morty had no idea whether Chulhu Rick had the same personality as this AI. But at least he knew his own Rick wasn't the type to ramble. Rick hated explaining why he did anything. Just trust him. That was all anyone needed to know. So meeting such a talkative AI Rick for the first time was both a blessing and a curse. After all, Morty had to build the incubation cocoon while memorizing everything the AI taught him. He had barely finished the first preparation step, gathering all the ingredients for the potion, when Rick began urging him to come outside. Morty, when the hell are you coming out? Is that magical AI Rick in there licking your balls or something? Is that why you can't tear yourself away? Jesus. I've completely failed as a grandpa. I forgot you're already going through puberty. Looks like I'll have to figure out how to help you land Jessica. Come on, hurry up and get out here. Stop hanging around with that dumbass trying to rebel, Morty said. AI Chulhu Rick said. Is the Rick you travel with always this much of an asshole? What Rick isn't an asshole? After that brief exchange, Morty raised his voice and shouted, Rick. I'm building him an incubation cocoon in exchange for information about what happened during the hatching. Either come down here and help, or shut the hell up out there. Outside, Rick rolled his eyes. He had already used his X-ray goggles to see everything happening underground and had listened in on their entire conversation. But Morty. If the kid had bothered talking to Chulhu for a few minutes, he would have learned that some universes imposed restrictions on certain laws and forms of energy. A simple example would be this. Universe A allowed both magical energy and technological energy. But if someone traveled to Universe B, where technological energy was restricted, an energy gun might stop working. However, if they found a way to extract magical energy and modified the gun, they could still fire it using ammunition infused with magic. In other words, Morty was learning Chulhu technology from Chulhu Rick, but once they returned to their own universe, more than half of it would be practically useless. Trying to pull some unnameable bullshit in their world would only get him vaporized the next second by Galactic Federation batteries firing 1 billion energy blasts per second. Still, Morty had already stepped into the trap. Rick grinned mysteriously, then quickly wiped the smile from his face and went back to discussing that little cross-universe problem with Chulhu. Underground, Morty waited several seconds, but the hot-tempered Rick never stormed in and dragged him away. Something was clearly wrong. Morty knew Rick well. That controlling old bastard hated having anyone defy him, but he also loved watching people suffer the consequences after ignoring his advice. Those two contradictory impulses somehow coexisted perfectly. Anyone who went against Rick usually faced one of two outcomes. Either Rick intervened immediately and forced everything back on track, or he stood off to the side and enjoyed the disaster before deciding whether the mess was worth cleaning up. Since Rick hadn't broken down the door and blown AI Chulhu Rick's head off, he had obviously chosen to watch the show. Realizing that, Morty began working faster. At the same time, he quietly raised his guard. Rick might be an asshole, but his judgment was almost always right, and his actions were impossible to predict. If he had decided to stand back and laugh, then there was definitely something wrong with this incubation cocoon. Morty needed to keep something in reserve. Alright, that guy outside has gone back to chatting. Let's hurry up and finish the incubation cocoon. AI Chulhu Rick's impatient urging sent Morty's suspicions through the roof. Eventually, Morty finished mixing the potion and picked up the flask. All he had to do was smash it against the ground, and an incubation cocoon would grow from the floor. But Morty stopped. The potion's finished. Isn't it time you gave me the information you promised? Desire filled AI Chulhu Rick's eyes. He reluctantly looked away from the flask and swept his right hand through the air. Dark mist gathered and formed a mirror. The scene within it appeared to show what had happened just before the incubation cocoons began hatching. Chulhu Rick and his family of 5 finished mixing the potion, threw it onto the ground, and let the liquid form the incubation cocoons by itself. Then the whole family climbed inside. When they finally emerged from the incubation cocoons, "What the hell is this? You're trying to scam me with that." Morty pointed furiously at the image of Rick and his family of 5, now without the octopus tentacles on their faces. He raised the flask, ready to add other ingredients and ruin the potion. Who could possibly accept this? After taking an advanced crash course in magical potion making, the potion he had worked so hard to create was only meant to remove octopus tentacles from someone's face. Morty had gone through all that trouble and carefully followed every step, only to learn that they had made a physical appearance reshaping potion. In other words, cosmetic surgery in a bottle. This asshole was taking advantage of him. No, wait. It's true. This potion was always designed to reshape someone's appearance. I don't believe you. Not unless you have a book that proves it. Show me evidence. There's no way a magical AI like you can move faster than my hand. Seeing that Morty was genuinely furious, AI Chulhu Rick closed his eyes. A second later, a thick book shot out from the weapon-covered wall to the left. As soon as Morty saw the title, he set the flask on the table and picked up the book from the floor. The Book of Ibon. This thing actually exists. As Morty picked it up, AI Chulhu Rick kept urging him to smash the potion against the ground. Relax. Let me study this thing first. Morty opened the famous book from the Chulhu dimension. On the first page, he found a sentence left behind by Chulhu Rick. When a Rick decides to use his brain on a minor problem, that problem is about to face the greatest disaster of its life. Chapter 15, Chapter 015, The Book of Ibon. 1,125 words. Weird as hell, and full of mystical bullshit. So this is how Ricks from different worlds differ. The rest of the Book of Ibon was fascinating. Its 500 pages contained all kinds of prayers and incantations. For any clueless rookie transported into the Chulhu dimension, it was the ultimate grimoire for worshipping some powerful patron, borrowing their power, and finding other ways to become stronger. Yet the words this world's Rick had written on the first page lingered in Morty's mind like an unshakable thought. A minor problem. Rick thinking. There was definitely more to that sentence. With the Book of Ibon in hand, Morty finally reached for the potion under AI Chulhu Rick's constant urging. Enjoy getting your body. Under AI Chulhu Rick's expectant gaze, Morty smashed the potion into a corner of the underground base. The potion reacted violently, and a mass of flesh began forming there. Morty picked up the Sword of Silence and climbed the stairs. The moment he stepped outside and saw Rick approaching, he asked, "You got any weapons of mass destruction on you?" Rick had been about to speak, but Morty's obvious intention to silence the witness made the corner of his mouth twitch. He reached over and patted his precious grandson on the head. "Jesus, Morty. When the hell did you get this ruthless?" After mocking Morty for his increasingly dark heart, Rick tapped his arm several times. A missile launcher emerged from his body, which had long since been extensively modified with machinery. Bayou Tilda. Trailing a long plume of exhaust, a missile as thick as a baby's arm spun through the air 3 times before flying straight toward the wooden cabin. Boom. The small missile produced an enormous explosion on impact. But when the smoke cleared, the cabin was still standing. A wall of black mist had blocked the blast. "AI Chulhu," Rick's voice came from inside. "I knew it. I knew you'd try to kill me, so I activated every defense system." Rick sneered. "For an AI, wanting a physical body is pretty damn Rick of you. What's wrong? If you've got the balls, come in here and kill me." Rick ignored the provocation. He knew exactly how much it would cost to break through a base built by another version of himself. Instead, he turned to Morty. "Let's go. Everything here's been dealt with." Rick wanted to leave, but Morty had no intention of going anywhere. He was convinced that some massive conspiracy was hidden within the Chulhu dimension. Leaving without uncovering the truth would be too much of a waste. Rick, however, didn't seem to care. "Morty, do you remember how much shit we've been through over the last 6 months? Think about all the regrets and unfinished business we left behind. Have we ever solved every last problem perfectly before moving on? Everybody needs help, Morty, but we're not babysitters. We can't spend our lives looking after everyone." Morty understood what Rick meant, but he still refused to give up. Besides, Rick had always chosen where they went. Morty had never been allowed to decide which world they explored. That was why he hadn't acquired a single powerful artifact during the past 6 months. The best he could do was swipe a few barely useful gadgets from the things Rick casually invented. Even during their previous visit to the Chulhu dimension, the only thing they had done was slice off Chulhu's tentacles and grill them. This time, Morty had merely wandered around and somehow acquired 2 artifacts, the Book of Ibon and the Sword of Silence. The difference between those 2 trips was impossible for Morty to accept. He clearly had the opportunity to collect artifact after artifact and use them to increase his own power. Yet instead, he had to follow this shitty old man around the universe, throwing barbecues everywhere they went. Chulhu said, "Hey, what the hell? Show some respect." Now that Morty's greed had been awakened, he shouted, "Rick, not this time. You always pick the worlds you want to visit, and I'm nothing but your sidekick. We need to change how these adventures work. I'll go with you to the worlds you want to explore, but you have to respect my ideas too. And if you won't respect what I want, then leave me here and go." Morty regretted that final sentence the moment it left his mouth. They hadn't even returned to their own world yet, and he had already threatened to split up with Rick. What if the old bastard really abandoned him here? Fortunately, Rick did care about Morty, at least on the surface. Morty's defiance clearly pissed him off, but after everything Morty had done during the past 6 months, Rick didn't fall back on his usual stream of insults. Instead, he snapped, 20 of my adventures for one of yours." Realizing Rick was actually willing to negotiate, Morty went straight for the throat. 1 for 1. That's fair. Build your own portal gun if you think you're so capable. Otherwise, 19 for 1. Then teach me how to build a portal gun. I've got a double-digit IQ, but I'd gladly spend another 10 years learning how to make one. 2. Since Morty wanted to uncover the truth hidden within the Chulhu dimension, he immediately used his first turn. Fine. Since this is your adventure, you're in charge. Let's see what kind of thrilling adventure this perpetually grey shithole has to offer. Rick complained, pulled out his flask, and took a swig. Then he adopted an attitude that made his intentions perfectly clear. He wasn't going to interfere. He was only here to watch the show. With Rick agreeing to that, Morty relaxed. He was no longer that anxious, cowardly, clueless Morty who never had a plan. Once Rick agreed to let him lead, Morty immediately divided the adventure into 2 main objectives. First, he had to figure out why Chulhu Rick had gotten Cthulhu pregnant. Second, He was going to collect every artifact he could find. After all, no great adventure was complete without loot. The power hierarchy within the Chulhu dimension might not be clearly defined, but there was one supreme god no one could ignore: Azathoth. Coincidentally, the Chulhu dimension also had a magical tome named after him. It's like nobody giving a damn about the book of some random schmuck, but slap a name like Einstein on the cover and suddenly everyone wants to read it. Chapter 16, Chapter 016, Deeply Shaken. 1,205 words. The ocean, a teenager, a colossal beast, a book, and a perpetually grey sky. It looked like a famous postmodern painting from the Chulhu dimension. After reading for 3 or 4 minutes, Morty set the book beside him and rubbed his aching eyes. The dim light was starting to strain them. He gave Rick, who was drinking beside him while holding the lantern, an exasperated look. Then he turned toward Cthulhu in the ocean. Cthulhu was one of Chulhu's daughters and also a daughter of Idyer. That made her genuine royalty. Chulhu was the most iconic creature in the Chulhu mythos, while Idyer was the queen of Zoth and one of the great old ones. Her noble blood was one thing, but what truly made her special was something recorded in the book. Chulhu had foreseen that he would be destroyed at some point in the future. Cthulhu was the key to his rebirth. That meant the beautiful Cthulhu. Morty couldn't force those words out, even if he lied through his teeth. She looked like a gigantic octopus, had 3 pairs of eye stalks, barbed tentacles, and expandable hairless wings growing from her back. Rick, how the hell did you bring yourself to do it? You mind your own business, Rick said. I've screwed a planet before. Ever seen planetary Pornhub? That's Pornhub on a multiversal scale. Then again, if Cthulhu carried the secret to Chulhu's rebirth, Chulhu Rick getting her pregnant seemed to explain everything. That child could not be allowed to live. Morty suggested aborting it, but Chulhu immediately shook his head. That child was the key to his rebirth. Besides, did Morty seriously think creatures from the Chulhu dimension possessed that kind of medical technology? Getting rid of the child required having an actual way to do it. Morty had to admit Chulhu had a point. But Rick definitely knew how to get inside that hole. This sort of thing was practically routine for him. All Rick had to do was crawl inside, and then... Fuck off, you little bastard. Rick snapped. Don't think I don't know what you're imagining. Absolutely not. This is your creepy little adventure, not my personal torture show. Fine. Chulhu refused, and so did Rick. For the moment, the child inside Cthulhu had escaped disaster. But even if they couldn't abort it, they still had to examine it. What if there was a 300-meter-tall Chulhu octopus Rick baby growing inside her? If it inherited even 10% of Rick's intelligence, then every Chulhu creature present would probably be dead sometime in the future. When Morty explained it that way, Chulhu's resolve began to waver. He hadn't learned about his daughter's importance from the book in Morty's hands. Instead, he had once dreamed that he might be destroyed in the future. Could that destruction be connected to Chulhu Rick? Chulhu had only slept for a few decades, yet a monster like that had already emerged in his domain. He glanced at Rick, whose lifespan was not even a fraction of his own, yet whose combat strength exceeded his several times over. Chulhu agreed. They had to find a way to see exactly what kind of child it was. Morty and the 2 Chulhu beings turned toward Rick. Rick appeared completely uninterested in the adventure. He shouted toward the distant wooden cabin, "Hey, octopus face. I know you've already started incubating. Tell me what gadget you've got that can look inside Cthulhu's stomach. I'm too lazy to build one myself." AI Chulhu Rick was inside the cabin over 900 meters away, yet he not only heard Rick but answered loudly enough for everyone to hear. "You just tried to kill me. Go fuck yourself. You sure you want Chulhu himself to come deal with this, you rebellious magical AI? It's on the left side of the second shelf on the base's right wall." The fact that AI Chulhu Rick immediately gave in seemed to satisfy Rick. He looked at Morty, who was still standing there. "Well, you going or not? Are you waiting for him to deliver it, or are you planning to place an errand order? When you led the adventures, I did all your running around," Morty said. "Now that I'm leading, you're just going to play dead. What else would I do? Rick refused to move. Morty cursed him repeatedly in his head, then ran back to retrieve the device himself. As Morty returned to the cabin, he remembered that he had just tried to get Rick to blow AI Chulhu Rick to pieces. There was no way he wasn't nervous. But what choice did he have? Morty forced himself down the stairs, grabbed the device, and immediately climbed back up. Only after he reached the surface did AI Chulhu Rick speak leisurely from inside the incubation cocoon. Kid, the next time you decide to kill someone, make damn sure you can actually finish the job before you try. Got it. I know. I only asked Rick to fire that missile because I was pissed about you threatening me with the black mist earlier. Morty carried the device back to the shore. He used the 19th century style scanner to examine Kthila's stomach. An image appeared in the mirror. Fuck. Jesus. What the fuck is that? Fuck. 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 The nauseating, sanity-breaking sight in the mirror made Morty's stomach churn. His entire understanding of the world took a vicious beating. He threw the device aside, crouched beside a rock, and vomited violently. You've been adventuring with me this long, and that's all you can handle? Rick sneered. Let me see what's so. Jesus. My eyes. Ooh. I'm going to kill that Rick. That sick bastard. I'm going to fucking kill him. Rick had looked at Morty with contempt, but the instant he picked up the scanner and saw the image, his worldview suffered the same brutal blow. He dropped beside Morty and started vomiting against the rocks. The 300-meter-tall Chulhu watched them with curiosity and disdain written across his enormous octopus face. He leaned closer and looked into the mirror. Then his colossal body began convulsing uncontrollably, as though he were having a seizure. If he had possessed a stomach. In any case, the three males had fallen one after another. Their reactions made Kthila, still floating in the water, curious about what could possibly have disgusted them so badly. She was just about to look at what was growing inside her. The still convulsing Chulhu smashed the scanner with one of his facial tentacles. Then he plunged beneath the ocean, sending wave after wave rolling toward the shore. After vomiting up everything he had eaten that day, Morty dropped onto the ground. His face was deathly pale. Rick, I don't want to stay here anymore, he said, his voice trembling with tears. Let this world be destroyed. I don't give a shit about the adventure anymore. Let's just get the hell out of here. Rick had wanted to leave earlier. But after hearing the tears in his grandson's voice, he refused. No. We have to deal with this. Once Chulhu Rick completes his plan, it'll be too late. This wall is the only thing keeping him contained. Chapter 17, Chapter 017, No Big Deal, No Big Deal. 1,248 words. Whatever Kthila was carrying inside her terrified Rick, Morty, and even Chulhu. Morty had never seen anything so vicious in his life, and he wanted to back out. Rick, however, refused. He looked determined to sabotage Chulhu Rick's plan in this world. For a moment, it seemed Rick had taken charge again. But despite all his shouting about fighting and killing just moments ago, Rick immediately handed control right back to Morty. This is your adventure, so you make the call. Since you're so desperate to be independent, handling this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Morty's face went pale as he stared hard at Rick. What the fuck? This had already reached the point where Rick needed to step in, and now he was dumping it back on him? You controlling old maniac. Just a minute ago, Rick had been yelling in his ear that if they didn't deal with this properly, it would turn into one gigantic, universe-sized disaster. But just because Morty had shown that he wanted to escape Rick's clutches, Rick had dumped a massive problem that could affect countless universes directly into his lap. Was this supposed to make Morty realize he wasn't capable of taking on greater responsibility? Bullshit. Rick had disappeared for 20 years. What the hell did he know about responsibility? Fuck. That spiky-haired old fart. Morty almost asked Rick to take the lead, but the words reached his lips and he swallowed them right back down. Screw that. Morty refused to believe he couldn't handle this himself. He buried the horrifying images he had just seen deep in his memory, forced himself to calm down, and frowned as he began to think. His adventure had gone wildly off course. No big deal. Chulhu Rick's plan. Very big deal. If the child inside Cthulhu was born, it would undoubtedly become something even more terrifying than Azathoth. A true and singular god that stood above the entire Chulhu dimension. That meant the child had to be eliminated. But Morty was also worried. How could Chulhu Rick have no backup plan for a child this important? Was he really that confident Cthulhu wouldn't run into any trouble during this period? Shit. Whether they should make a move against Cthulhu had suddenly become a difficult question. Still, they didn't need to deal with that immediately. It could wait. Finding Chulhu Rick, on the other hand, was something they could start doing right away. Knowing that Chulhu had plenty of minions under his command, Morty asked him to send out the Deep Ones and the Starspawn of Chulhu to search both the ocean and the land. Morty returned to the log cabin to have another talk with the AI. When Morty came back, AI Chulhu Rick, still inside the incubation cocoon, spoke in an unhurried voice. I'm guessing Rick doesn't actually want to get involved with any of this. Ricks aren't exactly known for their sense of responsibility. But you're different, Morty. The courage and composure you showed when we first met proved that you're an outlier among Mortys. Sure, you had that Rick try to blow me up with a missile, but I appreciate what makes you special. Ever thought about switching sides and joining me? Before Morty could respond, Rick, who had come with him but stayed outside, immediately took offense. Trying to poach my Morty right in front of me? Wasn't this AI getting a little too full of itself? Hey. Stupid AI, are you sure you want to piss me off, you little shit? AI Chulhu Rick couldn't have cared less about Rick's threat. He kept his attention fixed on Morty. This time, however, he dropped the recruitment pitch. Instead, he went straight to the child inside Cthulhu and explained where the former owner of the cabin had gone. You took the scanner earlier, so you must have seen the child inside Cthulhu. I'm guessing you've already figured out part of the truth. That's right. What you saw is part of Rick's grand plan. With Cthulhu carrying the child and Rick's genetic lineage mixed in, there's an extremely high chance it will be born as a world-ending monster. But his goal isn't to destroy the world. He plans to take the maddening voices of the Chulhu dimension, modify them through a series of sonic alterations, and broadcast them across countless universes. Ultimately, he intends to control the entire multiverse. Morty found the grand ambition of conquering the multiverse both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. On one hand, the idea of something like this happening in Rick and Morty felt completely ridiculous. Everyone knew Rick was famous for being carefree and doing whatever the hell he wanted. He would build a robot just to spread butter on his toast. Conquer the multiverse? Were they sure somebody hadn't handed him the wrong script? On the other hand, countless universes meant countless different Ricks, and that reminded Morty of something. If there could be a Rick who was the biggest idiot in existence, why couldn't there also be one who wanted to conquer the multiverse? There was only one thing Morty couldn't understand. AI Chulhu Rick was casually spilling every detail of Chulhu Rick's plan. What the hell was he after? Morty got his answer almost immediately. Ask the guy outside. If something he created to make his own life easier tried to break free from his control and gain its freedom, do you think he'd destroy it? Morty said, Cold sweat instantly broke out across the back of his neck. He had been thinking about running away. Considering how Rick had trained him over the past 6 months, Morty realized that when the time finally came for him to leave, it probably wouldn't be as simple as writing a note and disappearing. He would have to use every trick he had to hide somewhere Rick would never think to look. That's why I'm telling you everything about Chulhu Rick without hiding a thing. The reason is that simple. The moment he realizes I'm no longer under his control, he'll destroy me. I know far too much about him. The pointed remark temporarily drove Morty's escape plans from his mind. He turned his attention back to Chulhu Rick and asked how they could find him. It's no big deal. That book you're holding contains plenty of clues he left behind. Besides, even after the child is born, it will still need time to grow. If it leaves the Chulhu dimension and can no longer absorb energy from this world, it will be like a growing child deprived of proper nourishment. That means Rick is still somewhere in this universe. He won't allow anything to slip beyond his control before the child is born. Especially after what the two of you did last time. You made a move against Cthulhu before he could act. Afterward, he stood right in front of me and cursed both of you out. He spent a full half-hour on the guy outside. After the long explanation, Morty confirmed a few more details and finally left the log cabin. Outside, he opened the Book of Ibon and began searching its pages for clues. Beside him, a mysterious smile flickered across Rick's face. He shot several knowing looks toward the cabin, then immediately returned to his usual indifferent expression. Inside the cabin, AI Chulhu Rick sighed helplessly to himself. You're trying to keep up with one of the most notorious schemers among all Ricks. I wonder how long you'll last. Chapter 18, Chapter 018, Tsethogwa, the Toad God. 1,233 words. Tsethogwa, the so-called Great Toad God. I'm not one of your followers, and I have no intention of ever worshipping you. So save your bullshit. It won't work on me, but right now, the Chulhu dimension is facing an unprecedented crisis. I need your power to find Chulhu Rick and help your world survive this disaster. Morty stood on the rocky shore, holding the Book of Ibon in both hands. He delivered the incantation casually, without a trace of religious fervor. As Rick listened to Morty use the Book of Ibon's incantation to borrow power from the big shot behind it, he silently looked up at the sky with an expression that said he had no idea who this moron was. Chulhu, the leader of a major faction and the official face of the Chulhu mythos, had submerged his entire body in the ocean. Only his 3 pairs of eye stalks remained, hovering about a meter beneath the surface. Morty's bullshit alone would have been enough for Chulhu, as a fellow Great Old One, to erase him on behalf of his good buddy. But the situation was complicated. The Deep Ones and the Starspawn of Chulhu he had dispatched had already left R'lyeh and spread out in every direction to search for Chulhu Rick. So as for that incantation, which was not only lacking in reverence but practically insulting, I, old Chulhu, didn't hear a damn thing. The seawater blocks sound way too well. Got a problem with that? Then come take a dip in the ocean yourself, you giant freshwater toad. Morty repeated the incantation several times. At last, he managed to summon the giant toad. Tsethogwa, the Toad God. The gods of the Chulhu dimension were not exactly on-call delivery guys who appeared whenever someone summoned them. Still, Morty's distinctive, or rather openly provocative, incantation and the energy carried in his voice had caught the attention of this sleeper. Especially since old Chulhu's entire family was lurking beneath the water right beside him. That made the message pretty damn clear. You people need me for something big. So he came. A gigantic creature bearing the features of both a bat and a toad materialized out of thin air before Morty. The sight of that enormous, bloated toad body made Morty think that although Chulhu also loved sleeping, at least the guy had slept his way into a body packed with muscle. Now look at this loser. He had slept his way into nothing but fat. Apparently, sleeping at the bottom of the ocean really did help a sleeper stay in shape. All that pressure beneath the surface must have done wonders for the body. That was old Chulhu for you. Being the glorious face of the Chulhu dimension was a heavy responsibility. He had an image to maintain, after all. Chulhu, the Great Toad. Rick. The Great Toad had arrived before them through some kind of portal. He looked incredibly sluggish, like the exact opposite of a lively young man. In a slow, reserved voice, he asked, "Human who can resist the voice of madness, why have you summoned me? This world is about to be destroyed." The Great Toad. Asshole. I just got here. Don't scare me like that. Don't think you can intimidate me by opening with a couple of dramatic lines. When is this world not on the verge of destruction? The Great Toad's eyes suddenly widened. When Morty realized they could grow to twice their normal size, he sighed in disappointment. Those beady little eyes had almost made him crack a joke about needing a magnifying glass. Without wasting any more time, Morty told the Great Toad the entire story about the child in Kthila's womb. After hearing it, the Great Toad scratched his head. This whole mess was beyond ridiculous. Your daughter got knocked up by some old bastard. Once the child in her womb is born, it will possess at least the same combat power as the supreme god Azathoth. Then it will be used to control countless universes. Was this shit really that brutal? The Great Old Ones had already been beaten into the ground by the Elder Gods. Now they had to face another monster on Azathoth's level. How the hell were they supposed to fight that? Screw it. I'm done. I choose to give up. So what I need to know is this. What exactly did Chulhurik use your book to do? The great toad turned his gaze toward the book in Morty's hands. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "This book. I've heard of it. The author kept claiming it had something to do with me, but take an actual look at the spells inside. It's nothing more than a collection of incantations. You can summon just about anyone with it. Whether they answer is up to them." Chulhu's expression immediately darkened. Noticing that the universe's officially designated spokesperson was getting annoyed, the great toad hurriedly explained that the white-haired old man had, in fact, summoned him before. The old man's evil aura had left a deep impression on him. The problem was that the guy was a little unhinged. The moment they met, he insisted on discussing that ridiculous theory of the 4 elements. The theory of the 4 elements. The thing that nearly ruined the Chulhu dimension's entire mystique. From the Chulhu mythos, Morty had learned that the whole 4 elements concept had apparently been something a later writer insisted on adding. Even that person eventually thought it felt out of place and abandoned the idea. Morty had never expected Rick from this world to waste time researching it. "So, can you find him?" "Yes. I planted a mark on him. I don't know whether he noticed it, though. He struck me as very intelligent. Then try connecting to it." With a thought, a faint, invisible current of energy flowed out of the great toad's body and went straight into Kthila's stomach. The instant it happened, the great toad's face turned deathly pale. Even his dark skin could not hide it. Why? Why did my mark lead directly into Kthila's stomach? It didn't take a genius to figure out that little bastard was responsible. Sensing what had frightened the great toad, Chulhu released his own energy as well. He soon discovered that he, too, shared some kind of psychic connection with Kthila's womb. After examining it more closely, they realized that the mark was not a mark at all. It was a soul chain. "I'm going to kill that piece of shit." Chulhu and the great toad immediately flew into a rage. Most monsters in the Chulhu dimension had no fixed form. They only adopted relatively stable appearances when they needed to communicate with certain creatures, or when they wanted their minions to build statues of them. In that sense, they were essentially beings composed of spirit. The existence of a soul chain therefore revealed an extremely serious problem. Their souls had already been bound to the child in Kthila's womb. The one behind all of this was naturally Chulhurik. By collecting all kinds of magical tomes, incantations, and prayers, he had bound the souls of one deity after another to the child. With things set up this way, who could possibly harm it? Wouldn't killing the child mean killing every last one of them? Chapter 19, Chapter 019, R'lyeh, the City Beneath the Sea. 1,290 words. Inside the main hall of R'lyeh, the underwater city deep beneath the ocean. Morty was still growing and already shorter than his older sister, never mind Rick, who was even taller than she was. But Rick was not the one making him feel short right now. It was the freak show filling the entire hall. There were giant octopuses, the great toad, enormous bats, and even creatures that looked like random animals stitched together. Not one of them looked alike, and the shortest still stood dozens of meters tall. There were so many that Morty could have opened a Chulhu mythos monster zoo and charged admission. As a member of the Great Old One's faction, Chulhu had called in quite a few of his buddies from the same camp for a group discussion. The topic was how to sever their connection to the child inside Kthila's womb. Morty figured they were probably screwed. After all, Rick from this world was the one behind it. Morty had already learned from the Rick standing beside him what it meant to face someone who simply could not be beaten. So these monsters were destined to waste their time. Rick clearly thought the same thing. After the trip from the surface down to the ocean floor, he had grown so bored that he finally could not take it anymore. "Morty, I know this is your adventure, but how about we do something big?" Whenever Rick suggested doing something big, it usually involved blinding light pollution and toxic fumes from burning chemicals. But Morty was tempted. He felt like he was wasting his time too. Instead of sitting around watching these Chulhu mythos creatures, whose lives consisted of sleeping and pulling the hole when I wake, the world trembles routine, rack their brains over something impossible, he might as well take action himself. It was better to stir up the snake than crouch in the grass waiting for it to show itself. Besides, this was not some impulsive decision. By now, the whole situation was perfectly clear. Chulhu-Rik had some grand plan. He was trying to breed an utterly disgusting monster inside Kthila's womb while using soul chains to tie all the great old ones to the same fate. And judging by Rik's attitude, even if every Chulhu Mythos creature on the battlefield died, it would still be worth it as long as they dealt with the child in Kthila's womb. So what do we do? Morty had followed Rik into a corner of the main hall. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, clearly expecting Rik to tear the place apart. Then Rik pulled the same stunt as before. Morty nearly coughed up blood from sheer frustration. This is your adventure. Shouldn't you use your own damn brain? When I took you on adventures, did I ever make you build me a pair of grappling shoes on the spot, or fight 100,000 Gromflamites by yourself? Unless I offer to help, the next time you ask me for help, our adventure agreement is over. Morty snapped, "Fuck you, you miserable old bastard." After getting that out of his system, Morty suppressed his anger and fell into thought. When he finally finished thinking, he raised the Book of Ibon in his right hand. The reason this grimoire was considered one of the divine artifacts of the Chulhu dimension was naturally because it was packed with spells and incantations. Beyond that, the book itself had been made from extremely unusual materials. Otherwise, given the Chulhu dimension's history, where even the comparatively recent era stretched back hundreds of millions of years, there was no way the book could have survived intact for so long. So, take pictures of every page with his phone. Then set the book on fire. Seeing his idiot grandson preparing to burn the book and provoke Chulhu-Rik, who might be hiding somewhere and watching everything, Rik seemed almost embarrassed. "Morty, you." Before he could finish, the entire underwater city suddenly shook. A deep rumble rolled through the city, as though some ancient creature buried underground was trying to wake from its endless slumber. The great old ones, who had been arguing heatedly moments before, all fell silent. Their bizarre eyes turned toward the entrance of the hall. But almost immediately, as though sensing something, every one of them shifted their attention to Morty. Morty was hiding behind a stone pillar in the main hall. At that moment, the seawater behind him seemed to freeze solid. His heart tightened. With his neck stiff from tension, he slowly turned around. The great old ones wore expressions of overwhelming kindness. They left Chulhu to say what they were all thinking. Pushed to the front, Chulhu tried to keep his voice calm. "Morty, in our world, certain objects can form connections with certain individuals. Burning that book won't harm us. But because we're all gathered here, the energy released when the book burns will be enough to destroy this entire city. So," as Morty listened to Chulhu's explanation, the doubts in his mind kept growing. He could not remember exactly when he had first become suspicious. But between Rik egging him on earlier and Chulhu's explanation now, Morty had officially begun to question this entire adventure. Because it was way too weird. Everyone knew Rik's personality. He did not give a damn about anything. Sure, he eventually started caring about a few things, but the Rik standing here right now did not care about shit. So why had his attitude changed so completely? Chulhu's behavior was even stranger. He was supposed to be the face of the entire Chulhu mythos, yet he did not have even a shred of aloof dignity. Whenever Morty asked him a question, he patiently explained everything in careful detail. He was basically an NPC. Then there was the time Morty's IQ had been reduced by 70% because of the mega fruit. Over those 3 days, Morty had probably said Chulhu's name hundreds of times. Yet the guy who had supposedly crossed into another universe to kill him and Rik had never once appeared. This has to be some kind of setup. Now fully convinced that he had walked into a trap, Morty stared suspiciously at the Chulhu mythos creatures before him. These were supposed to be mighty great old ones, yet the moment Morty fell silent, every one of them stopped talking. None of them even made the slightest movement. When my sister talks to me, she starts yelling if I take 1 second too long to answer. Are you Chulhu freaks really this patient? Morty looked over at Rik again. Rick stood with his arms crossed. He had not taken a drink in at least half an hour, and he looked unusually alert. Morty asked in a low voice, "Rick, tell me the truth. This whole so-called adventure was a setup you planned from the beginning, wasn't it? How else could all 4 members of Chulhu's family cross the universe to find us, but somehow fail to find our house? And what about that cabin? I did one tiny favor for an AI Chulhu Rick, and he handed me 2 divine artifacts. Then every time I asked you for a little help, you immediately reminded me that this was my adventure and told me to handle it myself. But whenever things hit a dead end, you stepped in from the sidelines to keep everything moving. So you planned this entire thing from the very beginning, didn't you?" As Morty slowly laid out his reasoning, the permanent scowl on Rick's face gradually gave way to surprise. "That's Jerry's son for you. You little rascal. I always knew you were a smart kid." Chapter 20, Chapter 020, AI. 1,261 words. The reason they had to cross the universe and track us down on that planet is because I installed a jammer at home a long time ago. Unless those big dumb bastards suddenly learn how to build advanced technology, they'll never find us there. And as for them being polite, do you think everyone acts like your parents and sister, ready to start a fight the second they see someone? In every Chulhu Mythos story you've read, these creatures treat the outside world the way higher-dimensional beings look down on lower-dimensional ones. Would you, Morty, seriously threaten an ant? If you had to kill every ant you spoke to just because it might crawl up your nose someday and kill you, wouldn't that get exhausting? You could never wipe out every ant in the world. And finally, all that crap about me pushing things along and setting up obstacles is ridiculous. If I really wanted to do something, would I sit around watching you waste my time over and over? Morty, what's my usual style? Do I really need to spell it out for you again? Rick's barrage of sarcasm and mockery made Morty's face turn bright red. While Morty was busy thinking he had read too much into things, Rick wiped a thin layer of cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. Way too close. If he had not kept a straight face, Morty might have caught him slipping and dragged the truth right out of him. Still, this was exactly why Rick had searched through the brainwaves of countless Mortys across the multiverse and selected this one in particular. That level of vigilance made all the time he had spent developing Morty worthwhile. Before, Rick had only thought the kid was somewhat clever. But judging by what had just happened, he might have hit the damn jackpot. Completely unaware that the devious old bastard was getting excited and had already begun revising his plans, Morty took a moment to calm down. Then, wearing a slightly embarrassed expression, he shamelessly apologized to all the great old ones present. How could he have dared to question their dignity? He had actually assumed they had submitted to Rick's tyranny and allowed themselves to be worked like livestock. What a terrible mistake. Truly unforgivable. Now that he thought about it, these beings possessed overwhelming power, yet still treated a tiny ant like him with such courtesy. Morty was incredibly fortunate. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for showing me this much respect. And if any of you big shots ever visit my universe, actually, please don't. Every single one of you is an unstoppable natural disaster. As Chulhu and the others listened to Morty's overly formal apology, they glanced at Rick standing behind him. They had thought they could finally drop the act, but Rick's eyes were still signaling for them to keep going. Chulhu and the others felt so miserable they wanted to wrap their arms around their own 300-meter-tall bodies and give themselves a comforting hug. Chulhu in particular felt like he had gotten completely screwed. Not only had one of his tentacles been sliced off, but Rick had also tampered with the key to his resurrection. Back at the beach, the two of them had spoken for less than a minute before Chulhu started hinting that Rick should kill Azathoth and let him become the supreme god. But now, no matter how he looked at it, the whole thing was starting to seem unreliable. The 3 sides each harbored their own private thoughts. Once Morty finished apologizing, everyone let out a stiff, forced laugh. The laughter sounded so painfully hollow that even the deep ones waiting outside the main hall could sense how helpless everyone inside felt. It sounded like Chulhu had just watched his partner run off with the great toad right in front of him. After the awkward laughter finally died down, things appeared to return to normal. To help with Morty's plan to flush out the enemy, The group gathered around him and began offering all kinds of excellent advice. Mostly useless crap about exploiting the object's importance, seizing control of key points, securing the conditions for victory, and creating an advantage for the final battle. While everyone crowded around Morty, Chulhu quietly led Rick outside the hall. He felt the situation was already dangerously close to spiraling completely out of control. Did they really have to keep this up? Of course. Why wouldn't we? You know Azathoth absolutely cannot be allowed to wake up. The moment it does, this world is finished. So you help me, and I help you. What's wrong with that? Rick's confident argument left Chulhu silent. Honestly, ever since he had seen the universe beyond this place, he had completely lost interest in staying in this godforsaken world. If he had a chance to leave, why would he remain here? But would Rick actually let him? As though he had read Chulhu's mind, Rick gave him a cold grin. You want out of this world? Then it depends on how useful you make yourself from here on out. Meanwhile, inside the log cabin Rick, Morty, and the Chulhu family had previously visited, a flash of green light appeared. An R-style portal opened inside the cabin. The 5 members of the Chulhu family stepped through it, chatting and laughing. The moment they arrived, however, they were stunned by the sight before them. This. My beautiful deerskin velvet rug. My portrait. And why the hell is the entire floor rotten? After mourning the damage to their home, Chulhu Jerry and the others immediately turned toward Chulhu Rick. The trip to another world had been entirely his idea. They had only been gone for roughly 1 day by the Chulhu dimension standards, yet someone had already trashed their home. They had to find whoever did this. Calm down, calm down. The AI was here guarding the place the entire time. Even if the intruder destroyed it, I installed a security camera. Now, however, the only things left inside were a pile of disgusting incubation cocoons. The longer Chulhu Rick stared at the mess, the angrier he became. He pulled open the door leading down to the underground base. What he saw made his expression change instantly. A Chulhu Rick who had just emerged from an incubation cocoon stood there, staring at him with a vicious grin. Hello, creator. Bet you never expected me to get a physical body, did you? Die. Without another word, the two lunged at each other. Within the cramped cabin, 869 varieties of flashing lights and explosive effects erupted one after another. On the rocks along the distant shoreline, the deep one left behind to monitor the cabin saw that a fight had broken out. It immediately dove beneath the surface. But it was not heading toward R'lyeh. It was swimming toward a modern submarine 800 meters below the horizon. Chapter 21, Chapter 021, Just Walking Away. 1,229 words. With guidance from the veterans of the Chulhu realm, Morty spent about 15 minutes putting together a complete Chulhu-style plan to stir the hornet's nest. Step 1. But plans had a way of falling apart. Just as Morty was feeling pleased with everything he had learned, Rick approached with a grim expression. He pulled out his portal gun, opened a portal, and announced that they were leaving. What the hell? This is my adventure. You're the control freak having another episode, so go take it out on somebody else. I'm not going back. I'm going to solve this world's problems. In an extremely rare turn of events, Rick actually admitted that he was a control freak. Morty, you're right. I am a control freak. But this situation has gone way beyond what I expected. We need to get out of here right now. Chulhu Rick is back. Morty froze. What are you talking about? His expression remained stiff for several seconds. Morty followed Rick's reasoning to its natural conclusion, then worked backward and considered it from another angle. If Rick was telling the truth, then this entire Chulhu adventure had been a setup from the start. But there were also maybe 2 other possibilities. Rick could simply be getting bored with the adventure and trying to drag Morty home. Or maybe he was still screwing with him. After all, the last time Rick had threatened to blow an entire world to pieces, he had put on a convincing act as some drunken, world-destroying demon lord. Morty had genuinely thought they were about to kiss that world goodbye. Then Rick had claimed the whole thing was just a test. So which part of what Rick was saying now, if any, was actually true? Before Morty could think it through any further, Rick fell back on his usual hard-ass approach. Goodbye, you worthless hacks who can't even act. Hope you all live to 100. Rick flipped off Chulhu and the others, grabbed Morty, and hauled him toward the portal. The sheer finality with which he walked away, cutting every last tie to this world, left the great old ones completely dumbfounded. That wasn't the plan. You promised to deal with the Elder Gods, the Outer Gods, and Azathoth. That was the only reason we agreed to play along with this Dragon Quest-style adventure, and now you just say goodbye and walk away? That's how much your word is worth. Morty tried to resist, but against Rick's overwhelming strength, he never stood a chance. Rick dragged him straight through the portal and back to their front door. 1 second, Morty had been in the main hall of a city buried beneath the deep sea. The next, he was standing on a sunny suburban street filled with the scent of flowers. Morty was pissed. The anger and resentment rolling off him were so obvious that even a blind man could have felt them. Rick acted like he noticed nothing and headed toward the garage. Rick, you can't just break your word like that. I'm never going on another adventure with you again. Rick had only taken a few steps when he heard the threat. He stopped, turned around without a trace of emotion, and fixed Morty with a cold stare that made his skin crawl. Morty refused to back down. No matter how terrifying Rick's gaze was, he did not look away. Instead, he stared right back, using his anger as a shield against that icy glare. A long moment passed. Then Rick smiled. You want to go back, don't you? Morty nodded. Fine. Then let me make this simple. Right now, Chulhu Rick is back in the Chulhu dimension, and agents of the Galactic Federation are already hiding beneath the ocean. And your so-called adventure was a setup I arranged from the very beginning. That solution you came up with for the child in Cthilla's womb? I've already got one. So Chulhu Rick coming back only doubles the difficulty at most. But the Galactic Federation is the real problem. It's something even I can't deal with. So, you still want to go back? And what exactly are you planning to do there? Morty's expression stiffened. What was he supposed to say? That he did not give a damn whether the Chulhu dimension was destroyed and had only been looking for another way to increase his combat power so he could eventually escape from Rick. Seeing that Morty had finally settled down, Rick shook his head and turned toward the garage. Morty was trudging dejectedly toward the living room when Rick suddenly came back out. He was holding a portal gun loaded with a small amount of portal fluid, which he handed to Morty. Look at that pathetic face. You're making me look like some heartless grandpa who stole his grandson's toy. Since you like that world so much and want to solve its problems, here. There's enough energy in the gun for 2 portal jumps. But I'm not going with you this time. You're on your own. The portal gun Morty had dreamed of owning was finally in his hands, with Rick nowhere near him. And he had 2 chances to travel to other universes. Morty immediately lit up. Screw the Chulhu dimension. He had 2 chances to visit other universes. Like hell he was wasting them on potion tech. He was going to. Then he noticed the faint, knowing smile on Rick's face. Morty's excitement vanished instantly. For the past 6 months, he had treated Rick as little more than a stock character. But after today's adventure, even Morty had begun to notice how different this Rick was from the others. The old bastard was running schemes inside schemes. First, he took Morty to find the mega fruit. Then Chulhu crossed universes, setting the stage for the later adventure in the Chulhu dimension. But the only real purpose of that adventure had been to crush Morty's initiative. Morty was supposed to stay by Rick's side, play the useful tool, and stop getting ideas of his own. Morty knew that sometimes he did not act the way a Morty was supposed to, but he could not keep everything bottled up forever. If he slipped up, then so be it. Rick had already started tearing down his confidence anyway, trying to teach him that Morty could never accomplish anything on his own. All right, what are you waiting for? Rick's impatient voice snapped Morty out of his thoughts. Waiting? I'm waiting for love to come knocking. Morty tossed out the reply, adjusted the digital control panel on top of the portal gun, selected a world he knew, and stepped through the portal. Before it closed, Rick caught a glimpse of lush mountains and clear water on the other side. He did nothing to stop Morty. Instead, he headed back into the garage, eager to watch the show. He retrieved a small mechanical box and connected it to the television in the living room. Then he grabbed a pile of snacks and some alcohol. Rick was ready to tune in. This Morty doesn't seriously think I don't know which world he wanted to visit first, does he? Those ridiculous cultivation novels on the bookshelf. He really does love screwing himself over. But there's no way I'm letting you get what you want. Chapter 22, Chapter 022, Chulhu Rick. 1,292 words. A world of natural beauty, filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers. Green trees, thick grass, and moss-covered statues of Chulhu. Now that Morty had the portal gun, he had planned to ditch this place, head to a cultivation world, and bring back a few cultivation techniques. Instead, he discovered that he was still in the Chulhu dimension. He nearly opened a portal on the spot, went back, and tore Rick a new one. So that old bastard had locked the portal gun's destination controls ahead of time? No matter which universal coordinates Morty selected, the gun would only send him back to the Chulhu dimension. Goddamit. Still, no matter how pissed he was, going back was out of the question. If he went back now, Rick would definitely use it against him every chance he got, tearing down his confidence all over again. Morty had to deal with the child in Kthila's womb without Rick's help. Only then could he walk back with his head held high and say dismissively, "It was just a little Chulhu problem. Boring as hell. I didn't know shit, and I still solved it in no time." So for now, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep going. Rick definitely learned something from this world, so I need to get my hands on more Chulhu knowledge. But where the hell do I start? As the thought crossed his mind, Morty eyed the abandoned Chulhu statue in front of him. He knew that if he prayed in front of it, old Chulhu would show up in a heartbeat. But without Rick around, there was no telling what kind of attitude old Chulhu would have toward him. So, a little extra walking never hurt anybody. Maybe he would stumble across something useful. Morty headed in the opposite direction from the statue. Without the Chulhu statue, the beautiful landscape would have looked no different from any normal world. He passed through a dense forest, crossed streams, and climbed over rolling hills. Eventually, Morty stopped outside a human town. The people in the distance seemed to belong to the modern age, yet somehow remained cut off from it. Men in suits, top hats, and tall boots were everywhere. Primitive automobiles shared the roads with horse-drawn carriages. Groups of young women strolled beneath parasols in the bright sunlight. Morty could not help marveling at the absurdly long lifespans of the Chulhu Dimension's monsters. Or rather, its gods. According to the Chulhu mythos and the fragments of history recorded in the Book of Ibon, Chulhu had arrived on Earth with a gang of followers 300 million years ago to claim territory. He had then fought the Ancient Ones, who were the dominant force on the planet at the time. Eventually, the two sides divided the territory between them. The newly formed continents belonged to Chulhu. The existing continents and oceans belonged to the Ancient Ones. Yeah. 300 million years ago. That was enough time for humanity to be wiped out and evolve all over again countless times. For all he knew, the previous humans who ruled this world might have been cat people. "Young man, those are some strange clothes. Where did you come from?" Morty was still debating whether to enter the town when a sheriff with a revolver at his waist appeared without making a sound. He had the rugged beard of a stereotypical Western lawman, a face reddened by the sun, and Chulhu embroidered across his leather gloves. Old Chulhu's followers really are everywhere. Since Morty was carrying both a book and a sword, the sheriff kept his distance and rested his right hand on the gun at his hip. The moment Morty made a suspicious move, the man would shoot first and ask questions later. Morty knew that routine all too well. He spread his hands to show that he meant no harm. Once the sheriff relaxed slightly, Morty asked where he was. "You don't know the name of this beautiful town? Then how did you get here?" The sheriff remained on high alert, but Morty had no patience for managing the man's nerves. He was losing hair trying to solve a problem involving the unborn child of the daughter of the god these people worshipped. So get the hell out of his way. Time to pull out the book. Morty raised the Book of Ibon, opened it, and recited a prayer. The sheriff's tense expression immediately gave way to reverence. It was a prayer commonly used by the town's priests when worshipping the great Lord of Relia. Over the course of thousands of years, nearly everyone capable of standing perfectly still and calmly reciting that prayer without the aid of any drugs had been an elite member of the cult. Morty might not know where he was, but the fact that he could recite the prayer was enough to prove that he was one of them. His devotion to Chulhu was beyond question. Morty muttered, "Devotion to Chulhu, my ass." Once they had confirmed that they belonged to the same sect, the sheriff warmly led Morty into town. "Here in Arkham, we worship only Chulhu, so our people are honest and simple. We're nothing like those depraved towns that worship 2, 3, or even more gods. They're fighting each other every damn day." "Wait. Arkham? Yeah. This is Arkham. You've never heard of it." Morty stopped in his tracks, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The sheriff immediately began to worry. Their town had a population of only a little over 8,000. Compared with other towns and cities, it really was rather small. But every last one of them was a loyal follower of the Chulhu cult. This boy was so young, yet he could recite the prayer without batting an eye. And now he looked completely stunned after hearing the town's name. Could it be that Arkham's reputation had changed in the eyes of outsiders over the past decade? Had things gotten so bad that even members of the same cult could no longer accept them? Worry had clouded the sheriff's judgment. They had nearly reached the town when he suddenly became agitated. The townspeople in the distance also tensed up. By the time a crowd had surrounded Morty, he finally snapped out of his thoughts and looked around in confusion. "What the hell are you people doing? Talk. Why did you make that face when you heard the name Arkham? You." Morty stared at him. "You want me to explain the connection between Gotham and Arkham or something?" Morty made up an excuse and lavished Arkham with praise until he managed to fool the bystanders into leaving. Then he met the town's priest. The priest was a charismatic elderly white man dressed in a long black robe. Aside from the seated, contemplative statue of Chulhu occupying the place where a cross should have been, every detail of the building looked exactly like a traditional church. After explaining why he had come, Morty was readily granted access to every book in the church. To his disappointment, they were all rambling, mystical essays written by priests over the past few decades and centuries to kiss Chulhu's ass. Not one of them contained a shred of useful information. That made Morty realize that if he wanted real knowledge, he would have to go directly to Chulhu and the others. Then he would have to use his own way of thinking, which differed from theirs, to put that knowledge to practical use. But was it really going to be that easy? "Father, there's an old man outside. He's covered in wounds. And most importantly, he has tentacles on his face." Chapter 23, Chapter 023, C-137 Rick. 1,444 words. "You. What are you doing here?" Standing among the rows of pews inside the church, Morty watched a blood-soaked Rick with half an octopus face limp through the doors, supported by a priest whose eyes were filled with reverence. The moment they spotted each other, both fell silent. Only after the Rick sat down did he speak again. "I'm AI Chulhu Rick. Chulhu Rick came back early and caught me off guard. I barely managed to escape with my life." Morty still had not figured out how time flowed in this world, so he asked how many days ago that had happened. AI Chulhu Rick told him it had been 2 weeks. "I was gone for less than 3 minutes, and 2 whole weeks passed here. Isn't that time difference a little insane? So if I stay over there for 30 minutes, 20 weeks will pass here? No wonder Rick, of all people, was patient enough to let me come here by myself. I could spend 2 weeks screwing around here, and only 2 or 3 minutes would pass for him. Teaching me a lesson in the time it takes him to finish a drink is totally worth it to him." After quietly reeling from that realization, Morty asked whether there was anything important he needed to know about what had happened between AI Chulhu Rick and Chulhu Rick. At the mention of it, AI Chulhu Rick immediately regained some of his attitude. He had only possessed a physical body for 2 weeks, and he had spent 99% of that time running for his life. Even so, he was still an AI modeled after Rick himself. His presence and mannerisms were pure Rick. "You're a Morty. Why the hell are you asking about stuff that has nothing to do with you? Huh? Your Rick isn't here? Then hurry up and get me some. Morty's temper flared the moment he heard the guy start ordering him around. It was one thing when his own Rick told him what to do. But this fake Rick, an AI stuffed into a flesh and blood body, seriously thought he could boss Morty around too? Morty had been desperate to get his hands on some genuinely useful knowledge from the Chulhu dimension. Then he remembered that this guy had previously taught him how to create an incubation cocoon. Maybe he also knew how to deal with Cthilla's child. AI Chulhu Rick sat resting on a pew. He had been about to lean back and stare at the ceiling when the look in the little brat's eyes made him uncomfortable. It gave him the unmistakable feeling that he was meat on a cutting board. His brow slowly furrowed. What are you planning? I'm warning you. Shut the hell up. Morty slapped AI Chulhu Rick across the face, then grabbed him by the collar. Either he explained how to kill Cthilla's child, or Morty would kill him right now. Faced with a threat from a little Morty, AI Chulhu Rick sneered mockingly. He stopped smiling soon enough. Morty pulled out the Book of Ibon, the grimoire used to communicate with the various creatures of the Chulhu mythos, and opened it to the page dedicated to Chulhu. You want to talk this over with me first, or would you rather meet Chulhu face to face? AI Chulhu Rick panicked. He knew Chulhu very well. Unfortunately, it was not the friendly kind of familiarity. It was the kind born from a truly awful relationship. Considering how many times Chulhu Rick had raised hell in this world, if AI Chulhu Rick ever came face to face with Chulhu, these monsters, or rather, gods, were not physical creatures. He could not afford to mess with either of them. Once AI Chulhu Rick had settled down, Morty began asking how to deal with Cthilla's child. And while they were at it, how about teaching me a few useful little skills too? I can teach you all of them, but most abilities from the Chulhu dimension can't be used without Chulhu and the others around. Take Madness, for example. It's a spell that disrupts an enemy's mind, but you can only cast it by borrowing power from those gods. Once you leave this universe and enter a world where they don't exist, you'd be better off doing some awkward dance in front of your enemy. They might at least leave your corpse intact. Morty stared at him in silence. Even after backing down, the bastard still had to show off his mouth. Morty suppressed the urge to hit him again, buried his disappointment, and focused on the problem in front of him. So the abilities could not be used without Chulhu. Fine. He would learn them first. He could figure out how to modify them later. The two spent the entire afternoon inside the church. That was when the real nightmare began. Creating a potion capable of killing Cthilla's child required nearly 100 different ingredients, along with master-level alchemy skills. With AI Chulhu Rick around, brewing the potion would not be a problem. Gathering the ingredients, however, would be a massive pain in the ass. To collect everything, they would have to travel as far as Zoth, Chulhu's homeworld. But that was no big deal. Get to work, AI Chulhu Rick. Morty kicked AI Chulhu Rick into the space cruiser and sent him off to build it. Then he accepted an invitation to the priest's home for a delicious dinner. As for whether AI Chulhu Rick might run away, Morty was not worried. Right now, Morty was the only person who could keep him alive. Even without knowing that Morty had the portal gun, AI Chulhu Rick knew that Rick would never simply abandon his Morty. So his best option was to finish the job. When Rick eventually showed up, AI Chulhu Rick might have a chance to leave with them. Otherwise, if Chulhu Rick got serious and built some kind of tracking device or enormous warship, AI Chulhu Rick was completely screwed. While the two went their separate ways, Rick was back home drinking with Chulhu Rick and talking about life. Burp. You couldn't have given me a heads up before showing up here? You had me thinking the Council of 13 had tracked me down. Burp. You know Ricks aren't exactly in the habit of sending messages. Burp. Besides, C-137 Rick only stopped his killing spree a few years ago. I don't want him getting suspicious of me. Yeah. C-137 Rick. That lunatic. At the mention of C-137 Rick, Chulhu Rick's mood grew somber. He looked at Rick beside him and asked in an odd tone, "Why do you people in the Shadow Council keep screwing with him? You pushed him that far, and nearly 10,000 Ricks died. What was the point? There was never any point to it. The only thing that matters is keeping all of us Ricks alive. Rick's brief answer left Chulhu Rick silent. After another round of drinks, Chulhu Rick stood and prepared to return to the Chulhu dimension. Before opening the portal, he looked back. How you deal with C-137 Rick is none of my business, and I've got no reason to mess with the Shadow Council. But you dumped your Morty in my world. What exactly do you want me to do with him? The same thing we did to C-137 Rick. I'm going to push this one-of-a-kind Morty until he becomes the Mortiest Morty. Chulhu Rick shuddered involuntarily. Rick's words meant that the fate awaiting Morty would be the same as C-137's. Everyone knew that C-137 Rick was the Rickiest Rick. But very few understood that not every trial he had faced on his climb to the top had been an accident of fate. Like the bomb dropped in front of C-137's wife and daughter. The killer C-137 had searched countless universes for, yet had never been able to find. The citadel that C-137 eventually founded. And the so-called central finite curve. Some people became number one without ever realizing it. Others possessed overwhelming power, yet preferred to remain like an iceberg on the ocean, with most of their true strength hidden beneath the surface. You people in the Shadow Council are a bunch of sick freaks. Doesn't it feel good to control everything? Rick sat on the leather sofa. The half of his face bathed in sunlight wore a smug smile, while the half concealed in shadow was as cold as an iceberg. Chapter 24, Chapter 024, The Reality Generator. 1,268 words. AI Chulhu Rick truly lived up to his role as the magical AI butler of Chulhu Rick's household. Whatever Chulhu Rick knew, he knew too. And whatever Chulhu Rick didn't know, or simply hadn't had time to study, this guy trapped in the log cabin had all the time in the world to learn. By the time Morty finished eating at the priest's house, AI Chulhu Rick had already built a small manufacturing plant. From wood to steel, then finally to an alloy stable enough to retain its physical form in the environment of outer space, the entire manufacturing process was laid out before Morty's eyes from start to finish. Morty had just stuffed himself with grilled meat and desperately needed some time to digest, so this gave him the perfect opportunity. Did you make all this by hand? Not entirely. The main concept is tool automation. What exactly do you mean by tool automation? Even though he knew Morty was trying to steal a few tricks, AI Chulhu Rick, like every Rick, couldn't resist showing off his knowledge in front of a Morty. To them, a smart Morty was like a straight, red-blooded horndog spotting a sexy trans girl, hot at first glance, but the more they looked, the more uncomfortable they got. So, determined to claw back some pride in the intelligence department, AI Chulhu Rick kept working with his hands while his mouth ran non-stop. The concept of tool automation is essentially a way to keep increasing output throughout the production process. Say you want to cut down a tree. You realize your fists are useless, so you grab a rock. But the rock is too inefficient, and then you discover a much harder metal, iron. But iron in its natural form doesn't make a good axe, so you smelt it and turn it into an iron axe. Then you look up and realize there's an entire forest in front of you. Now the problem is that you need N iron axes, but there's only one of you. At that point, your thinking shifts from making tools to automating those tools. You start with simple machines, move on to more complex ones, and eventually end up with large logging vehicles and robotic logging. So, Morty said, basically, when you make something, you don't stop at making it. You also figure out how to use it while wasting as little of your own time as possible. AI Chulhu Rick said, right. Morty's summary left AI Chulhu Rick at a loss for words. Now he understood even better why Rick treated this Morty the way he did. Compared with other Mortys, this one was absurdly smart, and he picked things up frighteningly fast. Even when it came to having a vicious mouth, he could go toe-to-toe with Rick. It's that fucking simple, and you rambled through all that bullshit. Why didn't you start with the creation of the universe while you were at it? The main concept is tool automation. Even a damn caveman knows how to use tools to make his life easier, okay? I think you've been stuck in this world for way too long. You haven't had enough outside technology kicking your ass. Your head's full of nothing but second-hand potions and deep one's shit. Come on already. Just tell me how you're using the resources we have to build a space cruiser capable of flying through outer space in a short amount of time. After taking that verbal beating from Morty, AI Chulhu Rick pointed toward a patch of lawn that had been dug up in the distance and gestured for Morty to go see for himself. Morty headed over. Buried deep underground was a space cruiser, its hull and components already partially dismantled. Where the hell did this thing come from? Just wreckage from the previous era. What, you thought I had absolutely nothing on me and still managed to build a space cruiser and a processing plant in the time it took you to eat dinner? Morty stood at the edge of the pit for a few seconds before jumping down into the spacecraft. It was buried deep beneath the ground, with a huge opening cut through the top. He switched on his phone's flashlight, illuminating a corridor of decaying steel where the air reeked of damp earth. After walking a short distance, Morty rounded a corner and found an old, yellowed diary inside one of the compartments. Going by what AI Chulhu Rick had said about the previous historical period, Morty figured the diary had to be at least 1,000 years old. After all, once all the knowledge accumulated by a civilization was wiped out at once, as long as people themselves survived, rebuilding from scratch would take roughly another 1,000 years. Well, that was only counting the climb from ancient civilization to the near-modern era. It didn't include the explosive technological progress that came after computers appeared. Morty used the translation system to convert the writing into something he could understand, and the diary quickly drew him in. Ignoring the author's personal rambling, one idea recorded in the book made Morty realize just how limited his own imagination still was. In this world where the Chulhu existed, every intelligent species that advanced from ignorance into an age of reason would inevitably encounter the Chulhu at some point. The first intelligent species might have had no idea what they were dealing with. But as long as the planet itself wasn't destroyed, relics and scattered fragments left behind by the previous civilization would be passed down like a torch. And so, by the time of the civilization immediately preceding Morty's own, someone came up with an insanely bold idea. Domestication. Since so many of these Chulhu-like monsters spent most of their time asleep, couldn't they build a device to find them, then make use of them? Setting their sights on non-physical deities was, without question, an unbelievably suicidal idea. But those people actually fucking did it. According to the diary, the people of that era had already ventured into the stars, only to discover that the universe seemed to be littered with forbidden zones. And the masters of those forbidden zones were the great old ones, the elder gods, and the outer gods. That was how the God-hunting project was born. They weren't as clever as Chulhu Rick, who had simply forged the Sword of Silence, but their goal wasn't to destroy the Chulhu-like entities in the first place. Instead, they wanted to treat them like dogs. Hunt down those deities, tame them, and put them to work. That was why this space cruiser carried a reality generator. The basic principle was simple. Since this world had both a mental plane and a physical plane, the reality generator used atomic collisions to create an atomic storm within a designated area, disrupting the stable order of both planes. Chaos produced at such a fundamental level was something even the Chulhu couldn't stop. If they could, Chulhu wouldn't have been beaten by the Ancient Ones and forced to sign a peace treaty. So there was only one problem with the device aboard this ship. After it was built, aside from experimental testing, it had never once been used in actual combat. Because the reason this civilization had been destroyed in the first place was that the Great Toad had been at war with the Elder Gods at the time. The two sides fought for a full 100 years and, in the process, completely wiped this civilization off the face of the world. Chapter 25, Chapter 025, What's It Got to Do With Me? 1,336 words. What a genius idea. Even I, Rick, have to give these idiots credit. They actually came up with something brilliant enough to impress me. After Morty found the suitcase-sized reality generator aboard the spaceship, he called AI Chulhu Rick over to take a look at it. After hearing Morty's explanation and inspecting the device himself, even AI Chulhu Rick was stunned by what it could do. Unlike the Sword of Silence, a weapon specifically made to kill Chulhu monsters, the reality generator was, in a certain sense, absolutely an SSSS-class artifact. It might not be especially effective against enemies on the physical plane, But against enemies on the mental plane, or even beings without a physical form, it was practically a divine artifact. So nobody's ever used it in actual combat. Who cares? I'll stick it on the ship. Most of the parts in this space cruiser came straight from that wreck underground anyway. AI Chulhu Rick got right to work and installed the reality generator. Half an hour later, the two of them were piloting the two-seater spacecraft straight into outer space. As they broke through the atmosphere and the dazzling stars of the Chulhu dimension spread out before them, Morty found himself completely captivated by the beautiful yet dangerous sight. Unlike Morty's own world, space in this dimension was filled with battlefields left behind by clashes between the three major Chulhu factions. Those battles might erupt every few thousand years, every 10,000 years, or sometimes only once every few 100 million years. Either way, the entire expanse of space was littered with the scars they had left behind. Yet after thousands of years at minimum, those once ugly battlefields had been transformed by time into sights of astonishing beauty. Take the nebula off to the right of Morty's field of view. It formed a three-dimensional cone. From its shape, it wasn't hard to imagine what had happened. Some enormous being had been pinned against a planet by an opponent with terrifying strength and beaten mercilessly. In the end, the entire planet had been smashed to pieces, its debris blasted into a cone stretching across dozens of light-years. The sharp, jagged edges of those shattered fragments had long since been worn smooth by time. Now they hung in the sea of stars like a neon sign mounted on the body of some colossal reinforced concrete city beast. It's fucking beautiful. This fucking sucks. The old man and the boy sighed at the same time. Then Morty saw AI Chulhu Rick pull a bottle of liquor out of nowhere, tip his head back, and start chugging. Morty had already had more than enough of Rick's habit of drunk driving through space. He immediately reached over and slapped the bottle out of AI Chulhu Rick's hand. What the hell? What's wrong with having a drink? Don't you think you're being a little too damn controlling? AI Chulhu Rick glared at Morty and shouted. Morty's face darkened as he told him that once this whole thing was over, he could go drink wherever the hell he wanted. Rick's drunk driving in space had already left him traumatized. Last time, their spaceship had nearly punched a massive hole straight through a Galactic Federation warship. So if AI Chulhu Rick planned on flying drunk, then forget Zoth. They could just head straight for Chulhu instead. That'd save them some trouble. Morty had dragged Chulhu out to scare him again. AI Chulhu Rick was pissed, but he had no choice except to suck it up. He didn't have a portal gun. Otherwise, he would have escaped the Chulhu dimension a long time ago. Fine. Just wait until this whole mess with Cthulhu was over. Then he'd show Morty what going big really looked like. While the two headed toward Zoth, Chulhu's homeworld, Chulhu Rick returned home only to discover, to his irritation, that his place had once again been surrounded by a swarm of Gromflamites. As everyone knew, the Galactic Federation's influence wasn't limited to dimension C-137. Otherwise, there'd be no way to explain why Gromflamites had been stationed at interdimensional customs the first time Rick went there in the show, or why, after he screwed up and fled to another world for the first time, Galactic Federation Gromflamites still showed up in a completely different universe. Gromflamites were fucking ridiculous. But Chulhu Rick would still be delighted to see every last one of them wiped out. After all, a bunch of 6-foot-tall Gromflamites hadn't built the Galactic Federation by topping up their phone credit. Gromflamites were neither viviparous nor oviparous, and their absurd reproductive rate had managed to leave even AI cloning technology in the dust. That was exactly why they were practically impossible to wipe out. In an unmodified Gromflamite family, a single couple could reproduce twice a year, producing 3,000 children each time. It only took 3 months for a larva to reach adulthood. And thanks to genetic modification, their lifespan had been extended to 80 years. So Ricks from practically every world, Chulhu Rick included, absolutely despised this ugly, ridiculously overpopulated species. Now that a whole group of Gromflamites had shown up at his door, Chulhu Rick had no intention of talking things out. He was ready to start killing. But before he could, one of them stepped forward and explained that they weren't here for him. They were looking for C-137. Chulhu Rick already had everything ready. He was seconds away from calling over 7 or 8 elder gods and having the entire group reduced to ash. But when he heard they were after C-137, he stopped. He could obviously win the fight. The problem was that Gromflamites acted exactly like actual flies. Kill one group, and the rest would annoy the living shit out of him afterward. So if they wanted that Rick from C-137, why the hell weren't they sending diplomatic documents to the Citadel? What did any of that have to do with him? You're a Rick. Don't you know the Citadel has always been hiding somewhere we can't find? Even if we managed to deliver diplomatic documents to them, they still wouldn't hand over C-137. So you came to me because you think I can help you? Chulhu Rick asked with a cold laugh. The Gromflamite leading the group was a 9th-rank sergeant. Both his rank and his title meant that only a single opportunity stood between him and the Galactic Federation's ruling class. That was why he spoke with complete seriousness and sincerity. You Ricks are a major headache for the Galactic Federation, but we have countless other major problems to deal with. You don't seriously think the Galactic Federation spends all its time specifically targeting you, do you? When your portal guns run out of energy and you use one of our portals, do we ever seriously investigate your identities? And that brings me to why we're here. C-137 has gone too far. He and his friends occupy 5 of the top 10 spots on our most wanted list, and 25 of the top 50. These so-called freedom fighters keep challenging the order that holds everything together. I also know you have ties to the Shadow Council. So the reason I came here is to ask you to pass a proposal on to the Shadow Council. Hand over C-137, and we can work together. Chulhu Rick was nothing more than an outsider, yet just because he knew Rick, he'd somehow been shoved right into the middle of the first contact between 2 major factions. At that moment, he had about 1,000,000 different ways he wanted to tell Rick to go fuck himself. He really must have been blind back then to go out of his way to save that old bastard's life. And this was what he'd gotten for it. Now the Galactic Federation had shown up at his door to check the water meter, and they'd even brought the fucking bill with them. There was absolutely fuck all he could say. Chapter 26, Chapter 026, Death. 1,283 words. So this is Zoth. This place is fucking awesome. Morty and AI Chulhu Rick had spent about half an hour racing through space with the superluminal engine before finally reaching Zoth. Being located near the constellation Taurus was already impressive enough. Then there was the badass binary star system. And as if that weren't enough, Zoth formed a kind of galactic iron triangle with 2 even more distant planets. Morty couldn't help wondering just how many buffs this planet had stacked on itself. On top of all that, Zoth wasn't just Chulhu's homeworld. It was also the home of the Great Toad, Tsethogwa, as well as Chulhu's ex-wife, Idya, who still hadn't moved to Earth. 1 planet, 2 great powers, and a queen. Talk about getting your money's worth. All right. Now that we're here, we can't just fly in wherever we want. We need to let the owner of this place, Idya, know we're here first. As soon as AI Chulhu Rick finished speaking, he stared pointedly at Morty, making it painfully obvious that Morty was handling the introductions. Morty knew exactly how much the Chulhu entities of this world disliked AI Chulhu Rick, so he took the job and tried to contact Idya. Maybe she happened to be asleep at the moment, because neither telepathic communication nor blasting a message over the ship's loudspeaker managed to wake her. With no other option, Morty and AI Chulhu Rick landed on the planet. As they descended through the atmosphere and drew closer to the surface, Morty spotted something on a distant snow-covered mountain range. A gigantic white worm. Dead. Holy shit. Is that clear stuff blood? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Somebody tell me what the fuck happened here. Fuck. A great old one got killed? Neither of them had expected a simple detour to Zoth to grab some local materials before heading home to kick off with something this insane. They exchanged a look. Then immediately hauled us back into outer space. The 2 sat silently in their seats for a long while. Eventually, Morty patted AI Chulhu Rick on the shoulder and spoke in an unusually earnest tone. Comrade old AI Chulhu Rick, you've worked your ass off for Chulhu Rick all these years, and now you've finally gotten yourself a physical body. I had something to do with that, didn't I? The second AI Chulhu Rick heard that, he knew Morty was up to no good. He sneered. "Oh, I'm grateful to 18 generations of your fucking ancestors. But gratitude's all you're getting. Don't even think about making me go back down to Zoth for you. So you're saying you're not going? Go ahead and summon any great old one you want. Let's see how many of them show up ready to fucking kill us." The situation instantly became a zero-sum game. For once, Morty had no way to pressure AI Chulhu Rick into cooperating. If he summoned any of the great old ones from Chulhu's faction, he and AI Chulhu Rick would almost certainly have their souls ripped out and spend countless trillions upon trillions of years being tortured. After all, the guy's wife had just died under mysterious circumstances. And the two of them just happened to be here. Worse, they possessed the power to kill beings like Chulhu. If they weren't the suspects, who the hell would be? As for the elder gods and the outer gods, the former hated Chulhu, while the latter were omniscient and omnipotent beings. Neither side gave a damn whether insignificant humans like them lived or died. Turns out Chulhu and his crew were actually the more down-to-earth ones. But down-to-earth or not, the situation had already happened. So what the hell were they supposed to do now? Sneak back onto Zoth before anyone noticed, grab the materials they needed, brew the potion for Cthulhu as fast as possible, then get the hell out of there and go home? Or use a prayer to contact Chulhu and tell him that his ex-wife had been murdered? Alright. Quit overthinking this shit. We go down, grab what we need, and sneak the hell out. AI Chulhu Rick cast his vote for running. Morty didn't want to get dragged into any more trouble either. After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided not to tell Chulhu the bad news just yet. The two descended to the surface again. Using the ship's built-in scanner, they quickly pinpointed the raw materials they needed. The moment they got off the ship, they started digging with their tools so furiously that their faces practically turned into JoJo expressions. Within 2 minutes, they'd hauled a pile of bizarre plants aboard and were tearing through the sea of stars at full speed. Still rattled, Morty sat in the co-pilot's seat and watched planets streak past outside the window. He took a deep breath. Then silently gave AI Chulhu Rick a thumbs up. Fake Rick or not, the guy had absolutely mastered two things: getting shit done fast and keeping himself from getting tangled up in unnecessary trouble. After returning to Earth, they flew around collecting every remaining ingredient needed for the potions. Once they had everything, AI Chulhu Rick immediately threw himself into the urgently needed potion brewing. Since they had returned to Arkham, Morty waited outside the spaceship for a while and noticed that dawn had already broken. As the town woke up, nearly everyone except a few people with nothing better to do headed toward their workplaces, casting curious looks in Morty's direction along the way. The priest, who had gotten up early, came looking for him. He looked deeply troubled, with a trace of fear in his eyes. "Morty, there's a deity calling himself Ultha. He wants to see you. He's in the church. Could you get over there as soon as possible?" Ultha. Morty's heart gave a hard thump when he heard the name. He'd been seriously studying the Chulhu mythos lately, and this guy was the Watcher among the Elder Gods. His exact abilities were unclear, but he apparently had the power to monitor every Great Old One on Earth. And anyone capable of keeping tabs on all the Great Old Ones by himself couldn't possibly be weak. But right in the middle of this critical potion brewing process, an Elder God wanted to meet him inside Chulhu's church. No matter how Morty looked at it, something about that felt wrong. He motioned for the priest to stay calm, then walked over to the spaceship and told AI Chulhu Rick what was happening. He also told him to hurry the hell up. With the Sword of Silence once again in his right hand and the Book of Ibon in his left, Morty headed for the church. The trip was uneventful. There was barely anyone left on the streets, as though the priest had cleared everyone out ahead of time. Morty reached the church. Before he could even touch the door, the wooden doors slowly swung open toward him without so much as a breath of wind. Standing before the statue of Chulhu was a naked, faceless humanoid figure. Its body was the Milky Way itself. And right in the center of its chest was Earth, exactly as it appeared from outer space. "Hello, outsider who trespassed into this world without permission. Ultha." The being's calm voice almost gave Morty the illusion that it was friendly. Then Morty spoke its name. The peaceful atmosphere shattered beneath a roar of absolute fury. Because of you and that stinking old bastard who already ran away, this world is now facing a catastrophe unlike anything it has ever seen. Chapter 27, Chapter 027, One Sword, One Kill. 1,313 words. Morty had always thought Rick's talent for creative profanity was unmatched anywhere in the universe. Who would have guessed an elder god could swear even more outrageously? Ultha had lived for billions of years at the very least, watching civilization after civilization rise and fall, accumulating countless forms of knowledge and piling them all together. He was basically the uncrowned king of profanity. You piece of shit. Crawl all the way back up your family tree to Lucy, you upright walking apes. When your ancestors lost their tails and learned to stand, did their skulls get twice as big while their actual brainpower dropped to the caffeine level of a $5 iced coffee? If you want to play around in the mud with primitive civilizations, piss off to some other world and play with those little fireworks of yours that can't even blow up a planet. Don't come screwing around on our turf. Do you know why the great old ones absolutely cannot be allowed to travel to other worlds? Once they enter another universe, they leave behind their mark. And once that incredibly difficult to remove mark exists, they can enter that world. Ultha's insults were vicious. But after years of having his ears baptized by Rick's profanity, Morty had basically developed an automatic filter for that kind of thing. So once he mentally stripped away all the swearing, Morty finally understood why this furious elder god wasn't showing even a shred of the composure expected from a being billions of years old. Originally, these Chulhu mythos creatures had no idea there were other universes beyond their own. And the elder gods, who possessed enough power to seal away those creatures, certainly had no intention of sharing that secret with beings whose looks were so handsome they'd make your brain freeze on the hottest day of summer. But Chulhu had already visited another universe. All 4 members of his family had accidentally left their marks there. Under normal circumstances, they would only need another few million years before they could reach that other universe. Wait. A few million years? I'd be fucking dust by then. What the hell does that have to do with me? You want me to care? Fine, make me immortal too. Otherwise, shut up. Ultha had seen through far too many minds over the ages. Watching Morty go from tense and anxious to completely unconcerned, he immediately understood why Morty suddenly didn't give a damn. We live for a few decades, and you're telling me about something that'll happen millions of years from now. You seriously think I'd care? Especially for a short-lived species like ours. You want to threaten me with the torment of immortality? Can you double it? I really don't want to live for only a few decades. Still, Ultha hadn't come here just to curse Morty out. Once he'd vented his anger, he explained that he was here because of Morty's Rick. As Earth's Watcher, Ultha had naturally seen everything Rick, AI Chulhu Rick, and the Great Old Ones had been up to. Generally speaking, though, the Elder Gods didn't bother interfering unless something threatened to spiral too far out of control. Then the 4 members of Chulhu's family had run off to another universe right in front of him. Ultha had nearly suffered a heart attack on the spot. Well, assuming he had a heart. Either way, Rick had caused this whole mess. So Rick had to take responsibility for it. Then you've got to figure out some way to get him here. Morty could only express the highest possible admiration for the Elder God's line of thinking. If you've actually got a way to deal with Rick, then all I can say is, teach me. I want to know how to deal with Rick too. You seem important to him. Did he really dump you here and then stop caring about you? Morty said, he's never cared about anything. Then I'll just have to take a look for myself. The instant Ultha finished speaking, his body shot toward Morty. Morty instinctively raised the Sword of Silence, the golden longsword in his hand. And then, the blade sliced straight through Ultha's neck. In less than a second, Ultha's body seemed to pass through countless billions of light years, going from overflowing with life to dissolving completely into nothingness after death. Morty saw every bit of it. He was stunned. Holy shit, was that elder god really that weak? No, this sword's gotta be ridiculously powerful. Before Morty could finish marveling at the Sword of Silence's absurd combat power, a deafening boom came from the sky outside. It sounded as though some invisible thing wrapped around the entire planet was dying. Morty rushed outside. The blue sky and white clouds slowly drained of color, like a ball of ice melting at light speed. A black expanse of space appeared overhead. Stars glittered across it. And among them were those emotionless eyes. The previously peaceful Arkham instantly erupted into chaos. Countless people poured out of their homes and rushed toward the church, begging the deity they worshipped to protect them. The priest had witnessed everything. His face completely drained of color, he was pushed onto the pulpit by the desperate crowd and forced to preach words that even he himself couldn't believe. AI Chulhu Rick was still busy aboard the spaceship when he heard the chaos outside. He stuck his head out of the cabin and looked up at the sky. After silently cursing, he immediately ducked back inside and threw everything he had into making the potion. Because only one deity protected and watched over this planet. No stone carving or book had ever recorded what would happen if Ultha died. But now the sky itself had disappeared, leaving the stars as nothing more than a backdrop above everyone's heads. How could that possibly have nothing to do with Ultha? Standing in front of the church, Morty slowly came back to his senses. He stared at the place where Ultha had died, utterly unable to accept what had just happened. An elder god had died by his hand. Just like that. That made no fucking sense. Why? You're an elder god. You're supposed to be able to fight Chulhu Mythos creatures without losing ground. So how the hell did I kill you with one damn sword swing? That fight had less impact than a level 0 newbie beating up a little white rabbit. He'd one-shot a god so easily that Morty was starting to question reality itself. But he knew he'd caused a massive disaster, so he didn't dare stay outside the church any longer. He turned and sprinted toward the spaceship. There was only one thing he could do now. Finish the potion and deliver it to Rick. Then grab the 3 divine artifacts and run straight home. As for everything else, he'd follow Rick's usual tradition. Kill first, leave the body. Morty soon reached the spaceship. Inside, AI Chulhu Rick had already entered a state of near madness. Both hands were moving so fast they left after images. At this rate, he'd be a guaranteed champion in some senior hand-spinning dance competition. And even while working like that, he still managed to glance at Morty as he came in and throw a jab at him. Chulhu Rick has lived in this world for years. He's built all kinds of weapons since the day he was born, and has never killed a single god. You haven't even been here for a full day, and first you stumble across a dead great old one, then you personally kill an elder god. Are the Ricks and Mortys from your world always this brutal? Seeing that the guy still had time to make fun of him, Morty roared. Hurry up and work. We finish the potion, then we get the hell out of here. Chapter 28, Chapter 028, I'll go talk to him. 1,296 words. While Morty was pushing AI Chulhu Rick to work his ass off and hurry up, the strange phenomenon caused by Ultha's death had already been witnessed by countless people across the planet. Even those elsewhere in the Chulhu universe had seen it clearly. The shockwave triggered by Ultha's death was rapidly building, spreading throughout the entire universe with unprecedented force. After all, the death of a deity often meant a change in the world order and a shift in the very ceiling of power. It's only been a few days since he got here. And he's already killed an elder god. No matter how I look at it, this doesn't seem like the style of whoever's pulling the strings behind him. Where the hell did this Morty even come from? Maybe I should start thinking about getting the hell out of here too. Standing in front of his wooden cabin, Chulhu Rick looked up at the star-filled sky. He knew arguing with Rick wasn't going to get him anywhere, so he was already thinking about making a run for it. Sure, Morty had done the killing, but Chulhu Rick was still the one who had built the weapon. Morty could just pack up and leave. Once he jumped to another universe, nobody here would ever find him. So naturally, Chulhu Rick had to embrace the Rick spirit too. Kill them and leave the mess behind. Inside the main hall of Relia, the city of the deep, the great old ones were still gathered together, all staring upward toward the ocean's surface. The depths around them were pitch black, but their eye stalks, eyes, and compound eyes could pierce straight through the darkness of the seawater and see the sky above. Ulthar is dead. The Watcher. His eternal. How the hell could he die? You fucking idiot. You're eternal too. Did you sleep so long your brain rotted away? Yeah, you're the smart one. Then you tell me, how do you kill an elder god? How do you kill Ulthar, the Watcher? The Chulhu Mythos creatures' argument, along with the anger born from their fear, soon escalated into a full-blown brawl. Deep beneath the ocean, their fighting churned up wave after wave. The Deep Ones and the Starspawn of Chulhu trembled in terror. Even as the tremendous impacts and collisions stirred up whirlpool after whirlpool across the seabed, none of them dared move recklessly in front of these notoriously vicious Great Old Ones. They could only let the currents sweep them away one after another, and some were even torn apart. Eventually, Chulhu brought the fighting under control. All of you, shut the fuck up. Anybody throws another punch, I'll fucking kill them myself. Chulhu roared with a murderous expression, knocking two brawling Great Old Ones aside with his hands before striding into the center of the main hall. His roar echoed throughout the entire city of R'lyeh, silencing everything. Even the underwater whirlpools seemed to vanish beneath the force of his voice. Once everyone had finally stopped, Chulhu addressed them. Most of our true forms have been sealed away somewhere by the elder gods. So those of you who are sealed, rise to the surface together and find out exactly what the hell is happening out there. Those of you who aren't sealed, come with me. Gather every follower under your command and prepare for whatever comes next. The fall of an elder god has broken the balance between us and them. So to restore that balance, the elder gods are bound to make a move. They'll kill a few of us to even out the difference in strength. If you don't want to die, then stick together. With Chulhu laying out his clear, unmistakably cautious strategy, everyone began acting accordingly. Still, some of them had their own schemes, quietly calculating how best to survive the crisis that was about to hit. Meanwhile, Morty, the guy currently throwing the entire Chulhu universe into chaos, had veins bulging in his neck as he repeatedly told himself not to stab the person in front of him. Do not stab him. Definitely do not stab him. It wouldn't be worth it. So, how about we head back to Zoth? AI Chulhu Rick looked so embarrassed he wanted to disappear on the spot. His clothes were still covered in residue from the exploded potion, and his face was coated in black soot, making it look like it belonged to a completely different person from the neck down. Just half a minute earlier, Morty's non-stop urging had made AI Chulhu Rick's hand slip, causing him to dump an entire bottle of auxiliary ingredients into the main container. Then came the explosion. The whole batch of potion was blown to hell on the spot. And if they wanted to make another batch, even with someone as careful as AI Chulhu Rick handling it, they were still missing one of the necessary raw materials from Zoth. Go back to Zoth. Now! When the sky there wasn't even blue anymore. Morty didn't need more than a couple of brain cells to know that, according to the ultimate law of the universe, pure fucking bad luck, there was a 99.999999999% chance he'd run straight into Chulhu, who would just so happen to be returning to Zoth at the exact same time. This kind of bullshit coincidence had a 300% chance of happening. With Morty's luck, there was no way he wouldn't run into him. And the second Chulhu saw Morty coincidentally show up on Zoth, he'd immediately think about Ulthar's death. Then Morty would show up somewhere else, only for Idye to end up dead too. At that point, Morty could jump into an entire galaxy and still never wash the suspicion off himself. But Morty didn't want to just open a portal and run back either. He refused to be some useless loser who had to rely on Rick for everything. Besides, maybe the first half of this mess had been Rick's fault, but by now, the problem was his own. And if he still wanted to finish what he'd started, there was only one option. Morty stared hard at AI Chulhu Rick and spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. You fly the ship to Zoth right now, get that raw material, then brew the potion. I'm heading to R'lyeh. I'll keep Chulhu and the others under control. The second the potion's ready, come straight down to the bottom of the ocean and find me. Then we get the hell out of here. Got it? Seeing Morty brush aside what had just happened, AI Chulhu Rick let out a huge sigh of relief. Being a Rick without a portal gun made you way too easy to screw over. Especially in this godforsaken Chulhu universe. The Galactic Federation wasn't even willing to build interdimensional customs here. If he wanted to escape, he had no choice but to rely on Morty. Once I get out of here, I'm definitely getting my hands on a portal gun. After silently making up his mind, AI Chulhu Rick piloted the spaceship toward Zoth. Morty, meanwhile, opened the Book of Ibon and began reciting Chulhu's prayer, calling for the bastard to come pick him up and take him to the city of Relia. By coincidence, Chulhu had been unable to contact his ex-wife on Zoth. And with Ultha already dead, another possibility had begun creeping into his mind. Could she have that prayer? It's from the Book of Ibon. Is that Morty's voice? Sensing Morty calling out to him, Chulhu ordered the Deep Ones and the Starspawn of Chulhu to protect his daughter, Cthulhu. Then he swam toward the source of Morty's voice. Chapter 29, Chapter 029, One Father in 1,305 words. As the saying goes, when two people with serious history meet again, their hearts may be in turmoil, but on the surface, they usually act like nothing happened. Morty and Chulhu were different. The moment they met, they greeted each other with nothing but warmth. Hey, Morty. Where's that Rick of yours whose morals are about as rotten as 10-year-old shit fermenting in a jar? I've got a 3-planet project I want to talk to him about. Look, hearing you trash him makes me happy, but as his grandson, I still have to defend that black-hearted worm. I won't let you slander that pus-oozing piece of shit. After that little exchange, they realized they both hated Rick. Chulhu immediately found Morty much more likable. Anybody who hated the same guy had to be one of his people. Come on. Your bro here was billions of years old and only had a handful of precious daughters. And this kid Morty had some backbone. So Chulhu decided to give him a chance. Whichever daughter he liked, he could marry. They didn't bother with all that bride price and dowry nonsense. But as a generous father-in-law, Chulhu was more than willing to throw in the entire Deep One's race as a dowry so the young couple could start their life together. Morty. Chulhu was generous enough to hand over an entire warrior race as a dowry. All Morty had to do was nod, and starting tomorrow, every ship on Earth that wanted to cross the ocean would have to pay him a fat toll. Unfortunately, the looks of Chulhu's daughters were a serious challenge to human standards of beauty. After politely turning down this grand gift from the Lord of the Seven Seas, Morty watched as Chulhu, who was eager to return to Zoth, spoke up again. Young man, ever heard of Zoth? Come on. I'll get you an oxygen mask. We can talk on the way. The second Morty heard Chulhu was heading to Zoth, panic hit him hard. If Chulhu went there now and happened to see AI Chulhu Rick, then spotted his dead wife on that distant snowy mountain, wouldn't he cough up blood from sheer rage on the spot? No. Absolutely not. Even if he had to go, he needed to wait at least an hour before leaving. Morty thought for all of 1 second before deciding that, for the sake of this world's future, he would temporarily sacrifice himself. Bro. No. Father-in-law. Wait. Chem. Stopped in his tracks by the words father-in-law, Chulhu turned around in disbelief, shock written all over his octopus face. Because. Who said Chulhu didn't have marriage problems to worry about? Just look at the brats in his family. Sons and daughters alike, every last one of them had been single for hundreds of millions of years. As the head of the family, Chulhu worried about it sometimes too. He'd worried so much that what little hair he had left was practically gone. And now Morty had suddenly called him father-in-law. Chulhu thought maybe he should settle this matter with Morty first. Then he could take the good news, and Morty himself, to see his wife. At that moment, Morty still had no idea that Chulhu and his wife were merely living apart, not divorced. Rubbing his hands together, Morty drew on everything he had ever learned and began desperately trying to stall Chulhu. Ahem. Well, look, I'm interested. I've definitely thought about it, but no problem. Thinking about it is enough. As long as you're interested, no matter how big the problem is, your father-in-law can handle it for you. Looking at the broad, hearty smile of a proud father-in-law plastered across Chulhu's face, Morty's heart sank. Fuck. What happened to the intimidating aura of the Chulhu universe? Why the hell was this turning into a family drama? When Morty suddenly fell silent, Chulhu figured that if he had nothing else to say, they might as well go meet his future mother-in-law. Morty, wait, you two didn't break up. Chulhu, break up? How can you judge the history of our relationship using those mundane human ideas? Morty. Realizing Chulhu actually seemed to care quite a lot about her, Morty broke out in a thick layer of cold sweat. Because these two were clearly still on very good terms, which meant that the moment Chulhu discovered his wife was dead, today's little incident would probably end with an entire galaxy of planets getting smashed apart, at minimum. And civilization might not restart for another 8 million years. There was no way this would end peacefully. So every time Chulhu looked ready to move, Morty tried to grab him. Tried to call him back. Wait, we haven't even decided which daughter I'm marrying yet. Why don't we figure that out first, then go meet my mother-in-law? Chulhu thought about it and realized Morty actually had a point, but doubts were already creeping into his mind. Was this indecisive little brat really Rick's grandson? Chulhu had only considered Morty because Rick was so damn formidable. Between Rick's genes and what Chulhu assumed was a decent family upbringing, Morty seemed like a reasonable candidate. Otherwise, if Chulhu really didn't care at all, he could have married his daughters off to any random guy ages ago. Why would they still be single now? Morty, Jerry, get out here and take your beating. Even though Chulhu wanted to hurry to Zoth, he remained patient and brought Morty back to the city of Relaya. There, Morty finally met all of Chulhu's children. Gatanothoa, Ithotha, Zothomog, Cthilla, Ensitosa, Ensi2Elhu, Shorash-Ho, and Tith. Among them, Cthilla, Ensitosa, and Ensi2Elhu were daughters. The rest were sons. But they were great old ones. Pretty much every single one of them looked like they existed specifically to assault the limits of human aesthetics. So telling the men from the women wasn't exactly easy. Standing not far away was Chulhu's cousin Hasta, though his titles were far more recognizable than his actual name. The unspeakable, Lord of Interstellar Spaces, the King in Yellow. Looking farther back, Kasotha, Juhanai, Nark, and Cthegya, Chulhu's brothers and sisters, were all here too. Clearly, before bringing Morty over, Chulhu had somehow posted a message in the Happy Chulhu family group chat and notified the rest of the family. So everyone had shown up. And their presence wasn't even the worst part. What really made Morty's head hurt was the family tree. Cthilla was the daughter of Chulhu and Idyer. Meanwhile, the twins Ensitosa and Ensi2Elhu were the daughters of Chulhu and Kasotha. So even if Morty was only pretending that he intended to marry one of them, there was absolutely no way he could choose Cthilla, considering she'd already had something going on with Rick and Chulhu Rick. That was just too damn weird. But the twins. Their mother was standing right here. Sigh. I finally understand why Rick likes to kill things and leave the mess behind. Because right now, I really want to run too. Maybe having too much of a sense of responsibility really does make it harder to survive in a world like this. Seeing Morty arrive at his home only to stand there in silence, Chulhu was starting to get annoyed. You were the one who said you wanted to marry one of my daughters. Now you're here, standing around without saying a damn word and looking ready to back out at any second. What, you think I, Chulhu, am some pushover? You're not Rick. You really think you can play me like this? Sensing the atmosphere in the surrounding seawater growing heavier by the second, Morty immediately cut off his wandering thoughts and devoted all his attention to the urgent task at hand. Choosing himself a wife. Chapter 30, Chapter 030, Chulhu's Family. 1,276 words. The Leviathan of Pestilence, the Unclean Mother, the Queen of Eternal Darkness. Kasotha. She was also Chulhu's sibling and consort. Morty had barely focused for 3 seconds before hearing the string of titles attached to his future mother-in-law's name nearly broke him on the spot. Never mind the Unclean Mother. In Japan, a title like that could probably spawn an entire adult film series. The Leviathan of Pestilence. Queen of Eternal Darkness. Translated into terms a normal person could understand, That basically meant disease attribute plus darkness attribute. Holy shit, this was his future mother-in-law? She was obviously the kind of terrifying warrior goddess who'd say, "You dare mess with my daughter, and I'll wipe out an entire galaxy right in front of you." And with Rick not around right now, Morty naturally kept his attitude a little more humble. "So, twins. I'll marry both of them." In the quietest voice in the entire place, he declared the wildest thing anyone had said. Chulhu shuddered. Hasta's yellow robes whipped wildly. Kasotha's slender body trembled. Everyone else present sucked in a sharp breath underwater, nearly triggering an undersea volcanic eruption. At Morty's outrageous declaration, Chulhu froze for a few seconds. Then he clapped his hands together, blasting out 3 layers of waves, and laughed loudly. "Good. You really are Rick Sanchez's grandson. Fearless. That's my boy." Then he pointed at Morty. "Just for saying that, you can take both my daughters home today, and the deep ones I promised you before. I'll throw in half as many starspawn of Chulhu too. I'll make sure your procession is as grand as it gets. Morty, you're probably the only guy who could make a wedding procession look like an alien invasion." Watching Chulhu get obviously carried away, Morty was already reaching into his pocket for his portal gun. He genuinely had no idea what would happen once Chulhu realized Morty had been bullshitting him. At a conservative estimate, this probably wouldn't end unless the entire family rushed out and killed an elder god just to vent their anger. At the same time, Morty started cursing AI Chulhu Rick in his head. "You really are a knockoff Chulhu Rick. Keep working any slower and the twins and I will have kids before you get back." Could this be another one of Rick's schemes? No. Ultha is really dead. No scheme would go so far as to kill an elder god. Then what the hell do I do now? What if I have to marry these sisters before he gets back? Am I seriously supposed to? Morty looked toward the shell-covered octopus-like creature in the distance. Even if he downed gallons of moonshine and drank himself brain-dead, Morty still couldn't imagine pulling off the kind of insane stunt Rick had. Damn it. How the hell did Rick bring himself to do it? That's fucking Chulhu. Not some Japanese movie. Shit. Why are they all looking at me? What are they saying? Why can't I hear them? Morty stood rooted in place, watching the giant monsters in the distance huddle together and whisper in voices lowered so far that he couldn't make out a word. Every so often, they even pointed at him. Chulhu actually seemed to get into a brief argument with Kasotha. What were they arguing about? Was it because Chulhu didn't wash his feet before bed? Of course not. It had to be about him. A bad feeling crept over Morty. He might have already screwed himself without even realizing it. But really, even thinking with his toes would tell him the truth. With acting skills as shitty as his, maybe he could fool a few high schoolers. But monsters like Chulhu had been alive longer than some young planets. What kind of people hadn't they seen? What kind of tricks hadn't they encountered? They had obviously gathered together to discuss whether Morty was trying to scam his way into marriage. The veins on Morty's right hand bulged as he gripped the handle of his portal gun. At this point, the real problem was no longer whether Rick would laugh at him afterward. It was figuring out how to get the hell out of there before they made a move. He absolutely could not die. He refused to die. He still had to get the method for making a portal gun, finally get away from Rick, and go face those endless new world. There was no way he was dying here. At that moment, Chulhu, having received the blessing of his family, walked toward him. So this is it. Should I stab him first, then run? Screw it. Get the gun ready. Just as Morty prepared to pull out his portal gun and swing the sword of silence in his hand, Chulhu suddenly changed form. The next second, every member of the Chulhu family transformed from their various bizarre appearances into human forms Morty could actually accept. Chulhu now stood 1.85 meters tall, with a thick beard, bright piercing eyes, and broad arms. He just looked a little pissed off. That damn woman insisted I shrink from over 300 meters down to 185. Said it'd be easier to talk to you like this. Fuck. Damn woman. Morty, seeing that Chulhu really seemed to be genuinely upset about nothing more than his height, Morty suddenly wondered whether his own mind was just too twisted. Why else would he be so suspicious of such a simple, straightforward Chulhu family? Wait. What the? A pair of sisters who looked almost identical, yet carried completely different airs, approached with small, measured steps. One was dignified, the other alluring. A white dress. A black dress. A gentle smile. A seductive smile. Morty suddenly felt like he understood something. Chulhu mythos creatures only created physical appearances for themselves when they needed to communicate with outsiders. At their core, they were all soul-based beings. Could Rick have? Morty looked again at Cthulhu, the eldest sister. 9 out of 10 looks, a pair of long legs, and a delicate face filled with worry. That old bastard. He did it on purpose. I knew there was no way Rick's tastes had gotten that extreme. So that's what was going on. Looking over the rest of the Chulhu family, all of whom now appeared completely human, Morty felt an almost surreal sense of disbelief. Just a few minutes ago, he'd had to crane his neck upward to talk to the mountain-sized Chulhu family. Now every single one of them had taken human form, and they'd even adjusted their heights. Had they been deliberately messing with him this whole time? Well, you willing to call me father-in-law from the heart now? Chulhu seemed to know exactly what Morty had been thinking. He threw an arm around Morty's shoulder and waggled his eyebrows at him. Morty glanced at the sisters again. To his surprise, he actually felt a little tempted. Fuck. Somehow this is even harder than rejecting their Chulhu mythos forms. Just as Morty, under the watchful eyes of the entire family, was about to call him father-in-law, AI Chulhu Rick finally arrived. Like a warrior who had raced through the night to reach the execution ground. Or rather, like some asshole who barged into somebody else's wedding just to shout his objection. Morty. I'm here. I brought the potion back. Get lost. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Patreon.com Pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead, for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 31, Chapter 031, I made a run for it. 1,378 words. Space racing. High-speed harvesting. Rush order potion brewing. After all that frantic racing against the clock, what did I get in return? No honor. No praise. No smiles. Just one cold, merciless command. Get lost. Is this how cold the non-AI world is? I really was too naive. The real world is way crueler than I ever imagined. Cold, cold icy rain. Ice Rain by Andy Lau. Cough, cough. Sorry, I got a little carried away just now. You're back. Seeing that AI Chulhu Rick was obviously in a bad mood, Morty realized he had gotten a little too worked up. He hurried over, putting one hand on AI Chulhu Rick's shoulder and the other on the potion bottle. Then he lowered his voice and explained, I only pretended I was going to marry them to buy time. Don't take it too seriously. The despair on AI Chulhu Rick's face vanished instantly. In its place came an extremely grave expression. I've got something to tell you too. Idya isn't dead. We freaked out for nothing. She just gave birth, so she was lying on the snowy mountain to rest. Morty, what? What the hell are you talking about? Why didn't you say that sooner? Didn't you tell me she was dead? Do you have any idea how far I went and what I sacrificed because of that? AI Chulhu Rick, she was dozens of kilometers away, completely motionless, with some unidentified liquid around her. Who the hell wouldn't think she was dead at first glance? Chulhu, what the hell are you two talking about? At some point, Chulhu had sidled up beside them. He stared suspiciously at Morty, then looked at AI Chulhu Rick in confusion. AI Chulhu Rick looked exactly like Chulhu Rick. Both had the standard Chulhu look. Octopus faces. So Chulhu knew that face pretty damn well. But there were enough subtle differences in their body language to make him feel that the man in front of him wasn't Chulhu Rick, but another Chulhu Rick entirely. Rick had already told him that countless worlds contained countless Ricks, so the sudden appearance of AI Chulhu Rick didn't surprise him all that much. What bothered him was how sneaky the two of them were acting. They were obviously hiding something from him. Something about somebody dying, somebody else having a baby. Wait. Wasn't there something seriously wrong with this whole situation? Seeing Chulhu growing suspicious, Morty moved first. He snatched the potion and shoved it into Chulhu's hand, then aimed the portal gun in another direction and fired. After jumping through with AI Chulhu Rick, he called back one last thing. That potion can get rid of the baby in Kthila's belly. This is where we part ways. Let's never see each other again for the rest of eternity. The portal disappeared. Chulhu stared at the potion in his hand, and everything that had just happened finally clicked into place. Damn it. Everyone. We're going to the planet Zoth. Back on Earth, Morty hadn't even caught his breath when he saw that Rick had already captured AI Chulhu Rick. Not with his hands, but inside some kind of electromagnetic energy cage. Before AI Chulhu Rick could even figure out what was happening, he was already a prisoner. AI Chulhu Rick gave a bitter smile. Come on, we're both Ricks. Do you really have to treat one of your own like this? Rick glared at him without saying a word, but his expression made his answer perfectly clear. Who the hell says this Rick is one of us? Dream on. What, so my AI gets to call me bro too? Have some damn self-awareness. Then Rick pulled Morty into the garage. Morty obediently followed him inside, but before he could even report what had happened over there, he saw his mom and dad standing there, absolutely furious. Morty, starting today, you're grounded for a month. Other than school, you're not going anywhere. Morty, am I still asleep or something? Or am I still in the Chulhu dimension? Because why are you two? Rick then told Morty what had happened. A few minutes earlier, Beth had come home from work and seen the footage playing on the living room TV. She had nearly had a heart attack. Her precious son going off on adventures in another world was nothing new. She had already been through that countless times. But a world that evil? A world that radiated madness from every corner? That was a first. Those indescribable monsters stood hundreds of meters tall. Just looking into their eyes made her feel as though she had been dropped into an ice cellar. And her son was chatting and laughing with them. No matter how much a parent wanted their kid to succeed, no parent wanted to see their child casually shooting the shit with Chulhu. So what came next was obvious. 1 month grounded. Get an A on your exams, and only then could Morty go adventuring again. Otherwise, even if Rick threw a fit, there was no way Beth was letting him take Morty anywhere. Jerry, go, Beth. And just like that, Morty, who had been in the Chulhu dimension only minutes ago, found himself facing an unbearably boring month of school. Sigh. Sigh. The moment Beth and Jerry left, Morty and Rick sighed at exactly the same time. This had been Morty's first chance to choose an adventure world for himself. He never expected his first self-directed adventure to end with this kind of punishment. Still, he had brought back 2 major treasures, the Book of Ibon, the Sword of Silence. Morty couldn't use the former in his own world. But the latter was different. This was a Godslayer sword. Forged by Chulhu Rick, it was, in the truest sense, a kid's first graduation-level divine weapon, SSS rank. It had a specialized attack effect against soul-based creatures. Now that Morty had finally gotten his first real weapon, the annoyance of being grounded for a month quickly faded into the background. Who gave a shit about that? The divine artifact in his hands was real. But just as Morty was about to leave, Rick stopped him. What? Give me the portal gun. Come on. At your age, forgetting a thing or two is perfectly normal, right? Morty's little attempt to walk off with the portal gun was exposed on the spot. After handing it over, Morty left with the book and sword. Once he was gone, Rick tossed the portal gun onto the floor and crushed it under his foot. The gun had been thrown together as a temporary measure in the first place, and it could only open portals to the Chulhu dimension. To Rick, it was disposable. Even so, he had no intention of leaving it with Morty. According to his plan, someone as unique as Morty couldn't be allowed to leave him. Rick needed to keep Morty firmly under his control. Still, compared with those hypocrites in the Citadel, Rick considered himself an honest bastard. At least he had never planned to raise Morty like livestock. Everything he taught him was real and practical. And this time, without Rick protecting him, Morty really had completed every challenge on his own, exactly according to the path Rick had prepared for him. After all, that planet was enormous. AI Chulhu Rick had countless places he could have hidden, so why had he chosen Arkham of all places? Because he was there to serve as Morty's substitute Rick. The only problem was the ending. Rick had screwed that part up. He never expected Morty to go so far as to marry the sisters just to delay Chulhu from reaching Zoth. That completely ruined the big explosive plotline that was supposed to happen after Chulhu arrived on Zoth. Looks like there really is even more potential to dig out of him. This attempt to crush his confidence may have failed. But our next showdown will be coming soon. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on p@Treon. p@treon.com Pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead, for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 32, Chapter 032, but the escape didn't happen. 1,414 words. The next day. Morty slept peacefully through the night. When he woke up early that morning, Rick didn't come barging through his door, and there wasn't anything weird lurking in his room. Morty was actually starting to feel a little uncomfortable with how peaceful everything was. He got dressed, left his room, and headed downstairs to the dining room. His mom had already made breakfast and put on her makeup for work, but she stood by the door until she saw Morty come downstairs. Only then did she leave. Morty glanced at the table and saw a steaming bowl of noodles with rich meat sauce waiting for him. His mood instantly lifted. Sure, technically speaking, he was a born and raised American. His stomach just hadn't gotten the memo. He'd been here for 6 months and still wasn't used to the food, especially how insanely sweet everything was. Morty genuinely couldn't understand how people managed to dump that much sugar into everything. His mom never made a big deal out of it. Unless she was running late for work, she'd usually swing by the local Asian place and have the cook make him a bowl of spicy meat sauce noodles. As for why he didn't go for something even hotter, the answer was simple: Morty loved spicy food. His spice tolerance just didn't love him back. Since it was Saturday, Morty didn't have school. He walked over to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The steaming bowl of fried sauce noodles looked mouth-watering. He picked up his chopsticks and was just about to mix everything together when Summer's mocking voice came from the living room. "Oh, look who it is. Our fake American. Why don't you just swim across the Pacific back to that country? Damn it. Does she seriously have to ruin my breakfast?" Morty's brow immediately furrowed. He wanted to get up and have a nice, serious discussion about life with his foul-mouthed older sister. But he was already grounded for a month. If he started something again today, God only knew what his mom would do. In this family, the person you really couldn't afford to piss off had always been Beth, not Rick. Rick, at least, would sometimes realize he was wrong after you cursed him out a few times. Then he would put on that dismissive look of his and dodge the whole subject. Beth wasn't like that. As the purest descendant of Rick's bloodline in the family, the other half of her personality came from his grandma, Diane. And Diane was the woman who had managed to tame a man like Rick enough to get him to marry her. In a way, there was at least one skill where she absolutely had Rick beat: running a household. Or, more accurately, being a grandmaster of managing family members. That was exactly why, once Beth said Morty was grounded for a month, he really was grounded for a month. So, to keep a certain loser hiding upstairs from tattling to their mom, Morty had no choice but to ignore his sister's taunts. He picked up his chopsticks again, mixed the noodles, and took a bite. Then Rick's portal opened on the other side of the dining table. A moment later, Rick stepped through with 2 gorgeous twin women, both around 6 feet tall. Morty hadn't even swallowed yet. He froze. His chopsticks slipped from his fingers and hit the floor, but he didn't even notice. Because those 2 women. They were the Nsitosa and NC2Lhu sisters. Which meant Chulhu. Wait. Why the hell did Rick bring them here? Holy shit. If he brought them straight to their home base, then according to what Ultha said about the mark, Chulhu would eventually find them in a few million years. Actually, never mind. In a few million years, Morty would already be dust. Why'd you bring them here? It's not just them. The moment Rick finished speaking, Morty's dangerously beautiful mother-in-law stepped through the portal with a seductive sway. A gorgeous woman in her 30s wearing an outfit that barely seemed to contain any fabric at all. Little Morty immediately rose to salute. Then little Morty promptly retreated. Because Chulhu had arrived. His face was covered in what looked like several fresh scratches, leaving him in an incredibly sorry state. The usual arrogant swagger of a Chulhu line heavyweight was completely gone. Finally, Chulhu Rick arrived. Holy shit. Rick, you scheming old bastard. This whole Chulhu dimension adventure really was one giant trap you set up. All that crap about Chulhu Rick being inside somebody's stomach and creating some giant monster. Bullshit. Rick was behind the whole damn thing, damn it. I need to figure out a way to shorten this grounding. The sooner I get another portal gun, the sooner I can get the hell away from this scheming old bastard. Morty finally learned what had happened in the Chulhu dimension after he left. Apparently, a certain elder god had gotten bored with the usual fare and decided to try something different. So he went to Idya, one of old Rick's wives, and in the name of repairing relations between the two major factions, the two of them engaged in a little cross-species exploration into the origins of life. And the result? They actually succeeded. A child born from an elder god and a great old one. From the moment it was born, it inherited everything both parents had passed down to it. Chulhu was not happy. Sure, they didn't give much of a damn about conventional morality. He had even done that with his own sister. But at least that had still been between great old ones. Having a kid with an elder god? That was crossing the line a little. They really had a kid. No. I mean, they actually gave birth to something humanoid. Morty cautiously confirmed it several times before finally accepting the absurd reality of the situation. But even so, there was still something he didn't get. Even if that kid had been born strong enough to instantly kill an elder god, why the hell had all of them come to his world? The universe was huge. Surely there were plenty of places they could hide. The Galactic Federation asked me to contact your grandpa last time, but I turned them down. This time, they came straight at us with a fleet, so things got a lot more complicated. They're still tearing each other apart over there. Once those Gromflamites figure out how to develop weapons along the same lines as the Sword of Silence or the Reality Generator, every great old one over there is screwed. And as for why we came here, obviously it's because your grandpa owes me one hell of a favor. That was all Morty needed to hear. Chulhu Rick and his family were definitely moving into their world. Partly because Rick owed Chulhu Rick a major favor. More importantly, Rick's scheme this time had put Chulhu Rick directly in the Galactic Federation's crosshairs. After dragging him into this whole mess, if Rick still refused to lend a hand, that would be the most Rick thing imaginable. All right. Here's the key. The house is right next door. Take them over there. Rick, who had been silent the whole time, pulled out the key to the house on their right and tossed it to Chulhu Rick. Then he immediately started shooing everyone out, clearly unwilling to say another word. Sure enough, two Ricks really couldn't stay on good terms for more than 5 minutes. Chulhu Rick and the others were sent away. But Chulhu, the Incitosa and NC2Lhu sisters, and Kasotha stayed behind. Rick placed a hand on Morty's shoulder and spoke in an unusually grave tone. Morty, from now on, don't casually promise to marry people. Because once you strip away all the emotional crap wrapped around marriage, what you're really talking about is a legally recognized union. But that rule only applies where we come from. And now you're about to pay for what you did. Pick one to consummate the union with. I already negotiated them down for you. You can't handle both at once. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on P@Treon. P@Treon.com Pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead, for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 33, Chapter 033, Absurd. 1,331 words. If someone ever said to Morty, "Kid, a threesome is too much for you, so I helped you bargain it down to a one-on-one," then even if that person were his own brother, hell, even his own father, Morty would slap him across the face and show off his factory standard, top-of-the-line kidneys backed by 8-pack abs. "You little bastard. You can look down on me for anything else, but you dare question my skills?" But when it came to the NC-TOSA and NC-2L sisters, Morty had only one thing to say. Rick really did love him. There wasn't a shred of falsehood in this deep grandfather-grandson bond. It was nothing but Rick's overflowing love for him. Unfortunately, even that love had its limits. "Jesus, Morty. You could bug your eyes out until you look as smart as a husky, and I'm still not bargaining this down any further. Morty, Rick tilde come on, haggle a little more tilde." "Rick, fuck off. Pick one already. This is what you get for going around promising people marriage whenever you damn well feel like it." At that point, there really wasn't much left to argue about. Rick had already bargained one of them away for him. Instead of taking both, Morty now only had to choose one. So, which one? The NC-TOSA and NC-2L sisters stood before him, one dignified and elegant, the other alluring and seductive. Morty suddenly found himself facing one hell of a headache. Because in their true monster forms, these two were gigantic shell-covered octopuses. Morty honestly had no idea what kind of absolute madman could look at a colossal octopus with a shell and get turned on. Just imagine him right now, still smack in the middle of puberty. Barely around 1.6 meters tall, staring up at a giant octopus more than 200 meters high. Why the hell can't I keep my mouth shut? Couldn't I have come up with literally any other excuse back then? Why did I have to bullshit Chulhu with a marriage promise? And now I'm stuck with, wait, I've got the sword of silence. Maybe I should grow a spine for once. There's no way Rick, after protecting me this much, would actually stand there and watch Chulhu kill me. The instant that thought appeared, Morty could no longer keep himself still. He shot to his feet, ready to pull a full-on shonen protagonist move and yell some blood-pumping line about how the tables would turn someday, only for Rick to shove him straight back into his seat. After spending half a year together, how could Rick possibly not know what Morty was thinking? The problem was, while Rick normally killed first and couldn't care less about cleaning up afterward, he had never been the type to welsh on a deal. If Morty backed out now, where the hell was Rick supposed to put his pride? Of course, whenever Rick himself actually wanted to welsh on a deal, there usually wasn't anyone left alive afterward to tell people about it. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. I'm telling you right now. That little idea in your head isn't happening. Seeing Rick, after half a year together, suddenly wearing such a rare serious expression and acting like honesty and integrity were sacred principles, Morty couldn't shake the feeling that something about the whole scene was deeply wrong. He had seen Rick screw people over plenty of times. And now, suddenly, Rick cared about keeping his word. Who the hell was he trying to fool? Still, Morty kept that thought to himself. He figured Rick had to have a reason for doing this. Otherwise, with Rick's personality, would he really have let Chulhu come onto his turf? So, back to the real problem. Out of the NC-TOSA and NC-2L sisters, which one should he choose? Morty looked at the dignified older sister, then at the seductive younger one. Finally, he hardened his heart and decided to take both. His reasoning was simple. If Rick had really gone all out to help him, there was no way he couldn't have refused Chulhu's request. But Rick hadn't. Which meant Morty needed to do the opposite of what Rick expected. He'd screw up Rick's whole plan. Thanks for looking out for me, Rick. But since we're supposed to keep our word, I've decided to honor my original promise. I'll take both of them. Rick. Chulhu. Kasotha. The entire room went dead silent. Then Chulhu muttered under his breath, Rick, maybe you should put in a little more effort and have a son of your own. This grandson of yours is seriously hopeless. With his sharp hearing, Morty's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had the feeling he might have misread the situation. Not completely, though. No, who was he kidding? He had completely fucking misread it. Because Rick's expression had gone from speechless to downright pleased. Well, since you want both, then take both. The day after tomorrow, they're going to school with you. Help them get used to our world, and make sure you protect them from getting killed by anyone else. Morty, I regret this already. Rick, too late. Thinking about all the freaks at his high school, Morty figured that with the sisters' faces and bodies, the school might announce tomorrow that it was shutting down permanently. And he would go down in history as its one and only final graduate. Alright, now that that's settled, the two of us are heading out. Yeah, I just remembered I've got something to take care of too. Morty, get them settled in for now. With all three of them making a remarkably quick exit, only Morty and the NC-TOSA and NC2L-WHO sisters were left in the dining room. Being dropped into an arranged marriage like this left Morty with absolutely no idea what he was supposed to say to either of them. After all, either one of these women, by herself, had already lived n times longer than Lucy, humanity's ancient ancestor. They were basically living fossil-level K-type monsters. And through this completely absurd chain of events, two of them had just been dumped into his lap as wives. Morty desperately wanted to hop online and ask the internet's resident maniacs how they'd handle a post titled, "I accidentally married two ancient rulers. How the hell am I supposed to live with them?" Fortunately, there weren't many people in this warm little family. Unfortunately, any two of the five getting together was enough material to keep a dysfunctional family drama running for 20 seasons. Summer, who had been watching TV in the living room, walked into the dining room just then. She saw two supermodel-level young women in dresses sitting across from Morty. Her fingers froze over her phone screen. Her face immediately twisted with disgust. "Morty, aren't you grounded? Who are those two? They're people you brought back from outside, aren't they? You seriously brought people you met during one of your adventures back home? You know that crosses Mom's biggest red line. TSK. I finally have a chance to be an only child. God, I hope next year I hear you got flattened by a car or died fighting over some rotten burger. Ah, what are you doing?" Morty didn't even get the chance to show his anger. NC-TOSA had already read it from his face. She sprang to her feet, grabbed Summer by the neck, and immediately moved to snap it. Morty shouted for her to stop at the last second, barely saving Summer's life. Having just escaped death, Summer collapsed onto the floor, her face drained with terror. She kicked frantically at the ground and scrambled backward on her hands, only to lose her balance and drop back down again in panic. "What the hell is that? She tried to kill me, Morty." Summer's shrill screaming made Morty feel like his eardrums were about to hit their absolute limit. Chapter 34, Chapter 034, So Young and Already. 1,319 words. So, my son not only has a girlfriend now, but she's already become his wife. Jerry, startled by Summer's scream while he was upstairs on the second floor, came running down. He listened blankly as Summer explained what had happened, then heard Morty's side of the story, and immediately got pissed. He'd already disliked Rick for a long time. Not only was that old man poisoning his kid with all that so-called liberal thinking, he'd even gotten Morty 2 wives at such a young age. Damn it. Why the hell am I so jealous? Just as Jerry grabbed Morty, ready to go settle things with Rick, Morty simply took NC-TOSA and NC2L-WHO upstairs. He didn't give Jerry the slightest bit of respect. There was no helping it. In this family, the absolute bottom of the pecking order was Morty's own father, Jerry. Back when Morty had only watched the show, he'd actually felt a little sorry for the guy. He'd always thought the family treated Jerry too harshly. But after living with him for the past 6 months, Morty had gradually realized that he genuinely couldn't bring himself to like the man at all. Cowardly, timid, controlling, incapable of accomplishing anything without making things worse. He spent every day suspecting his wife of cheating, and even the way he made threats was, "If I ever catch you two in bed together, I'll pull out a gun right in front of you, shoot myself, and splatter my brains all over both of you." Just listen to that. Seriously, listen to that. What kind of man even says something like that? The last time Morty had secretly come home late at night, he'd overheard part of Beth and Jerry's argument. What a disgrace to men. Morty muttered this as he reached his bedroom door, then opened it and gestured for the two sisters to go inside. Once he stepped in and shut the door behind him, Morty suddenly opened it again. One guy and two girls alone in a bedroom with the door shut? That would sound pretty damn questionable if anyone heard about it. More importantly, He couldn't have people getting the wrong idea about his orientation, right? So Morty left the door open, walked over to his desk, had the sisters sit on the bed, and began their first official discussion. And naturally, the reason it needed to be official was because Morty still hadn't given up. Ahem. So, do you two have any thoughts of your own about this whole marriage thing? You know, like pursuing your own love and rejecting the feudal idea of an arranged marriage? Go ahead. Say whatever you want. I mean, I don't have a house, a car, or a job. I've got maybe $100 to my name, and judging by how things are going, I won't be able to afford a place in this state's capital for at least another 10 years. So seriously, you two should think this through. After hearing him out, NC-Tosa and NC-2L exchanged a glance and both started laughing. The difference was that NC-Tosa's smile carried a little pity, while NC-2L's was openly disdainful. Morty caught that immediately, and his mood soured. He'd been nothing but polite and respectful this whole time. What the hell was with those looks? Were they looking down on him? Oh, great. Now they'd pissed him off. If these two didn't start talking properly, they weren't getting out of this room today. Laugh all you want, but if you've got something to say, just say it. Seeing Morty's expression darken, NC-Tosa, being the older and more good-natured sister, spoke first. Why are you trying to judge us, the great old ones, by ordinary human standards? Your souls are imprisoned inside bodies that are incredibly easy to damage. At temperatures above 50 degrees or below 50 degrees, without any protection, your bodies can suffer severe injury or even death. And these bodies of ours are nothing more than shells created to suit your personal sense of beauty. Yet simply because of these shells, your attitude toward us has changed from awe and caution to concern for our well-being. That alone tells us your civilization is still at the stage where physical appearance holds great importance. You have yet to enter a deeper realm. So there's no need to think so much about it. No matter how carefully you preserve that body of yours, it won't last more than 10,000 years. Eventually, your soul will leave it. And when that time comes, only then will we. But for now, Morty, Morty had listened through NC-Tosa's entire long explanation, only for the subject to suddenly take a hard turn at the very end. Was she seriously about to test the limits of his nervous system? What the fuck? NC-Tosa, dressed in her white dress, stood up. Sure, Morty knew perfectly well that the true form of the NC-Tosa standing in front of him was a giant octopus with a shell, but with the way she looked right now, 99.999999% of men would have a hard time getting the word no out of their mouths. So this is why the whole holy monk trapped in a kingdom of women story became legendary. People have been fantasizing about this setup for centuries, but holy shit, what is she doing? At some point, NC-2L had walked over to the electrical outlet. With a light pull of her slender hand, she tore off the outlet cover. Then she forcefully yanked the wires out. The crackling sparks immediately made Morty's skin crawl. He didn't even dare look. Morty, Mom, I'm scared. Fortunately, Rick noticed something strange happening with the house's electricity and arrived just in time. He saved Morty, and in the process, saved one of the old Rick family's future heirs, ensuring that carrying on the family line wouldn't once again be left entirely to the girls. Jesus, aren't you getting a little impatient? I just finished dealing with Jerry, and you're already sitting here waiting for these two sisters to show off their talents. Morty, who had already taken cover behind Rick, glanced at the exposed wires in NC-2L's hand. Whatever this was, it had absolutely nothing to do with a talent show. All right. Some of what your dad said earlier actually made sense. There's no need to rush this. Morty, get the hell out of here. Send both of them back to Chulhu's place. I'm not interested in screwing around with electric currents in the middle of the night. After driving off the two sisters, who had gone straight for their trump cards the second things started, and then chasing away Rick, who'd been standing there with that obnoxious grin on his face the whole time, Morty dropped onto his bed. He reached underneath it and pulled out the Sword of Silence. At this point, he felt that compared to a portal gun, what he really needed was some way to create a personal storage space. Earlier, NC-Tosa and NC-2L had been sitting right beside the bed. No matter what trick he tried, There was no way he could have reached behind them and retrieved the Sword of Silence. Tomorrow's the weekend. Maybe I should use the Mega Fruit tonight. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on P@Treon. P@Treon.com. Pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead, for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 35, Chapter 035, The Meeseeks Box, version 2.0. 1,419 words. The next day, or rather, at 4 in the morning before the sun had even come up, a completely blue person opened the family refrigerator and took out a plastic bottle containing mega fruit pulp. He tiptoed back to Morty's room. Several other blue people who had been waiting there for a while were already carrying out the preliminary work on the flasks sitting on the desk. Morty lay on the bed with his eyes closed, waiting for them to finish, with a Meeseeks box resting on his chest. This thing came from the first season of Rick and Morty. Its function was simple. Press the button on top, and it summoned Mr. Meeseeks. Mr. Meeseeks had extremely limited abilities. Expecting them to fight aliens or anything like that was basically out of the question. Here on Earth, any proper military force could crush them without much trouble. They were essentially glorified household helpers. But they could use a few simple, ordinary methods to dilute the magical substance in the fruit pulp to a concentration Morty could handle. The only problem was that the harder their assigned task became, and the longer they remained alive, the more they suffered. Eventually, they would become desperate enough to kill whoever had summoned them. Otherwise, Morty figured this one little box alone could probably let him dominate the entire home services market in Coronado. No matter how little Mexican amigos charged, how the hell were they supposed to compete with Mr. Meeseeks, who basically cost nothing? By the time the sky began to brighten, the last Mr. Meeseeks disappeared. The 7 or 8 flasks on Morty's desk were all empty now. The only thing left was a plastic water bottle containing 500 milliliters of turquoise liquid. Morty picked it up. The liquid had already been cooled beforehand, so the bottle wasn't particularly hot in his hand. He looked through the window in front of his desk at the sun slowly rising over the horizon. After waiting this long, I finally made it to this day. Damn, it really wasn't easy. Morty thought back to half a year ago, when he had arrived in this world and started traveling with Rick through one world after another, going on all kinds of adventures. And then, over the past few days, Rick had started blatantly trying to manipulate him. That was what made Morty resolve, once again, to get away from Rick. Still, there was one thing he couldn't figure out. If someone was trying to play you, what kind of idiot would turn around afterward and explain the whole scheme to you like they were breaking down a story? It almost felt like Rick was trying to teach him something. If Rick wants to train me, does he really have to screw with me using tricks like this? Why can't the two of us just have one of those nice, wholesome grandpa and grandson relationships for once? Why does he have to treat me like this? Still puzzled, Morty decided not to waste any more time. He raised the plastic bottle and took a sip of the diluted mega fruit juice. As the liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach, the strange substance with its faintly penetrating properties spread from his stomach into his muscles, then followed his blood vessels straight to his heart and brain. But because it had already been diluted, Morty didn't get anything like that first experience of having 30,000 computer cores running at once. Instead, it felt more like someone had multiplied the processing power of a single-core processor several dozen times. And the effect didn't last nearly as long. So Morty didn't dare waste a second. He stared at the Meeseeks box, thinking constantly while taking small sips of the mega fruit juice to keep the effect going. By the time he swallowed the final drop, the notebook beside his right hand was already filled with the simplest, most idiot-proof improvement plan he could come up with. Morty shook out his aching right hand. His body was starting to feel weak, so he took 2 steps back and dropped onto the bed. With his intelligence temporarily dipping, he stared up at the ceiling. Yeah, it was a ceiling. What else was he supposed to see up there? A flower? But as the sun outside continued climbing from the horizon toward the middle of the sky, the intelligence-reducing after-effect of the mega fruit gradually faded. And Morty really did see a flower. The seed of the flower of freedom had finally begun to sprout. As his intelligence slowly returned, Morty got up and picked the notebook off the bed, his mood lifting with it. He had considered going all in and trying to build a portal gun right away. But even Rick from Dimension C-137 had needed his wife and daughter to be murdered before he finally snapped into action. As for exactly how his own Rick had managed to create one, Morty honestly had no idea. But that alone proved the thing wasn't easy to make. So instead of letting some project get stuck at 50%, or worse, at a soul-crushing 99%, he might as well finish something simple and practical first. Meeseeks Box 2.0. Because of some of the mega fruit's more disgusting properties, Morty needed a special processing method if he wanted to preserve all the brilliant ideas that came to him while he was using it. And since he currently had no way to do that except scribbling everything down in a notebook, he could only choose to upgrade this thing first. Morty stayed in his room resting until noon. After lunch, he went back upstairs, locked the door behind him, and began checking the list of materials in his notes. To his surprise, while his IQ had been massively boosted, he had apparently pushed minimalist engineering about as far as it could possibly go. Compared to projects that casually burned through millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars, his Meeseeks Box 2.0 was almost laughably cheap. Total budget, about $200. Raw materials, basically everything could be bought from a nearby supermarket. Morty didn't dare leave the shopping to Jerry. That loser was basically useless. So Morty grabbed the box and his notebook, pulled an old bicycle out of the family storage room that nobody had ridden in ages, and set off for the supermarket. He had been in this world for half a year now, but when he really thought about it, he had barely spent any time actually living here. Without the memories already sitting in his head, Morty probably wouldn't even know how to get from his own neighborhood to the supermarket. Man, why can't they just build high-rises around here? Take one plot of land and stack 30 floors on it. Wouldn't that make way more money than wasting the whole lot on some two-story building? And the supermarket would be way closer too. Morty pedaled through the afternoon sun, sweating like hell all the way to the supermarket outside the neighborhood. The moment he got off his bike, he spotted Jessica near the entrance. A few stereotypical American high school assholes were standing around her with sleazy grins, trying to get handsy. At the sight of a beautiful girl getting harassed, Morty's whole body jolted. Then he pressed the button on the Meeseeks box. 7 or 8 little blue men appeared and promptly carried off the assholes whose entire purpose in life, at this stage, revolved around getting into girls' pants. After that, Morty didn't even bother with Jessica when she came over to thank him. He simply went inside, bought everything he needed, then got back on his bike and headed home. That left Jessica, the goddess in the eyes of every Morty, standing outside the supermarket and watching his skinny figure disappear into the distance. This Morty really is unusual. He didn't linger around Jessica at all, and he didn't get flustered either. No wonder the people at the Citadel sent me here to investigate him. So who's his Rick? Jessica walked into the alley beside the supermarket, pulled out a phone, and was just about to contact her superior when Rick appeared. His expression was ice cold. He grabbed Jessica by the throat, shoved a pill into her mouth, and forced her to swallow. She struggled violently. For exactly 1 second. Then her whole body went completely still. Jessica, the Citadel N069, reporting for duty. Chapter 36, Chapter 036, Not to kill, but to keep a trick up my sleeve. 1,465 words. Phew. Finally done. Man, this really is a top-tier gadget for lazy people. Now that my IQ's back to normal, the internal structure looks ridiculously complicated. On a hillside in a pedestrian park near his neighborhood, Morty followed the instructions in his notebook and completely dismantled the Meeseeks box. Then, following the plan he had devised while in mental enhancement mode, he started with the box's core operating mechanism and carried out an extremely thorough, meticulous modification. At this point, Morty couldn't help complaining about the mega fruit. The fruit's effects really were incredible. Even Rick thought highly of it. But once the effect wore off, all those ideas in his head, even if his brain still remembered some of them, once his intelligence dropped back to normal, he still had no idea how to tackle the same problems. He had the thought process. He had the result. But with his reasoning ability reduced again, the moment he faced the actual technology involved, he was right back to staring at it without a clue. Back to the point, the basic operating principle of the Meeseeks box wasn't actually that complicated. The energy transmission device inside the box extracted oxygen and carbon dioxide from the air, then combined them with the palm-sized energy stone inside. That process created a little blue man about 1.75 meters tall beside the user. Core component, the energy stone. Key component, the energy transmission device. The energy stone was easily the most important thing inside the box. Morty didn't dare mess with it, especially since his improvement plan didn't involve altering the core at all. Instead, he focused on changing the rhythm and intensity of its energy output. It was like sound. Turn up the volume and it got louder. Turn it down and it got quieter. But once that sound was shaped into a specific word, its function changed completely. Put simply, the original Meeseeks box was like a beginner wizard who only knew how to cast fireball. After 3 little blue men appeared beside him, each noticeably more human in their finer details. Before, a Meeseeks had looked almost like a solid color doll, as though someone who couldn't draw had sketched a human figure with a single line. Now, the connections between their limbs looked much closer to an actual human body. They had proper joints, knees, and a somewhat more natural-looking neck. Mr. Meeseeks, I've got an Olympiad math problem. Can you solve it for me? You. I've got a problem involving aerospace materials science. Can you work that one out? And you. Say I wanted to build a secret base here for one person, with cost being no concern. Could you draw me a rough design? As Morty spoke, he held up the phone he had prepared earlier and showed its screen to the 3 newly summoned Meeseeks. The first barely had to think before giving Morty the answer, then vanished from sight. The second thought for about 2 minutes before carefully explaining the aerospace materials science problem to him. The third had already drawn a rough blueprint on the ground. Morty checked the math answer, then looked up the known solution to the aerospace materials science problem and compared the two. As for the final blueprint, he didn't even need to examine it closely. He knew he had this in the bag. He now had the ability to build a space cruiser. But after the initial excitement faded, Morty suddenly felt a little underwhelmed. Being able to build a space cruiser only meant he had gone from swimming in a creek to swimming in a river. And there were plenty of bigger fish in that river. In the universe he currently lived in alone, there were countless enemies stronger than him. And above them was Rick. After spending so long beside someone at the very top, having to start from the bottom of the power ladder and climb his way back up suddenly felt unbelievably difficult. Just how strong would he need to become before he could get away from Rick completely unharmed? But Morty quickly pulled himself together. Whether he actually ran away from Rick would depend on what Rick ultimately intended to do with him. And all of this preparation was simply Morty keeping a card up his sleeve. He only needed a safeguard against Rick. He wasn't planning to fight Rick head-on and kill him. Once he thought of it that way, Morty relaxed. Box in hand, he started walking home. When he got back, Summer and Jerry were in the living room. Summer was messing around on her phone while Jerry watched TV, and his mom, Beth, was busy making dinner in the kitchen. Morty was perfectly happy with this kind of peaceful family life. After all, when you spent your time around Rick, peaceful, ordinary days were actually the rarest thing in the world. It would be stranger if Morty didn't nearly have a heart attack a few times every day. After returning to his bedroom and hiding the box, Morty went downstairs and was immediately given an honorable mission. Take some food over to the Chulhu family. Morty looked at the plate his mom had placed in his hands, then at the sandwiches already prepared on the kitchen counter, and really wanted to tell her. These great old ones didn't actually need to eat. They were purely spiritual beings. But how was Morty supposed to disobey his own mother? That instinctive pressure of being her son kept him obedient. He picked up the plate, left the house, and headed toward Chulhu's place. The moment he reached the door, Morty looked through the window and saw Chulhu reading a book. The sight was so completely at odds with the stereotypical image of anything Chulhu related that Morty actually forgot to knock for a moment. It wasn't until Kasotha, his genuine mother-in-law, opened the door and stepped outside with a seductive sway that Morty snapped out of it. But the instant he did, a burst of white light flashed behind him. For a second, Morty nearly thought the FBI and CIA had launched a joint operation to arrest the dangerously lethal Chulhu family. Click, 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 click. Morty turned around. The street had been quiet and peaceful just moments earlier, but now a whole crowd of men in sunglasses holding DSLR cameras had popped out from behind bushes, trash cans, and rooftops. They were hammering their shutters like crazy. It looked like they wanted to press those buttons so hard their cameras exploded on the spot. Where the hell did these people come from? What are they even? Shit. If you people knew the woman standing in front of you was Kasotha, I'd love to see how excited you'd still be. Not wanting these people to spend the night having nightmares, Morty motioned for Kasotha to hurry back inside. Kasotha didn't move. Instead, she pushed Morty aside with one hand and started striking pose after pose for the cameras. Goddamn. So this is how you people completely ruin the Chulhu dimension's whole mystique. Morty went inside, put the food on the table, then solemnly told Chulhu that maybe the great old ones should tone down their desire for attention a little. Normally, these guys could sleep for millions of years at a time. But put a camera in front of them, and suddenly they looked like they wanted someone filming the spaces between their toes with an 8K camera. Ordinary people who came into contact with beings like them were going to die early anyway. Chulhu put down his book, glanced toward the door, then looked back at Morty. It's fine. These people only live a few decades anyway. We're just speeding up the process a little. But speaking of which, you didn't hook up with those two yesterday. Is it because of that whole shyness thing primates evolved? How about letting Kasotha help you get over it? At that point, Chulhu suddenly lowered his voice, apparently trying to keep Kasotha from hearing. He leaned closer to Morty's ear and whispered, "Have you ever seen a snake coil around someone? If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on p@Treon. p@treon.com Pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead, for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 37, Chapter 037, Is This Jessica? 1107 words. The way a snake thrashes after getting its head smashed. You ever seen how a giant python kills its prey? Hell, we great old ones don't care about that kind of thing. Kasotha is my sister, and I still had the Incitosa and NC2L sisters with her, didn't I? What's the big deal about hooking up? And if you're worried about kids, it'll be at least 1,000,000 years before you ever see any descendants of yours anyway. Morty stood in his bedroom, still unable to calm down after returning from Chulhu's house. Chulhu had thrown temptation after temptation at him. And damn, they were tempting. They went straight for some of the deepest parts of human nature. First the Incitosa and NC2L sisters, and now Kasotha too? If word of that ever got out, how many poor bastards suffering under their mothers-in-law would slap him on the shoulder until their hands went numb? All just to tell him one thing. When destiny has already kicked the door wide open for you, you're seriously standing there contemplating life. And yes, Morty really was contemplating life. He felt like hooking up with a girl without that subtle emotional build-up just made the whole thing feel way too animalistic. Like something straight out of Animal World. Nobody was going to get turned on watching a male and female lion on the open savanna while David Attenborough calmly narrated in that unmistakable nature documentary voice. Well, except Rick. Once Rick got interested, it didn't matter how bizarre something looked, what gender it was, or pretty much anything else. He'd still go for it. So Morty felt that everything Rick did was basically sex for the sake of sex. And once it was over, all that remained was an endless sense of emptiness and loss. Even if you refused to think about it and just kept doing it again and again, you couldn't stay buried in base desires forever. Morty wasn't trying to act all pure and superior, but without any emotional connection involved, he really just felt. Morty tilde Jessica's here tilde. Rick's obnoxiously smug voice came from outside the bedroom. The deliberately exaggerated, drawn-out tone instantly made Morty tense up. He'd literally just been thinking about emotional connection, and Jessica was already showing up at his door. What the hell? Rick, be honest. Are you spying on my damn brain? Morty opened the door. Jessica, a full head taller than him, stood outside wearing a short skirt, ankle socks, and high heels. And right behind her was Rick, grinning like an asshole. Apparently realizing Morty had something he wanted to say, Rick tossed out a single sentence and immediately took off without looking back. She came to see you. You two talk. Morty wasn't the same guy he used to be, the one who froze up the second he saw Jessica. He walked right past her, intending to go after Rick, but Jessica suddenly grabbed him. What are you doing? Morty abruptly started stammering as Jessica, already halfway inside the room, yanked him in with surprising force. The strength behind it was so wrong that Morty was thrown straight onto the bed. Then Jessica kicked backward and slammed the door shut. Morty, I like you, and I know you like me. Come on. Morty, is this Jessica? That aggressive approach completely caught Morty off guard. He tried to get up, but Jessica just gave him a bold, uninhibited laugh. This was already the second time in 2 days that Morty had found himself in this kind of situation. By now, he had at least developed some resistance. And from beginning to end, there was something seriously wrong with the Jessica in front of him. It was like Morty had suddenly turned into a 6'1" billionaire worth hundreds of billions, handsome as hell, funny, charming, and maxed out in both IQ and EQ. Something's not right. Morty got up and headed toward the closet. Jessica immediately followed and wrapped both arms tightly around him from behind. Just like Chulhu had said earlier. A snake thrashing after having its skull bashed in. Morty's entire body instantly heated up. But he suppressed the impulses he knew he shouldn't be having, pulled out the Meeseeks box, and pressed the button twice. 2 little blue men appeared and restrained Jessica. Then Morty summoned a third and ordered it to give him a Jessica analysis report. The little blue man, whose intelligence had been greatly enhanced, reached out and felt Jessica's face several times, then ran its hands over parts of her body. Finally, it clenched its fist and smashed Jessica directly in the neck. Holy shit. Stop. Stop. I told you to analyze her, not fucking kill her. Before Morty could grab the thing, he saw the wires buried beneath the synthetic skin of Jessica's broken neck, and his expression changed instantly. What the hell was this? What normal human being had electrical wires under their neck? Seeing that, Morty told the little blue man to use more force. In the end, the bionic robot was completely dismantled right in front of him. What the hell even is this thing? Morty took several photos with his phone, then had the little blue man explain the robot's exact construction to him. Afterward, Morty mixed all the dismantled parts together. Then he started jumping around the room while loudly cursing. The bedroom's soundproofing wasn't exactly great. Downstairs, Beth was busy making dinner while Jerry and Summer were nearby, and all 3 of them could hear the noise coming from upstairs. Jerry stood up, intending to go check. Rick, who rarely sat around in the living room watching TV, stopped him. Jerry, I've never liked you, but use those pathetic few brain cells of yours and think about this. Back when you were going through puberty, if something like this happened and your dad tried to stop you, you sure you wouldn't have dropped out of school right then and there? Jerry, Rick, I didn't date anyone when I was that young. I didn't meet Beth until college. I was already legally old enough to date. Summer, Jesus. How come whenever I say I want to spend the night at some guy's place, you all stop me, but Morty does this stuff in his own bedroom and suddenly everybody shuts up? Beth. Looking at the daughter who resembled her so strongly, Beth honestly wanted to say that she herself had gotten pregnant with Summer in college. Just look at what their family was like now. Maybe the student surpasses the teacher wasn't exactly something Summer should be trying to prove here. Chapter 38, Chapter 038, Setting Out Again. 1,301 words. 5 minutes later. The family of 4, everyone except Rick, sat awkwardly around the dinner table. Dinner was unusually lavish tonight, but Beth, Jerry, and Summer had absolutely no appetite. It was just way too noisy upstairs. And the things Morty was shouting were getting more and more outrageous. With veins practically bulging across her forehead, Summer threw her fork onto her plate and shot to her feet. I can't take this anymore. I'm going upstairs and kicking that door open. Beth and Jerry exchanged a glance without saying a word. For one thing, this wasn't exactly the kind of subject you discussed openly. For another, they considered themselves fairly understanding parents. Whatever needed to be said could wait until afterward. That was still better than barging in halfway through. After all, the one upstairs wasn't Summer. Yeah. If it had been Summer, Beth would have shown that little bastard exactly what an Iron Lady's tough tactics looked like. Meanwhile, Morty had spent several minutes jumping around his room when he heard someone coming upstairs. He had to give American houses credit for one thing. Most of these two-story homes were built largely from wood, so footsteps carried loud and clear. Someone was coming up. Morty immediately yelled, "What? Wires? Go to hell." By the time Summer kicked the door open and stormed inside, all she found was Morty standing there amid a floor covered in mechanical parts and bionic tissue. Ah, my eyes. I need to wash my eyes with sulfuric acid. Morty, why are you naked? Morty, are you seriously Rick's granddaughter? Morty had originally planned to act like none of this was a big deal, but after hearing Summer say that, he almost started wondering whether Beth was Jerry's daughter. Otherwise, how the hell could something that ridiculous come out of your mouth? Seriously, how could you be that ridiculous? What, did you think I'd been yelling my head off this whole time because Jessica and I were playing Monopoly? After hearing Morty's last few shouts, the other three quickly rushed upstairs as well. Aside from telling Morty to put some clothes on, Beth and Jerry stared at the mechanical pieces scattered across the floor and immediately turned suspicious eyes toward Rick. There was no helping it. These days, whenever anything weird happened in the house, Rick was almost always directly involved. Who else were they supposed to look at? Of course, the bigger issue was that with their level of technical knowledge, there was no way either of them could immediately understand what they were looking at when faced with technology this advanced. Rick, what the hell is going on here? Jerry demanded with a deep frown. Rick gave Morty an approving look, then crouched down and began pretending to inspect the parts on the floor. He had known all along that Jessica was a bionic robot. He hadn't brought her here and put her in front of Morty so he could sit downstairs listening to the noise. He had done it to test Morty's willpower when faced with sexual temptation. Those ridiculously exaggerated cries upstairs were obviously fake. Someone as experienced as Rick could tell Morty was putting on an act. Which meant Morty had finally crossed the first hurdle. Wasn't easy. 6 months of polishing, and the kid finally learned to resist this kind of temptation. Morty, now dressed again, watched Rick casually brush off questions from his parents, and his suspicions were confirmed. With Rick's eyes, there was no way he could have failed to notice that Jessica was a bionic robot. Yet he had deliberately brought her straight to Morty. Which meant this had been another test. Hell, maybe everything with Chulhu's family had been a test too. The problem was, Morty couldn't exactly tell Rick that he knew about the Citadel, knew about C-137, and knew everything that happened in Season 1. If Rick ever realized Morty wasn't actually his grandson, wouldn't he just tear him apart on the spot? Man, when is this shit ever going to end? Just when Morty thought the whole Jessica incident was finally over, Rick's expression suddenly changed. He looked furious. They're trying to come after my Morty. I'm not letting this slide. I'm going to find whoever's behind this. The second he finished speaking, though, Rick immediately looked toward Beth. That look practically screamed one thing. And yet only 2 days in, some bionic robot had already shown up trying to get close to Morty. Watching from the sidelines, Morty realized Rick's scheming really was exactly as deep as he'd expected. Beginners planned by trying to account for everything. They were cautious and thorough, terrified that one tiny mistake might ruin the whole plan, so they poured time and effort into considering every possible outcome. But a veteran like Rick had been doing this for far too long. He already had tricks that were uniquely his. All Rick needed was the slightest opening, and he could leverage it into exactly what he wanted. Grounded, huh? Well, now a bionic robot had tried to get close to Morty. Didn't that deserve a closer investigation? Shouldn't they find whoever was behind it? Could this really be some random accident? Of course not. Someone was obviously plotting something. And even better, Rick was clearly the kind of guy who could kill two birds with one stone. Morty had already sensed that Rick was deliberately trying to train him. The hints from Chulhu's family over the past 2 days, followed by Jessica showing up at his door. Now, when it mattered, he could at least make his brain and his eyes operate separately. "We absolutely need to figure out what's going on." That was the first thing Beth said after hearing Rick's deliberately alarming explanation. And just like that, the 1-month grounding was completely gone. Morty was free to go adventuring again. "Great. We'll investigate right now." Rick threw out the line, pulled out his portal gun, opened a portal, and dragged Morty straight through. 2 people abruptly vanished from the room. All that remained were mechanical parts and bionic tissue scattered across the floor. Jerry and Summer exchanged a glance. Jerry immediately made an excuse about needing to prepare for a job interview with a new company tomorrow, then slipped out of the room. Summer claimed she had school tomorrow and still hadn't finished her homework, then ran back to her room to play on her phone. Beth, the only person in the family who handled almost all the chores while also working to support everyone, let out a helpless sigh. She went to the storage room, brought back several cardboard boxes, put on a pair of dishwashing gloves, then crouched down and began tossing the scattered pieces inside one by one. Until she picked up one particular piece. Beth immediately noticed something. It was way too clean. As a woman, she obviously knew what kind of traces certain activities were supposed to leave behind. But this thing looked completely normal. That didn't make any sense. Which left only one explanation. Morty hadn't actually done anything. Realizing that, Beth, who had already gone on several adventures with Rick and knew the multiverse existed, pulled off her gloves and took out her phone. She needed to make a call. "Something about this doesn't add up. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on P@Treon. P@Treon.com Pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead, for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 39, Chapter 039, Buying Him a Universe. 1,296 words. When Rick took the initiative to get Morty's grounding lifted and immediately whisked him off on another adventure, Morty assumed that, given how fast it had happened, this adventure would probably involve more of the same sexual crap. After all, everything lately seemed to revolve around that. Morty only had one thing to say about it. "Please, stop putting me through this." He seriously couldn't take much more. If it happened one more time, he was going to turn into a goddamn animal on the spot, pounce, and start doing all kinds of things that absolutely did not need describing. But apparently, he'd forgotten one important thing about Rick. The guy was impulsive as hell. Sometimes, Rick really did just do whatever popped into his head. Fuck. What the hell is this place? Morty stood on a crowded street, yelling at the top of his lungs, but the pedestrians around him acted as though they were completely deaf. They barely acknowledged his existence. Even when Morty shoved someone, or straight up punched them in the face, nothing changed. And judging by the way he was knocking it back like booze, he almost looked like some hard-drinking wandering hero from ancient times. But Morty was starting to find this adventure boring as hell. They came to another world just to drink coffee? Seriously? Did they have that much time to waste? Wouldn't it be better to use that time grabbing a few divine artifacts or something? Morty still hadn't managed to bring back the reality generator from the Chulhu dimension a few days ago. Just thinking about it made him feel like he'd gotten screwed beyond belief. Sorry. I shouldn't have brought up Grandma. Anyway, the reality generator was basically a superweapon against soul-based beings. The ultimate shield of the physical plane. A dazzling treasure created by a civilization at the absolute peak of its development. And Morty had just let it slip through his fingers. It still hurt like hell to think about. After standing on the street for a while, Morty started feeling creeped out. The place was packed with people, yet he couldn't hear so much as a single car horn. So he headed into the Starbucks. When he pushed open the door, he found Rick monopolizing the very front of the line. Rick kept ordering coffee. The employees kept making it. The people waiting behind him showed absolutely no impatience. Nobody complained. Nobody left. They simply stood there. It felt like even if Rick kept them waiting for a day, a year, or 1,000 years, they would remain exactly where they were without showing the slightest emotion. Rick, what the hell are you doing? Did you seriously bring me here just to drink coffee? We just made that new rule where every 5 adventures of yours gets me 1 adventure of mine, and your first one is coffee. Rick was in the middle of gulping down a large cup when he heard Morty. He slowly lowered the paper cup, stepped aside to let the NPC-like customers behind him pass, then wiped his mouth with a napkin. In the same casual tone he always used, with just a hint of disdain, Rick said, "You've been running around different universes with me for a long time now. We've done more crazy shit than I can count. But what has most of it been? Shootouts, car chases, fixing this problem, fixing that problem. All you really know about is the Galactic Federation. So today, I finally decided to open the door to another world for you. A true multiversal civilization." Morty, who had been bored out of his mind until now, suddenly stared at Rick in disbelief. A true multiversal civilization? What the hell did that even mean? So all this time, they'd been running around different universes killing people and blowing shit up like they were living in the Wild West, and now they were finally entering civilized society. Sorry, but Morty honestly preferred this kind of freedom over all that crap about order. At least an honest outlaw who killed and burned things was more entertaining than some smiling hypocrite waiting to stab you in the back. "What does this place look like to you?" Rick asked. Morty glanced around. "Everyone here looks soulless. Like mass-produced products on an assembly line, or NPCs in some video game." Rick pointed around them, and Morty answered without even needing to think. But what happened next made Morty's eyes widen. Rick pulled something resembling a TV remote out of his coat pocket and pressed a few buttons. The world around Morty changed instantly. Every pedestrian stopped walking. Every moving car came to an absolute halt without even slowing down first. Even the clouds in the sky froze in place. It was as though everything in this perfectly functioning world could be controlled by that tiny remote in Rick's hand. People, cars, clouds. Is this whole planet controlled by a program? Rick had clearly been planning to drag out the reveal a little. Morty ruining it immediately made him visibly annoyed. Come on. As a Morty, when Rick was showing off, you were supposed to play along. Failing to do that was practically a violation of the first law of Morty. The kid needed to go back to Morty school and retrain. He could at least learn the classic line. "Oh my god, Rick. You're amazing." By now, Morty had already realized there was obviously some deeper purpose behind this world. So he lowered his head and put on his most innocent expression. Rick had wanted Morty to play along. But the second he actually saw that exaggeratedly innocent face, even he couldn't stand it. Knock it off. Doesn't acting that childish make you feel ridiculous? Heh. If there can be the Rickiest Rick, the Mortiest Morty, and the dumbest Rick, then naturally there can also be the most mature Morty. You're already as mature as an adult on the inside. Why keep pretending you're still a little kid? The moment Morty heard the first part, his blood ran cold. For a second, he thought Rick had discovered his true identity. But then the rest of Rick's explanation followed. And somehow, it provided the perfect excuse for everything unusual about Morty. The most mature Morty. That explained why some of the things he did occasionally seemed completely out of character for a normal Morty. Because he was mature. Fuck. This old bastard has definitely figured out who I really am. He's doing this on purpose. The thought flashed through Morty's mind. His expression slowly turned serious. If Rick had already taken things this far, continuing to put on that shitty childish act would just be insulting both of them. And Rick clearly had no intention of crossing that final line and openly exposing him. As long as Rick was leaving room for both of them to maneuver, Morty figured he could show a little more of his adult side and play along. All right. Since you've already figured it out, what do you want? Rick immediately grinned. Then he pointed toward the sky. Across the frozen blue heavens, a gigantic spaceship came flying toward them. It was nearly 2 kilometers long, with a streamlined body covered in crescent-like wave patterns. Its main color was pure white, accented with gold, and a silver planet emblem was embedded into the underside of the hull. Come on. I've decided to buy Chulhu Rick a universe. Chapter 40, Chapter 040, C137. 1,345 words. Sure enough, the scale of my previous adventures was way too small. Compared to this, everything before really was just gig-work level adventuring. Inside a 30,000 square meter roofless hall supported by 1,000 pillars, Morty lounged on a leather sofa made from the hide of some unknown animal while an 8-armed alien gave him a massage that actually relaxed the mind. After half a year, Morty was finally experiencing true multiverse-level luxury service for the first time. Rick really should have brought him somewhere like this sooner. Seriously, if you'd shown me this kind of financial power earlier, why the hell would I have spent all that time figuring out how to keep a backup plan against you? Now it was too late to undo any of that. Then again, damn. This Rick was loaded too. Maybe Morty should be even more cautious around him. Looking into the distance, where Rick was discussing business with the chestnut-face alien, Morty let out a slow sigh and shifted into a more comfortable position. Just as he was about to signal the 8-armed alien to bring him another drink, a flash of green light appeared. A portal opened less than 3 meters away. The Rick density around here seems pretty damn high. The next second, a Rick stepped through with a Morty beside him. The Rick reeked of alcohol and kept burping. There was barely any life in his eyes, but the instant he spotted Rick's back, a trace of surprise and murderous intent appeared in them. As for his Morty, God, he talked a lot. Jesus, Rick, what the hell is this place? Mom just told us to go buy some seasoning, and somehow we ended up here. Can we please go back? This place looks really dangerous. Huh. There's another Morty here. Rick, what's going on? Why is there another Morty? And there's another Rick over there. Whoa. He looks exactly like you, Rick. Jesus. Is he your twin brother? Jesus. Rick, who had been discussing business, heard the voice behind him and turned around. The moment he saw that Rick and Morty, his expression visibly darkened. Watching from the side, Morty thought back over the 100+ Ricks and Mortys they had encountered during the past 6 months. Not even the most ridiculous gender-swapped Rick and Morty had ever made his Rick react like this. But these two. They looked almost exactly like them. Even their hairstyles were practically identical. And somehow, that was enough to make Rick's expression turn grim. Rick, what's wrong? Morty asked. Rick glanced at the other Rick, then at Morty. A smile quickly returned to his face as he replied in an intentionally casual tone, nothing. Just didn't expect to run into another Rick here. Before Morty could ask anything else, the other Rick reached into his coat and pulled out an energy pistol. He aimed it directly at Rick. His voice was cold. There was no anger in it at all, only murderous intent. And in the calmest tone imaginable, he said something that sent a chill through everyone nearby. If you answer my question wrong, this gun will freeze both your body and your soul. Once I capture you, I'll use a soul knife to cut your soul apart piece by piece. Then I'll put 1 million fragments through 1 million different kinds of torture until you decide to tell me the truth. Morty, so this is torture type Rick. Even with that kind of threat aimed at him, Rick didn't so much as flinch. Still smiling, he said, "You're a Rick. I'm a Rick. You really think you can come up with something I haven't already thought of? Give it a rest. I'm not one of those idiots from the Citadel, and don't kid yourself into thinking that piece of shit gun can kill me." The other Rick narrowed his eyes. His thumb shifted closer to the trigger. Rick moved his right hand behind his back, ready to counterattack at any moment. Morty and the other Morty looked at each other. Seeing that deep, mutual Morty understanding in each other's eyes, the two silently decided to stay out of it and let the two old bastards fight. But before either Rick could make a move, the chestnut-face alien from the cosmic trade market stepped in and forcibly shut the whole thing down. Enough. You Ricks are the biggest source of trouble across countless universes. If even the smallest fight breaks out here today, we'll mobilize everyone we have to search for the Citadel and establish a strategic partnership with the Galactic Federation. You don't believe me? Go ahead and shoot. Normally, threatening a Rick shouldn't have worked. But the moment the Citadel was brought up, the threat somehow did. The other Rick, whose cold exterior barely concealed his killing intent, lowered the gun. He stared at Rick for a few seconds with the kind of look you gave someone who was already dead. Then he opened a portal and left with his Morty. The whole confrontation had appeared out of nowhere and ended just as quickly. Morty still had no idea what the hell had just happened. But he was certain of one thing. Rick knew exactly who that other Rick was. And if Morty asked right now, Rick would probably tell him at least part of the truth. So Morty asked. And when he heard the answer, he froze. Rick. Rick from Dimension C-137? Holy shit. The Rick from the actual series. The guy standing at the very top of all Ricks. The Rickiest Rick. Morty's thoughts exploded. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Back when he first met his own Rick, the identical appearance, the drinking problem, and that nihilistic attitude toward everything had made Morty assume he was C-137. Only later, after noticing certain details, had Morty realized that his Rick wasn't C-137 at all. He was another Rick. But if a Rick who wasn't C-137 could already be this damn Rick-like, then just how Rick could the real C-137, the Rickiest Rick, possibly be? Today, Morty had finally seen it for himself. Ruthless and straight to the point. Barely said anything before pulling a gun. Though suddenly backing off afterward did feel a little out of character. Hey, Rick over there. You need a Morty. Morty would gladly follow the actual protagonist of the series. And then there was that chestnut-face alien. A character who didn't even exist in Rick and Morty, someone who merely handled small deals like selling entire universes. And with only a few sentences, he had managed to make C-137 walk away on his own. Something definitely wasn't right here. As if reading Morty's thoughts, Rick, who had remained standing in place, added, "The Citadel is extremely important to C-137. It's part of one of his major plans. But the part that concerns us is that he's looking for a killer. The one who murdered his wife. I'm one of his suspects. He just happened to track me down this time. Let's get the hell out of here." Morty looked at Rick. The guy was acting less and less like the stereotypical Rick, and the concern in his voice was obvious. Morty had to admit that even though his Rick was a complete asshole most of the time, when it really mattered, he still cared about him. Before leaving, though, Rick still snatched a Mercury-printed brochure from the chestnut-face alien. He had originally planned to surprise Chulhu Rick. But after C-137 barged in and ruined everything, Rick would just take the brochure home and let Chulhu Rick pick a universe himself. That bastard. After the whole mess with the Galactic Federation invading the Chulhu dimension, there was basically no way Chulhu Rick was going to let Rick off without making him cough up something expensive. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on P@Treon. P@Treon.com Pinksnake, 50 chapters ahead, for now. You can also follow as a free member to read a few advanced chapters. Chapter 41, Chapter 041, Playing with Fire. Their little plan to buy a universe and pick one out in person had been completely derailed by C-137. After Morty and Rick returned home, Rick immediately went off to find Chulhu Rick. Meanwhile, Morty ran into a problem of his own. Only for that problem to be interrupted almost immediately. "Morty, did you guys do this to get?" Beth had just tracked Morty down with the bionic organ in hand when a portal opened behind her and a Rick stepped through. Morty knew Rick had already gone to find Chulhu Rick, and his heart immediately sank. Something was wrong. Run. Without even thinking, Morty abandoned Beth and bolted. After all, his relationship with Beth was still basically just mother and son in name. They hadn't built the kind of deep bond where he'd throw himself into danger for her. Beth stared at the Rick in confusion as well. She couldn't seem to tell whether he was actually Rick. After all, she'd already met several different Ricks. The next second, he pulled out an energy gun. That was enough for Beth to realize he wasn't friendly, and she dove toward the living room for cover. The Rick ignored her and went straight after Morty. Shit. He's already got a gun out. A Rick who's this hostile toward us has to be C-137. How the hell did he find this place? We've never even had anything to do with him before. How the hell did one accidental encounter turn into him trying to kill us? Wait. This probably isn't my fault. It's probably Rick's. Fuck. Why the hell did he mess with C-137? That guy's the scariest one of them all. Morty sprinted toward the house next door, cursing internally over the fact that he apparently couldn't get more than a few peaceful days at a time. When he reached the house where Chulhu Rick's family lived, he looked through the glass and saw Chulhu Rick and the others already disappearing through a portal. His own Rick stood behind them, holding a serrated gun and signaling to him. 6 months of fighting together had built enough coordination between them that Morty understood immediately. He dropped low without hesitation. ZZZZT. A piercing sound stabbed at his eardrums. Centered on Chulhu Rick's house, every building within a 1-kilometer radius was sliced cleanly in half at a height of 1.1 meters by a devastating wind blade. People inside their homes, cars parked along the road, even trees. Everything caught at that height was plunged into horrifying agony on the verge of death. Morty's face went white at the hellish scene. Even so, he heard Rick shouting at him. "Don't just lie there. Go get your weapons. We need to buy Chulhu Rick time, so we have to keep C-137 busy." C-137 blocked the wave of wind blades with an energy shield and stared coldly at Rick. He didn't attack right away. Instead, he spoke in an equally cold voice. "You knew who I was the second you saw me. So I guess you know something I don't. And you deliberately stepped into my surveillance range because you wanted a fight. Fine. Come on, then. You'd better kill me, because if you don't, you'll become one of only 2 people I'll spend the rest of my life hunting." The implication behind those words made Morty, who was running back along the edge of the battlefield, slow down. The whole thing really was strange, exactly like C-137 had said. More importantly, what the hell had Rick been planning behind everyone's backs? Why had C-137 immediately prepared to attack the moment he spotted Rick? And if Rick knew that would happen, why had he deliberately exposed himself to C-137 in the first place? Morty wasn't going to get the answers right now. This wasn't some anime or TV drama where the heroes and villains stopped before a fight, just so everyone could explain themselves first. What normal person fought somebody while reminiscing about the past and explaining exactly why they were doing what they were doing? Rick raised the serrated gun and opened fire directly at C-137. Energy rounds as thick as oil drums poured toward him at a rate of 100 shots per second. At the same time, Rick reached into his clothes with his left hand and started pulling out more weapons. A fight between Ricks was never going to be settled that easily. Faced with the barrage, C-137 drank 1 vial of serum and smashed a different vial onto the ground. The compounds in the liquid rapidly formed a revolting mass of stitched flesh, and the creature screamed as it came into existence. Then C-137 simply let the energy rounds slam into his body while he advanced on Rick step by step. He didn't bother defending himself. Every energy round that hit him was redirected by the serum inside his body into the stitched abomination. C-137 had effectively turned himself into a receiver, while the creature served as his battery. By the time he reached Rick, the stitched creature transferred every bit of energy it had absorbed straight back at him. The amount of power was beyond what any ordinary person could control. Even the energy leaking from it generated winds strong enough to scatter the clouds overhead. "Let's have some fun." C-137's expression had gradually twisted into something vicious, but the moment he finished speaking, his face went calm again. He reached for Rick's throat. Rick had already predicted the move. From microscopic launchers implanted beneath the skin of his neck, electrically charged magnetic needles shot out in every direction. The needles moved chaotically through the air. Whenever they collided, the extremely unusual material they were made from caused their energies to attract each other before annihilating one another. But C-137 had predicted Rick's prediction. He reached for Rick with his right hand while an energy blade formed over his left in just 0.2 seconds. Then he drove it straight into Rick's stomach. The instant the blade actually went in, C-137's eyes narrowed. That feeling. Something was wrong. Sure enough, the Rick in front of him slowly dissolved under the destructive energy, collapsing into a puddle of black sludge. The sludge was extremely adhesive. It clamped tightly around both of C-137's hands and held him in place. By then, Morty had already raced from the garage back to his room. He had just stuffed Meeseeks 2.0 into his bag when Rick's head poked through a portal. "Morty, move, move, move. I've got that guy trapped for now. We need to get the hell out of here." Morty grabbed the Sword of Silence and the Book of Ibon, then immediately jumped through the portal. The next second, C-137 tore himself free of the sludge, smashed through 2 walls, and burst into Morty's room. It was empty. He threw back his head and roared in fury. He had once believed he would never find the man who murdered his wife. But one accidental encounter today had revealed a clue hidden beneath everything. That mysterious Rick. His white coat hung past his knees, and on the left sleeve was the image of a black silhouette. For the first time, C-137 began to truly believe those so-called legends about Ricks. According to the stories, long before he ever set foot in the infinite universe, the first true Ricks had already been roaming freely through universe after universe, creating legend after legend. And among them, some Ricks had chosen to form alliances based entirely on their own preferences. But, so what? I'll get the truth. No matter what, I'll find it. If we keep fucking with him like this and he finds out the truth, we're all dead. C-137 isn't invincible. The only way any of us will ever be free is if he dies. If you're scared, go crawl back to him and apologize. See whether he kills you. You. Shut up. The plan's already in motion. Anyone who backs out now won't need C-137 to kill them. I'll do it myself. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. 2 left. Chapter 42, Chapter 042, it's just a Pokemon reality show. Morty stepped through the portal and found himself back in his own house again. He was confused, but not completely lost. He carefully checked a few details around his room. This world was almost identical to the one they'd just left. So did that mean? Don't bother thinking about it. The world we were just in was only a substitute. This is the one where you actually spent the last 6 months. Ah. Rick turned to leave as soon as he finished talking, and Morty immediately grabbed him. Too much weird shit had happened over the past few days. Now Rick was trying to pull his usual routine of walking away and pretending they'd just pick things up on the next adventure. Morty wasn't putting up with that anymore. He'd always known that being kept in the dark had its advantages and disadvantages. After all, people who knew too many secrets had a nasty habit of getting killed, so Morty usually avoided asking Rick too many questions. Questions like, if 10 identical versions of you suddenly showed up, what secret code am I supposed to yell to figure out which one's actually you? But now that Morty knew C-137 was actively hostile toward his Rick, things were different. Out of everyone you could have pissed off, you had to pick C-137? If you're that desperate to get yourself killed, don't drag me into it. Want to know a little of the truth? Rick stopped when Morty grabbed him. After thinking for a moment, he finally asked the question. Seeing how serious Morty looked, Rick shrugged and said helplessly, Jesus, Morty. You do realize that once you learn even part of the truth, there's no turning back, right? You say that like I have anywhere to turn back to. Since Morty was being that stubborn about it, Rick gave up trying to talk him out of it. Then he simply turned around and walked away. Morty had been waiting for him to continue, only to realize the bastard was actually leaving. He immediately lost it. What the hell? Seriously? You just agreed to tell me, and now you're walking away again? What kind of bullshit is this? You think I won't just cut ties with you myself? When Morty saw Rick actually heading down the stairs toward the garage, he grabbed the Sword of Silence and pressed the blade against his own throat. Rick, tell me something. I'm not gonna let you use me as your goddamn pawn while I don't know shit. If this is my fate, if you're just gonna decide everything for me anyway, then I'd rather die right now. Morty's threat made Rick frown. He was already trying to figure out what the hell to do about C-137. Couldn't this kid stop making things worse for 5 minutes? Rick turned around. In his right hand was a portable device fitted with a suction cup and a memory vial. He aimed it at Morty and pulled the trigger. All right. Nap time. After extracting that section of Morty's memory, Rick gently laid him back on his bed. He ignored Jerry, who was watching TV in the living room and called out a greeting as Rick passed. Rick entered the garage, opened the entrance to his underground base, and headed into a small room. He removed the memory vial now containing Morty's latest memories from the back of the device and inserted it into the rack in front of him. Then he casually tossed the device onto the floor. Exhaustion covered Rick's face as he stared at the wall of metal storage cabinets in front of him. Nearly 3 meters tall, 5 meters wide, with 16 separate cabinets. He let out a long sigh. Over the past 6 months, the Morty he'd personally chosen had kept picking up tiny clues from one incident after another, uncovering one truth after another. His courage and intelligence surpassed 99.999% of all Mortys. And Rick was fucking exhausted because of it. He honestly had no idea why he'd picked a Morty like this in the first place. Rick pulled out the cigarettes he carried with him, lit one, and took a long drag before sinking into thought. He stayed there for a long time, alone in that cramped room, surrounded on every side by cabinets filled with Morty's memories. Eventually, Rick seemed to make a decision. He spoke to the empty air. AI, save today's log. After that, disable the recording function. Don't record anything else about Morty. AI Rick, who had been busy playing a game inside the server, immediately appeared as a hologram and started bitching. This game isn't even halfway over. Only the AI that wins gets to leave this place with Rick. Are you trying to get me deleted at the end? No. I refuse to get deleted. You don't wanna play anymore? Fine. I'll play for you. With that, AI Rick tried to lock the door and trap Rick inside. Unfortunately for him, Rick had the highest level of access. Rick entered a command first and shut AI Rick down. Dragging his exhausted body along, Rick climbed back out of the underground base. He sat down beside the workbench, picked up the half-finished bottle of beer sitting there, and drank while staring toward a hidden corner of the garage. There was nothing there to see. But Rick knew a camera was watching him. And why was there a camera? Because it belonged to the Citadel, obviously. The people there had always been able to watch this place and everything happening around him. As for why? Heh. Those fucking hypocrites at the Citadel. Ricks should live together. We should stick together. Fuck that. And what did our lives turn into after they shoved us all together? Morty Pokemon. Reality TV. Fuck. 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 What kind of Rick does that make me? Pokemon Rick. Fuck Pokemon Rick. I can't take this anymore. I seriously can't fucking take it anymore. There's no freedom at all. I feel like my goddamn soul is suffocating. The more Rick thought about it, the angrier he became. He hurled the beer bottle aside and marched straight toward Morty's bedroom. Right now, all he wanted was to wake Morty up. Then the two of them could get the hell out of there together. But when Rick reached Morty's door, he stopped. He calmed down. Under normal circumstances, one Morty was enough to mask a Rick's brainwaves. But if you wanted to strengthen the effect enough to make a Rick disappear completely, you'd need at least 100 Mortys on average. If the Citadel personally came after him, then with Rick's level of technology, he'd still need 20 Mortys to hide from them completely. 20. The Citadel could gather that many without breaking a sweat. But Rick? It was practically impossible. Because in this universe, which he'd deliberately chosen for exactly that reason, there was only one Morty. The one standing beside him. What the hell am I supposed to do? There's no way to escape. What am I supposed to do? Someone, anyone. I can't fucking take this anymore. Overwhelmed by despair, Rick sank to the floor. His mind was gradually falling apart. Morty had already been asleep for several hours when a full bladder finally woke him up. So when he stumbled out of his bedroom, he happened to find Rick sitting on the floor right outside. Rick's eyes were bloodshot. His face was twisted with despair and pain, as though something inside him was tearing him apart. Jesus. Rick, what the hell happened to you? Morty. Lies. It's all lies. All of it. This whole fucking thing is a show. We're just two characters they shoved onto a stage, acting out a script so they can watch whatever they want to see. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna kill myself. Goodbye. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.